I got
Hi.
moans. I got
I have to restart our sound. No, I don't.
24/7.
Yeah, I do.
3. Got cuddles. I don't need a person. I got my own. I got cuddles. 24/7, 365. I got cuddles. Don't need people. They're sheeple. I got cuddles. Every single day, they're mine. I got cuddles. This little goober won't let me down. I got cuddles. Come around and get the beat down. I got cuddles. Don't talk to me. I'm fucking busy. I got cuddles. 24/7, 365. I got cuddles. I don't need a guy because I got cuddles. Tired of the dames? Me too. I got cuddles. No heartbreak with this in my wake. I got cuddles. Smiling all day. Just
Also, like, all women are mentally ill.
look baked. I got cuddles. Take those judgy eyes away, cause I got cuddles. What the fuck are you doing, you goober? I got cuddles. Fuck your world, it's going down. I got cuddles. 24/7, 365. I got cuddles.
Sorry.
I don't need a person. Oopie, oopie, oopie. Take those judgy eyes away, cause I...
You know the 11th commandment. Thou shalt be ashamed of
Morning.
thy natural anatomy.
Bitches.
Just destroyed me. And I didn't have any formal education. I had a real chance to be successful in any discipline related to robotics. Well, I had a chance to be a winner. You can be killed.
You think it's because dead people make good fertilizer?
He was honest, so that's why he wrote nursery rhymes into robotics. Words.
I guess sometimes certain things get misinterpreted.
Like what?
Not sure.
He was honest. Just like your father. You're just like your father. I was a software guy that built full stack applications in many different languages. I just have to feel that words rule your life. Front end, back end, rule database.
Those? Okay, I can hear again.
Your life, architecture, your life, database. Because of the meaning of these words, you can be locked up until you die. Server communications. And then I branched into software testing. I branched into mobile. I branched into mobile development. You can be happily bumbling along, doing what you think you're supposed to do. I wanted my dad to help me build a fighting robot back in 2017. Doing the things that help you to get along with everybody around you, and you can feed yourself and house yourself, and mobile, happily bumbling along, doing...
Why don't you cry to your mommy about all this?
Because my mom's dead and dumb.
I love my mother. I hate my mother.
Mine's brilliant. Just dead.
I love my mother.
I miss her.
My mother.
I love her. She's awesome.
I do. She
My mom's
was
my hero.
good and honorable.
Always will be.
I hate my mother. She was a good, honest, honorable, loyal, responsible.
Don't look at me like
Hey
that. I'm
there.
very responsible.
I love my
What you
mother. I
doing?
hate my mother. I hate fun, decent, intelligent, creative, hardworking woman. I hate my mother, but I never had any.
He reminds me of my one friend that would always call me a nutty broad. He fancied himself quite a Snorlax-like fellow. So, you know, reminds me of my homie. Love him dearly. My buddy and my Snorlax.
Felt good about yourself, and people smiled at you, and then they twist words. CNC printer, a cupcake.
You know what I mean? Just to have my shit get yanked down, so.
Humpty Dumpty, Lewis Carroll had important things to say, but he lived in a world where they fuck kick his door
How
down
are
and
you?
drag him away in handcuffs
So, we'll see how long this motherfucking shit lasts.
to a mental institution if he was honest. So that's why he wrote nursery rhymes. I hate my mother. I hate my mother. I hate my mother. I hate my mother. I do. She was a good, honorable.
Cha-cha, Gram?
I love my mother. She just destroyed me. And I didn't have any formal education.
And I'm gonna hate my life for it. It's good cream, it's a little moist in there.
I had a real
Based.
chance to be successful. Just like you're just like your father. You're just like your father. Just like your father. You're just like your father.
So, recently defrocked YouTube upload person with the VODs, Ian Foote, who
I
pops
reordered
off
it.
about being a violent misogynist
So
and
it's
wanting
context.
his daughter to be harmed because he's really inappropriate. And also, he tries to excuse dropping anti-Semitic shit. He's a butt munch with the way he chooses to treat others. He could choose to do otherwise. That would be nice. I wish he would choose to be kinder. I'd always pop off in his comments and be like, I appreciate the Ian growth arc. I appreciate watching Ian grow.
What you doing?
I have to start from the bottom now we're here.
Like, how's
Okay,
writing?
fine.
What's writing?
Dramatic.
I don't know. I got questions. I wanna know stuff.
Okay, can I get my Ian mood on? How do I do that? Like, how do I get an Ian vibe on?
YouTube.
honey?
Live
I got
chat, not
this.
top chat.
Hold
Top
on.
chat censors
I
the
need to
people.
sound like based man at the core. Okay. I'll change the track. There's a more appropriate one for this. Hold on. With love and respect, let's get our shit together. They stopped being real with me. My life completely fell apart because no one would be real with me. I used to be amazing. I was always able to find the silver lining in any situation. I was always very resourceful, and I never ran from the light. But now I'm just a fool.
I'm just a fool. Okay. Hi.
Has got
Apparently we're on some Souls tents today. Some Soulsy shit today. Monster Hunter is destroying itself on attempt. This has to run better. Clearly. You'd think so. I don't know. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I'm a dumb bitch. What do you expect from me? Preferably nothing, because I'm dumb.
got you covered. Instant Gaming is your trusty go-to website to buy games, game cards, and subscriptions on big discounts for any platform of your liking, in case you're one of those little poggies allergic to job applications. You don't just have to look for the big titles that mark your status as a turbo cop gamer. You can also find those $2 wonders that will hit you harder than any winning session. Since spooky season is not completely gone yet, don't just go looking for Silent Hill. Why don't you check Tormented Souls as well? I swear to God, this was the last horror game to actually get many scares out of me. Not even Pillow Fighter 2 Remake could achieve that. Game availability and prices change daily, so
Probably
be sure to
not.
check Instant Gaming every day to find new entertainment for your rotting sumer attention span brain. Just kidding, I love you so much.
But wait, there's more!
By clicking our link in the description below,
wait,
and clicking
there's
account,
horror.
You can participate in our monthly free giveaway to win anything of your liking. A game card, a subscription, whatever you want. No purchases necessary. So waste not any more precious pickle seconds and click that juicy link in the description below to instant and lower the gaming and yada yada yada. Just do it. Go ahead.
Yada yada?
Thanks again to Instant Gaming for sponsoring this video. There were weapon combinations that made seppuku literally delete both players and bosses. Usually this meant using power stance weapons to deal multiple hits to stack that bleed very fast. Things like power stance curved swords and power stance spears were insanely strong with seppuku. And while they could be used with almost any build, it was always better to go with weapons that had bleed build-up by default and with some arcane scaling to basically bleed anything in 2 or 3 hits. It was disgusting. As always, in PvE, people just used it and nobody said shit because haha PvE. But in PvP, you could pull off disgusting things like these. Yeah, gamers were losing hair follicles every time they fought against seppuku. And yes, there were indeed ways to fight seppuku and win despite how brain-dead it could be, but gamers simply didn't want to deal with it. O sea, en realidad nunca quieren lidiar con nada que les resulte el más mínimo reto, pero esto estaba un poquito justificado dentro de todo. The best thing you could do was run away until the buff ran out and then punish the enemy when they try to reapply it by fucking their shit up, because in case you haven't noticed, seppuku's animation is pretty damn long. If someone casts seppuku in your face and and you don't punish it, sorry, but you're kind of a goober. But that didn't stop people from making Reddit threads. I fucking love them. Like check this shit out. Healing after seppuku in PvP duels. What is wrong with you? Okay, so lately I have encountered a lot of people who buff their weapons with seppuku. Fine by me, but for fuck's sake, don't heal after it. What is wrong with you? If you want to use seppuku in PvP duels, then accept that it costs HP. It's there for a reason.
You serious?
Edit. Apparently most people here
Just
do
kill
not
them.
understand how duels and not invasions work. You summon your duelist, then both let each other do their buff spells and then you fight. You do not use your heal flask. You never use your heal flask. Este tipo me odiaría sin
Just don't be a
jugar. I mean,
bitch.
I would not give a fuck if he attacked me while I was casting seppuku. My mistake for casting it. These motherfuckers get angry when you don't follow their imaginary rules. If you don't like it, just go and attack the guy. For fuck's sake, you're not a PvP etiquette god. You're just a goober. However, it could become a bit of a pain in the ass to deal with what was essentially the Elden Ring version of a monkey with a knife. Any random loser could send you back to the lobby by mashing like a moron if you were not careful. But in patch 1.07, shit changed. Daddy Miyazaki stepped in and gave seppuku a hefty nerf. Now the Ash of War would only apply 30 bleed build-up instead of 84, and the self-inflicted damage was a bit higher as well. On top of that, in the same patch, power stance weapons were nerfed, and they no longer apply the same amount of build-up they used to. That alone was enough for the vast majority of Elden gamers to stop using the Ash of War entirely. Seppuku stopped being viable.
Dark Souls 2 players when you call Elden Ring shit power stancing. Lol.
In 99% of cases. Or at least it wasn't as goofy as it was before. Reddit got to wallow in its crapulence for a while and continue with its uninterrupted Kevin ventures. At least I'm going to win by mashing buttons like a dumbass, but it's great for plus endure to get rid of shield users is a good idea. For situations, especially if the enemy has great shields, since the great katana is heavily countered by them. So using something like bolas plus endure to get rid of shield users is a good idea. Too long didn't watch seppuku is good again, but it's nowhere near as busted as it used to be. You're not going to win by mashing buttons like a dumbass, but it's great for two-shotting gamers who just don't see it coming. Gotta also shout out Drunk Souls, which gave me the idea for this.
Don't drink and play Dark Souls, or Elden, which is basically Dark Souls 3.5.
Video, basically, when I step
Love yourself.
into one of his streams. So for now, the only thing left is to show you the build I used for these invasions. We got a build with 60 vigor, 43 endurance, 45 strength, and 80 arcane. Also 12 fate to use special vitality. If you want, you can use Barret's mask to trigger the bleed buff, but I understand if you don't want to because it's ugly as shit. You can replace one of your talismans with Lord of Luck's exaltation for that if you want. As always, we use the two-handed sword talisman for more damage, and the spear talisman for those juicy counterpokes. And yeah, bomba. Bola.
Counterpokes win.
Someone left, and there's only one guy left. Okay, perfect opportunity to test this shit out. Let's see. Owie. Bueno, glorb. Glorb. I hate the layout of these places. I don't know where the fuck to go. Nice.
Pain
Beautiful.
without
Oh, that's the
love.
weapon I covered in the previous video. Use
Pain.
the Ash of War.
Can't get enough.
Can you heal up? Yeah.
Pain.
Just like that. Owie, que rico. Jeje.
I'll
Bomba.
stop.
Hello, Dark Saiyan. Lamau. That's so insane. I don't think they're gonna see it coming. Oh, fuck me.
No.
Well, Ways of Darkness saves the day yet again. Can I use my weapon now? You kinda need FP for that. Okay, one.
There's only one person I put out for an Elden Ring.
Oh, que rico. Insane. That's how long they last without their butt buddy. Elden Ring players. Fully. I see the guy in there.
America's husband.
I'm not an idiot.
I'm gonna ruin
But
her
let's
fucking
pretend
life.
I don't see him. Hola. Ay. That was very bad. Hermoso. What's wrong? Not as brave anymore? Ay, qué rico. Come
they
on, you
be
got a
brave?
free hit. So, what were we? No. Strafing is not possible, I see. Uh-huh. I see. Mashing the rolling attack. I understand. Oh, we got another seppuku enjoyer.
This
Insane.
is so broken.
Look at the way he mashes. So funny.
I mean her.
Such an Elden gamer. Oh, Rivers of Blood.
And the people.
So strong.
Just people.
Qué rico.
People
Oh,
are broken.
he actually landed that. Oh, I see. Do it.
Respectfully. Broken.
Very nice Ash of War. Very funny. Very poggers. Bueno. Open arena. This is gonna be very fucking fun. And he has a fingerprint shield. Hola. Bye-bye. Let's go. Come on, move. Ah, bolas. Where's the big guy? Oh, there he is. Hola. Abajo. Story of fucking dankers. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, die.
Sorry, I like a good dismount.
Any more spells you have for me? Okay.
It's fucking
Okay,
beautiful.
yes, let's smash. Against the weapon that did half your HP in one hit. Bueno. Oh, bro is riding his demons. Okay, so, you're level 23. We should not fight. But I'm gonna fight you. How is that? Insane attack.
See, that's respectful.
More insane.
I like people.
Owie. I do not recommend that.
You want to finish writing and play Elden?
Oli, PvP enthusiast.
You'll notice I renamed the stream today, so I could give myself more of an excuse to play other games.
Amazing.
Because I'm an asshole, and I don't give a fuck.
Bueno.
I clearly give a fuck. I prepared, which is rare.
That's a katana. I see.
Bananas, bro.
Oh, it's not a katana. It's a thrusting sword. That was short-lived. You better let me... Thank you. That's a nice whip. Okay, this one is gonna break poise, so gotta keep that in mind. There we go. So next one, warm. Boom. Qué rico. El Solomon. So...
That sentence makes about as much sense
Nope.
as me waking up in the morning
Bueno. You
and
have to
saying,
be
let's not watch
non-serious.
Catfish.
He tried to bomba me. No, you. Bomba.
No, you.
Well,
Can we
he's
get more
dead. No,
DLC?
that's out of the question. What are you? 8.
Yo, FromSoft, can we get more DLC?
Very cool. Very poggers.
I still have to finish this DLC.
Oh, that was so smart on his part. You're a smart boy, aren't you? Oh, another seppuku guy.
I've barely
Seppuku
been paying
enjoyer,
attention
bomba.
to it.
Another
I mean,
one.
I paid attention to
Bomba.
the story.
That was seppuku? Oh, I see.
It earned
He's
it.
into the jump attacks. You know what we're gonna do against this guy? Good night. Try to not mash the next time. Ishi Stone. And he's alone. He's fighting something. Oh, you're not running away? You're gonna disconnect? Oh, no, you're not. Oh, okay. That's so much better than fighting, though. Tócame las bolas. Alto nombre. Oli.
Just fight people. Like, what? What's wrong with
that
you?
was one of them.
You can turn off invasions.
Oh, qué rico.
It's like literally the first setting. You fucking
Oh,
pansy.
delicioso. Did you see that spacing? Oh my god,
No.
I have a black eye. Hola. Is that a fucking mimic here? Hermoso. Oh. You're kind of a blasphemous Billy, aren't you? Beautiful. I like that you're nice and honorable. Oli, chicken leg. Oh my goodness. We're gonna take a hit, but it's fine. We're not dead. Now the question is... Oh, we got a flask. Amazing.
I got it.
That's so fun to deal with. Okay. Opportunity, maybe? Wrong flask.
I
Big
took
boy.
my Adderall on time today. So maybe the ADHD won't kill us. It's
Wonder
kind
why
of
you
back and
took
forth
that
on
out for.
that.
Story of Yankers. Insane. Ah! Gimme! Nice. Me and you now.
What a
Uy,
good
qué
shield.
hermoso.
What a good passive regen shield.
Well, nice try. GG's. The power of love triumphs over whatever the fuck that was. Aspen, culo lapicera. Okay. Insane.
Aspen up in the sky, ready to get
Oh, roll
fucked.
mage. Come on. Come on, roll. 1, 2. Nice. Nice spell. Oh, qué rico. Insane. Ichigo
I can't
Kurosaki.
find
I like
my
invading
little
whips.
thingy.
I always do
I
that
found
before
it.
applying the... It's
It was between your legs.
not hard. See? Ghost of Sparta. Bro, I can see you right there. Bomba.
Poor thing.
Ah. Amazing. GG's. Very
I
fun
just
fight.
skipped from
Oli.
screaming to screaming.
Bomba. Hola. Please don't yell at my face. Bueno. Bueno, and kids, that's what happens when you mash. Please don't mash. Don't be like that guy. Be smart. Don't be a goober.
My brain's broken. Alright, so is Bookie really faking cancer again? Like, I'm sure that's fine, right? I'm sure no one's upsetty spaghetti. I'm sure no one finds their spaghettis upsets. Yeah, totally. 100%, bro.
Holy God, what are you showing me? His head. Come on.
Live, so I'm not skipping dinner. It has to be now. I can't rest now. I can't rest now. If my option, I clearly can't. I'm in the middle of a break.
Oh. So when's Mizkif gonna start being on LolCow Live? Because that's what he's reduced himself to. Like, he wouldn't be the first person that's violent against spouses that finds himself on LolCow Live. So, do you think Boogie's gonna, like, have to, like, share a chair with Mizkif at some point? As they both just sit on LolCow Live and Keem just berates the living shit out of them for being fucking shit stains?
Okay, wait, so you did 10 5-hour energy drinks, so you're probably gonna die tonight, idiot. We've told you a million times not to take those energy drinks.
And I told you it's the only way I can get through life, so if you want to stream today, I gotta take as many as I can.
Sure. Okay. No, I don't want to stream that day. I want to stream this day. I assume this is in the past. I don't fucking know. It's 6 days ago. I probably streamed that day. I have no fucking clue.
You go to sleep.
No, you told me I had to go live at some point today, and I told you I wasn't skipping dinner, so it has to be now.
I wanted you to
say it.
Well, you can skip dinner. You don't need to eat food. Look at me through high school. I never ate food at all. I'm still alive. Just a little bit detrimented, deflated, and sad. But, you know, fuck it. Who the fuck gives a fuck? Just let your dad drink too much and don't eat food. Stop being a fucking pussy about it, you fucking cunt. Holy shit.
Again, gas.
Man the fuck up, you little weakling.
Gaslight me again. Gaslight me. I'm dying, and I'm spending the last days of my life doing this miserable shit.
Listen, you need to listen to what
the answer is no. The answer is no. I don't want to. I don't want to, and I won't.
I wanted you to sleep and then go out to dinner and then do the show later. I'm trying to figure this out because we could have went live tonight at 10 p.m.
No, we wouldn't. I'm not going to be home at 10. I'm going to dinner, and then my friends are coming over, and I'm going to spend time with them. I get one goddamn day a week to myself. One goddamn day, and I'm not. No!
As an old autistic woman who oftentimes does have meltdowns, I've never found myself doing it on stream. I usually have a bit more couth and compunction. So I think he should pick his shit up and get his shit together.
The answer's no! 7 o'clock tonight. How fucking many? I got potassium right here.
Buggy, if you don't chill out, I'm leaving. I'm not going to be a part of this.
Good.
You gotta chill out.
It's your option.
Now, what's got you so upset in the first place?
I am sick. I have been for a while. I keep telling in because my blood pressure is either extremely high or extremely low. I need a day off to rest, and I got told no.
If your blood pressure is high, I don't think yelling till your face turns red is really the way you deal with it. Like, maybe I'm just, like, really unapprised of modern medical procedure, but I seem to think, and I could be very fucking wrong, that having a goddamn connection fit till the point where you're ready to lose your shit and piss yourself may not be the way to actually go. I think you need to go with, like, relaxing, taking a breath, maybe not being a goober about it, maybe remembering that everything will be fine, all things end in time, and, yeah, just don't be a pussy. We have something for that. Oh, that's wild, right there. Nice.
Don't be a pussy. God damn it.
I guess a broken clock's right twice a day when he's not busy trying to, like, hook up with children and skip out on his marriage. That's nice. Good to know that a broken clock's right once a day.
Also, like, all women are mentally ill.
Based?
Oh!
No, broken clocks are right twice a day. I got 2 of them right here.
Cry, 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 cry.
Okay, thanks.
I wanted you to rest, and I wanted to.
But I still have to stream. I can't. My friends come over at 7.
Yeah. See, I have the other thing. Sometimes mine's too fucking low for a reason. I mean, for what it's worth, like, whilst running my best, I have, like, you know, my heart rate is occasionally, like, chilling at the 40s when I sleep. So, you know, whatever. 45 to, like, 53-ish. I'm just really fucking chill. I'm remarkably laid back and chill. My shit's just so fucking... And even I have meltdowns here and there, and as an old autistic woman, I have the biggest excuse to have these. This man has no excuse at all. He's just a fucking pussy.
Leave at 1. When was I?
Do you think he'd get a higher blood pressure if he had to, like, look outside and see an old autistic woman calling him a pussy, flicking hair ties at his window, just calling him a pussy all the time? Because I think that would be comedy fucking gold. Just imagine my little shit-eating grin, flicking hair ties at this motherfucker's window, calling him a fucking degenerate wuss who said that girls stop looking attractive at 16. He said that. That's some wild shit. I think for that, I have the right to fuck with him till I get old, decrepit, and can't flick hair ties. Or can't fucking move. One of the two. I'll take either, honestly. You know what I like in a man? Something reasonable.
Locked in for greatness today because it's time to absolutely hammer some Excel spreadsheets.
Like that.
Going to stream. Win. 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, yeah, maybe we could have if we even had the conversation, but you started screaming.
Yes, I did. When you told me I could not have the day off, I started screaming, and I'm going to stop when my heart explodes.
I didn't say
Based.
You couldn't have the day off. I suggested that we go live today. That's
and
all
I told
did.
you no, and then you argued with me, so that means no. That means I have to fucking go live. I told you Rastov was taking the day off, and I needed to take the day off, and you said, well, then we're not going to make our egg. You're not going to make your egg. And I'm like, I don't care. I need to rest. You're like, well, you're not going to, you should do it. You should do it. So I'm doing it. I'm live. I'm live.
You won't let me talk, so go. You do all the talking. Go ahead. You're live.
Go ahead. You're live. You fucking pussy.
Go live till 7, till your friends come. Have fun.
It's called a psychotic break.
I know you have been. That's why I'm going to let you do the talking. You just do the talking. Go ahead.
He's not totally straight. He didn't want to be a telephone pole when he grew up.
I give a fuck about staying alive. Well, I don't. If I'm being honest with you, I don't. I don't want to be here anymore, man. I don't want to be alive anymore. I'm so sick. I'm so tired.
Bro, I should have called it. I knew that was coming. Cause like, when I'm being a fucking emo petulant shit stain, I scream the same. I don't even like life. My life is forfeit. I don't deserve to be here. I do that too. I could have called that 10 years back that he was gonna say that shit. Oh, motherfucker. Cause I've been saying that shit since I was a teenager.
I'm so sick. I'm so tired. I know I'm gonna die anyway. I'm dying already.
Again, I said this when I was a teenager. I thought I was going to croak at like 23. Mind you, my whole back was covered in a weeping wound, and weeping fucking whatever the fuck. It was like bleeding out white, black, and blood cells constantly, and I had fucking constant immune flare-ups. So I was like, I'm not going to make it till 23, you motherfuckers. It's not worth it. Fuck the world. And it turns out I like lived fucking hell. I doubled my age from being a teenager. Look at that. It's pretty dope, huh? Nice. I'm snazzy. Fuck with me.
Ready anyway. Just let me fucking die today, please. Please let me fucking die.
I mean, if you want to scream that into like emergency services, I'm sure they'll come and take you to the hospital where you can get some free grippy socks, bro. Free fucking grippy socks brought to you by the mental health hospital. All you got to do is call them and tell them that line, and they'll come pick you up, put you in a nice fucking place with nice fucking people. Maybe. And they'll give you some grippy socks. Just make sure you're not wearing drawstrings, but that man is shirtless, so all he's got to do is rip the drawstring out of his pantaloons and go right up to the fucking door, knock, knock, knock on it, and fucking ask to be put into a fucking room. Free grippy socks, bro. Free grippy socks. Bro, there's like free grippy socks there. I don't know if you know this, but like, bro, alright. On the side, aside from that, not even involving that, I do have grippy toe socks. I really do have grippy toe socks. Y'all should be hella jealous. My grippy toe socks go so fucking hard, my dude. They're the most comfy fucking thing in the fucking world. If you don't fucking know, then you're a fucking fool. Like, holy fuck, the grippy toe socks go hard. They're so cozy. You don't slide. You don't have to wear fucking like, ugh, they're so good. I still wear slippers most of the time, even with them. But sometimes I like kick them off to the side. My little slipperty whipperty slippers. and I just hit the ground running, grippy toe socks in tow, gripping the ground as I move, curling around those corners, going to get some little blue corn tortilla chips and a little bit of fucking Cholula, and I rush back to the couch, barrel roll into that shit like a fucking couthless, compunctionless shit stain, and I grab the remote, and you know what I do? I watch old Asmon videos.
So I guess switching didn't help at all.
I'll turn you. Well, it's not my fault anymore, is it?
Yeah, it is. You chose to be this way today.
By existing, I want him to stop existing.
The main issue right now is you could be sleeping and resting right now.
I have to stream before 7. I'm not giving up my night for you or anyone.
Well, like, is it?
It came from my doctor telling me I'm dying. That's where it came from. But then and I've been lying and pretending this whole fucking time, man. I've been lying and pretending this whole fucking time.
Okay. I know you've been sick. You've been passing out
2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, when I was at Mike's.
Now remember, like and sub for Keemstar.
I started passing out. Mike watched me pass out in front of him so he can confirm this isn't a bit, this isn't a lie, this isn't a boogie story. This is the fucking truth. It has to do with the disease.
Yeah, go find the original uploader on this one. Like, he's wrangling lol cows, bro. I can't even deal with one Ian foot. Like, they're there? Okay, cool. It made sense to me. Clean myself up, take care of my body, take pride in my appearance, get a high paying job. Get high. Don't forget your towel. Motherfucker. Get a high paying job. Don't forget your towel. That gives me freedom to work to work from wherever I want and set my own schedule. Find a woman I want to marry. We're counting our low calories tonight.
Don't have, which is exciting, right? I don't have that disease, except it's killing me. The disease I don't have is killing me. The disease I fake, the disease I lied.
So he's lying about lying? He's telling the truth about lying, about telling the truth about lying? Or is he lying about telling the truth about lying about telling the truth?
About is killing me, and it's getting worse. And
he does go online and say that he's being a narcissistic person in the past. I would never accuse someone of having this trauma disorder without them professing it. He says this, but I think he's a self-diagnosed person because he's at least shown to do that before and agreed to that before. So not in this regard, not with him being an NPD person, but he said it in other things. So I'm gonna be honest, I should, like, a lot of times people say, and I'll say, don't trust liars and don't trust cheaters. I'm not going to trust self-diagnosed people.
My heart's starting to give out, I guess. I don't know. We haven't gotten me to the cardiologist yet because I keep putting it off.
Okay.
You're a fucking pussy and a weakling and you suck then.
Okay, well, step one is you need to stop putting that off. And I know you don't have time, but you need to find time.
Dude, when? I'm not allowed a day off, man. I should have done it instead of going on vacation, but I wanted to create some memories with my wife before I fucking die on her.
You need to take care of yourself.
I mean, if you didn't only live in a sea of debt, you'd be taking care of her either way. You fucking pussy.
Though, and that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to make you free.
That's what I wanted to do today.
I get that.
Forget it. I'm not raising my hand.
Why are you talking? Shut the fuck up.
Didn't you say that was a
bring up multiple different options?
I love that Keem just drops back in here like a champion. They needed him. This man is twisted.
To see if we can work out
the only
something
option that would have worked was no stream today. I wanted the day off. That's the only option.
Oh my God, this is just not my fault, Boogie. It's not my fault. None of this is my fault.
I told you what I wanted. You told me no, so we're doing what you want instead. I would rather have rested, spent the night with my friends, and come back strong tomorrow. That's what I wanted. That's what I suggested.
Or we could have streamed at 1. If that's what we had to do, I'd
should
fucking
be
do
sleeping at 1 o'clock, dude.
If you're going to sleep during the day, you're going to sleep again after you hang out with your friends?
Do you understand that I'm sick? Do you understand that I literally am dying? Do you understand I need as much rest as I can
You've
get?
been dying for your entire time on YouTube. You tell this to
and
everyone.
It's getting worse,
what else
man.
is new?
It's getting
what
worse.
Else is
Supreme
new?
Leader
It's getting
Brent
worse.
super chatted $20. Boogie has these
Don't
problems.
say that shit, dude. Don't say. How do you think that's gonna make Desi feel? How do you
I know
think
how
that
it makes her feel. I know how it makes her feel. I know how it makes her feel. But what I want prioritizes it. What I want prioritizes it. I need to, dude. I'm so sick of being sick. I'm so sick of being sick. I'm so sick of being sick. I'm so sick of pretending I don't have a disease.
I'm so sick of him being a whiny fucking petulant bitch and needing to shut the fuck up, but he keeps fucking talking and I'll keep fucking clicking on it. So, skill issue from me, bruh. If I didn't want to deal with it, I didn't have to. I chose to be here. I chose this life. This is my own doing. I wouldn't be here if I weren't a fucking loser who chose to click on this.
That I fucking have. I'm so sick of that. I'm so sick of that. I sure you can.
You're right, Angela. I don't deserve this shit. You know, like, look, this is my only point, right? There has been times where me and Boogie have worked every day of the week. We have a new cast and numbers are down and everyone knows it. I just thought, why don't we take advantage of the fucking weekends and catch up on some ground? And
I did like the band The Weeknd a little bit. I had fun with them. How do I get more fireballs?
We're doing it. We're doing it.
And I got met with this. You slamming energy drinks trying to, I don't know, make your heart. Would you like a month off? You want to just take a month off?
No, I wanted a day! How the fuck do I get a month if I can't have a day? I wanted today!
Then, Boogie, just take the whole month off. I'll recast
I don't want to.
live.
I wanted a day. Why is the options a day or a month? I need a day.
Because you're telling
Dude,
me
if you're gonna
that
pay
this
me, if
job
my
is
mortgage
killing
is getting paid, I'll do whatever the fuck you tell me to do.
You're telling me that this job is killing you, this
No,
hard
I
2
happen
hours
to
a
be
day.
dying anyway. I just wanted a day to make memories
That's not
with my
what
wife.
You said.
And
you
to rest.
accused this job of killing you. That's what you said.
Never did.
Yes, you did.
Not during this stream and not on the phone.
If I don't want to live life like this if I have to be strapped to this computer for 2 hours a day. That's what you said.
Yes, because I don't understand why I can't have a day off. I don't. Okay. I cannot understand that.
Chat, did he say this? Did he accuse this job of killing him or not?
No.
Milk
I
is
said-
not
Yes, he
super chatted.
He just wants to focus on music. Scooter, what do you think?
I think the YouTuber boxing matches are getting overplayed at this point. Everybody wants to box everybody. It's fun, but it's getting overplayed, so, you know, that's fine.
I agree with you. That is played out. That's why I stopped focusing on Happy Punch and focused on Lolcow Universe. Boogie, you boxed before. Has the AI ever told you to not exist?
It doesn't have to. Trust me. It doesn't need to.
So that's not no.
It hasn't happened yet, but I wouldn't disagree with it.
I think if you wait for the AI girlfriends they're going to release later this year, maybe they'll help you out with that one.
Did the AI tell you that 5-hour energies would help you right now with this heart problem?
5-hour energy?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
I think the part he's not refuting talking to the AI about his health is like absolutely gross. Where's my little skellies? Oh, there you are, babies. Hi. I missed you. What you been up to? You look all cute. Looking like a snack. Little skeletons. Little snacky bitches.
Wait, chat GPT?
I knew
Just
that's
snatch
exactly
me
what
up
he
one
was
of them
doing.
skeletons,
He's finally
bro.
calmed down now. What does it tell you to do? Throw up, right?
Go to the emergency room.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, that's actually
Even
what
it's
it
smarter
tells
than
you.
this
Oh, God.
fucking asshole's fucking own fucking choices in life.
Well,
How are you feeling, Boogie? Like other than your chest feeling like it's about to explode?
Boogie, if you want to go to the emergency room, you probably should go.
I don't want to.
You
Yeah, I
definitely
don't want
should
to.
go. Not probably. You need to.
You either need to throw up or you need to go to the hospital.
Bro, go to the hospital and get your stomach pumped. Honestly, just go. Like literally go now.
Thank you, Keem.
I
Killer
didn't realize. I mean,
Not
I knew
killing
this would
today.
be bad, but I didn't realize it would be this bad. Like what I'm reading looks like it's like horrible.
Yeah. Yep.
So go to the hospital.
You fucking
Don't
prick.
fucking do this.
That's the opposite of why I did it. Do you understand that? Please, God.
So?
Please, if there's a merciful God,
Just
please.
go.
If there's, I don't want to. Please, please don't make me. Please don't fucking make me. Please.
Boogie, listen to me. Listen to me. If you go to the
right
hospital
now. What I want should matter, And what I want is to be gone, and everybody
No,
will be
it
better off
doesn't,
without me.
'cause you
Desi can
want
start a new
fucking
life.
ignorant
You
shit.
guys can get a new host.
You fucking
I don't have
pussy.
to fucking be here. Everybody wins. The audience fucking hates me. You guys fucking hate me. I hate me. Everyone.
Boogie. Boogie down, brother.
Don't want to be
Buggy.
here. And
I'm not sorry.
Let me tell you
planned on
something.
bringing you back.
Still here.
Let me tell you something.
I planned on you being. Shut the fuck up, dude. Booster, chill. I'm talking. I planned on bringing you back.
I don't want to be back, man. I want to just, man. Can I have a day off? Could I have a day off? Can I have tomorrow off?
I was
if I go to the
giving
emergency
you
room,
the day
if I
off.
go to the emergency room, can I have tomorrow off, please? If I go to the emergency room, if I agree to go to the
Deal.
emergency room, can I have
Deal.
tomorrow off?
Deal. Go.
Is he sewer slide baiting again? Is he trying to see the scaleless bait? I'm curious here. I'm not accusing him of it. I'm just questioning life in the universe and everything around it. I think he's sees the scaleless baiting. Y'all, we don't call it sewer sliding unless someone wants to. I prefer to call it Seath the scalelessing. Seath the scaleless baiting is not cool, bro. Seath the scaleless in Dark Souls, like, if you just let him, he'll destroy himself. He'll, fucking up and rock himself for you. He'll auto-tune his existence out of the world. All you gotta do is let him fucking blow up his own crystal. And I'm not accusing Seath the Scaleless of doing meth, though it would probably do him better than seeking immortality, given the means of which he tries. That's not insensitive to Seath. Dragons aren't real. Aside from Dragon, his nuts all up and down your face.
Go.
That's real. He does do that.
God damn.
Well, he got his way.
Let's go to the fucking emergency room.
I just got 5-hour energy bullied into giving him a day off.
Remo super chatted $10. Can we extend 15 minutes for every 5-hour Boogie took?
Boogie!
He's alive.
Boogie,
He's
Oogie,
alive.
rocking everywhere.
Go full screen.
Yep.
Buggy, talk to us. You're
well,
muted.
They're waiting to see about it.
Nope, you're not muted. You're good. Go ahead.
Blood pressure's high, heart rate's decent. Waiting to see what happens. They did an EKG to look at my heart. Waiting to see if it has what effect it has on me.
Did they give you something to slow down your body?
What?
No, they said charcoal. I haven't seen the doctor yet. They said charcoal would not affect it. They might end up giving me something, but I haven't seen the doctor yet. I've just seen the nurses.
Did they ask you why you did what you did?
Yeah, and I told them I had a PTSD episode.
Cool. Well, look, this way, if the worst happens, right, you're in the right spot.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm glad you're
That's what
hopefully
my thought
okay,
process.
Boogie.
Yeah, me too, man. No, sincerity.
He doesn't care what you think, okay?
I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck
please
what he
kick him.
thinks. I sincerely am glad he's okay.
Please kick him. Please kick him. Please kick him.
I'll do it just for you. I'll do it just for you.
Boogie, how would you describe the feeling you have right now? Would you say you're alert?
Depressed, sad. I hate psychosis. I hate nobody. You guys won't even believe, and it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna say it anyway. It's so
No,
frustrating.
I believe.
To have
I know
to
people
deal.
that go through this. They just, thankfully put up less bullshit about going to the fucking doctor. Thankfully. If any of my homies gave me such bullshit about going to the motherfucking doctor, not saying I would, summarily beat the piss out of them, because I wouldn't do such a thing, because I am a couthful bitch. I would, on the other hand, probably be a dickhead. Most definitely awaken the dickhead in me.
With the ramifications and effects that the psychotic mind has when you have a break like that. It's so, here I am. I've spent $1,200 today to be here. I'm wasting my day here. They're probably going to check me in, so I'm probably wasting my night here as well.
Good job.
And it wasn't logical. I wish I didn't obviously do it. But I am very alert. Yeah, he is the most alert I felt in probably 6 to 8 weeks.
Can we stop calling it 5-hour energies and just call it what it was, a 50-hour energy?
Yeah, I got about a week worth of energy going right now. Heart.
Well,
I seem to think it's my dying heart.
I don't actually bet on that. I think he's got like a good 4 hours worth of energy. The caffeine rush is going to crash him, and then he's just going to be sitting there like, oh, what's this crash thingy? Ooh. Ooh. Crashing out. Having a little crashity wash. More birthday bash, more like birthday crash, brother. 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 Anyways.
All the experts believe it's the heart that's dying, that's causing it. So it's probably the dying heart. I know it's also fun to pretend that I don't have polycythemia vera. I know it's so fun, so much fun.
Yeah, it
pretend
really
that.
is.
But my blood is thick as fucking syrup, man. And that's making it hard on the heart.
Cock!
Didn't you just announce that you don't have it? Like publicly? Like you got cleared by your doctor? I'm so fucking confused.
Me too.
Yeah, I did. I just go with the fucking lie. Why not? It's fun.
What do you mean go with the lie? You made an announcement. Like, what was it, 2 weeks ago? You're like, hey, I got good news. I heard from my doctor that I don't have this.
So what I actually found out was that my polycythemia numbers are right at the very tip top of all the management we've been doing has been working. So my polycythemia numbers are right at the very tip top of dangerous.
No, they're at the tip top of normal. They're at the tip top of normal. You're saying it ass backwards.
Yeah, well, it's just above where it's supposed to be, so.
Supposed to be for what? Not having it or having it? Y'all know I just don't like being lied to. Y'all know me. Y'all know this. Y'all know I'm just an angry old autistic woman that just doesn't like being lied to and gets immediately ready to throw things the moment someone deceives me. Deceiver. Bewilderer of the truth and deceiver. You liar. Well, deceiver, my dude. Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god, I know there was like a bonfire right by me and I'm dumb, but like, I feel supremely dumb right now. Holy fuck tits.
Yeah, because I remember you saying you still had the polycythemia, but the Vera seems to have disappeared.
Yeah, I said that because why not? I'm tired of telling you guys the truth and just tired of it, man. So fuck it. Y'all want to believe what you want to believe. I don't care. I don't care.
You told us the truth twice.
tired.
You
It's
just
so
told us
fucking
again. It's the truth, right? You don't have the Vera.
The two things.
I ain't got the Vera, bruh. That does sound like a nice change to it, though. Bro, I ain't got the Vera, my brother. That just sounds like the thing you tell someone about an STI. Yeah. Why does everything sound like an STI, if you ask me? Like, not everything is an STI, but most things sound like you're articulating an STI. There it is. Bruh.
These are effectively the same, right? For symptom-wise?
No, they're very different things.
Welcome to Dun. How's Dun feel?
Oh,
you shouldn't roll in poison. Yeah. It makes it worse in this
Very
game.
different things. But fuck
just
it,
makes you
I'll
look
tell you
cool.
guys whatever you want to fucking hear. You want to tell me? You want to hear I'm a vampire? I'll tell you I drink blood for a living. I don't give a fuck.
Just listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Earn enough money to pay my fucking mortgage, to pay my goddamn medical bills. All them. Do I have any savings? No, it goes to the goddamn doctors at this point. I'm working for them. I'm not working for me. I'm not working for Desi. I'm working for the fucking hospital at this fucking point.
I mean, at this point, you should probably just start pulling money out in cash and doing some dodgy shit. But I'm just kidding. Don't do dodgy shit. That would be fucked up, bro. I want their fucking dress.
Sick of it, man. $700 worth of Insurance a month, doctor bills, co-pays, medications. I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Just don't want to do it. Just don't want to.
I said dress. I want their wrap. Holy fuck.
Fucking do it.
No, I want my dress, but I showered since, so I don't want it because it's now not clean because it's been worn, and I want my other dress. There's logic here.
And if I can't be free of that, I just want to be free. Life is dead. You may as well put a bullet inside my head. I don't know what the fuck to do without.
In the last few years, fitness.
Okay, back to it. When did I like undo this and I started getting like contamination? I have a reprieve tabs group.
I'll give you 1,000
that is
pounds
done
right
lovingly
now
for you, and then I have me diving back in.
Tell me the U.S.
I'm diving back in. We got this shit. All right, back in. I'll number these later. Maybe.
Citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. You said that twice. Yeah, the U.S. citizen that was deported under Donald Trump. Can anyone tell me 1,000 pounds? I'll give it to you right now. Yeah, name? Wrong, not a U.S. citizen. Citizen El Salvador. Anyone else? U.S. citizen deported under Trump. Nope, that was a lie. You should know better than that. You go to Oxford. So that is a correction. Number two, can you tell me when it comes to Charlottesville, something that you said when Donald Trump said that there were people on both sides? He was actually talking about the statue debate, not what you said. So that's a hoax. That's line number two. Oh, yeah, you said that somebody over here said something about Pete Hegseth being nothing more than a TV host. You should also mention that he was a service member of the military. Nope. Sorry, I'm going to talk uninterruptedly. Thank you. Service member and was a decorated war hero. Funny you didn't mention that. Finally, the Donald Duck, really, like, what was that all about? What is this jar? I have no idea what you're talking about in the back of the room. It's like, it's completely lost on me. So I don't know what that's all about. Also, on the come across the Canadian border on the terrorist watch list. You did not mention that. And finally, Professor, you never heard of it in South Africa. Interesting. You never heard of that. The fact that a major political party in South Africa says, quote, kill the Boers, kill the Boers.
I mean, there's a lot of abhorrent things happening presently in Africa at the moment. Anyways.
I would expect more of somebody who wrote a dissertation and teaches here at Oxford to say that you would not know about the attempted slaughter and genocide of white South Africans. I never went to university. I take that as a great compliment. So therefore, everyone who went to university should be able to run circles around me. You'll be the judge, but I'll do my best.
I don't like your t-shirt. I'm an immigrant. I don't understand why you would want to deport some of my friends and family who have been working hard in this country.
What's your name, sorry?
I'm Claudio, sir.
Yeah, Claudio. And this is just a thought exercise, but it's very revealing. You are king, and you find out that there are 30 million uninvited people in your country. What do you do with them?
I try to find the most humane way of sending them back to our country, but first of all, I want to say...
That's what we're doing!
Wait,
that's what we're doing! So what country did you emigrate from?
Are you gonna, like, discriminate against me?
No, I'm gonna do the opposite, actually.
I'm Mexican.
But you came here legally, correct?
I did.
You followed the rules. The people that you know didn't follow the rules.
True.
So I divide America not into Hispanic and white, into rule follower and rule breaker.
Yeah.
And so when someone...
I mean, I be dividing people up into, like, law-abiding and non-law-abiding sometimes. That is a thing I do sometimes. Mostly when we're regarding the people doing lawful assembly versus otherwise.
Breaks our rules.
Dead.
There must be justice done. And the most humane way is you go back to your country of origin.
Some of my boys, like, they're being, like, persecuted, like, back home, them and their families, like, they're, like, in, like, drug-related, like, wars and violence, and the only way out is if they escape and they break the American law, but that's the only way they're going to survive.
If that is correct, we have a special asylum status that they could seek legally at a port of entry, that they could go through a whole process.
Yeah, but if they're being persecuted, wouldn't it be justified to cut the line?
No. If we all of a sudden say that if you have a lot of gang violence and issues, I mean, like, we have a lot of gang violence and issues. Like, what are we talking about here?
True.
You have to draw the line. If your plane is going down, what do they tell you to do first? You put your mask on first. It's the same way as a country. We need to put our own oxygen mask on first, and then we can worry about helping other people.
I just wanted to know, where are you from?
Texas.
From America, right?
Yeah.
I just want to know, when was America great for us black people?
Right now.
Oh,
Tell you it's great right now.
Really?
Yeah.
It ain't great for you?
No, not at all.
How?
I mean, I'm living life.
Looking good. You got clothes on. Look well fed.
But that doesn't mean
Got
it's
nice,
great.
beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you.
Got your eyeliner on. You looking good. What kind of bag is that? That's a nice little bag there. You look good. America look good for you. If you were eating out of trash can, I'll tell you something different. America's a great place. I don't understand how we are not acknowledging that. It's great. Look at all these different people out here. Men, women, black, white. You will never see this much diversity anywhere else. It's the greatest place on earth. Everybody can be here and enjoy one another, disagree with each other. We have the freedom of speech, freedom to keep and bear arms. We don't have to worry about the government interfering in our lives for the most part. It's the greatest country ever. And if we don't start acknowledging that, we're gonna screw up something good.
Did I get like play nexted into something?
He said, would you
I don't
still
know.
be a white
Hold on.
supremacist if you were in a more diverse work field?
Do you think I'm a white supremacist?
I have no idea if you're a white supremacist. My dad has watched a lot of you. He said, if you weren't out here preaching hate and working on your three-pointers, do you think you would probably be better at that?
You should be ashamed of your father.
I'm definitely not. My father's an amazing man.
Yeah,
He cares about American citizens.
Your father
and all of their
peddles
rights.
lies. I'm not a white supremacist. Honestly, shame on him. For someone that runs an organization called Blexit, do you even know what Blexit is?
I do not.
It's literally, we employ 40 black Americans that work in Atlanta, Chicago, and Philadelphia, trying to improve the well-being of inner-city black America. What has your father ever done for inner-city black America other than call me a white supremacist? And by the way, secondly, it's just so ridiculous. It's like it's
black
somehow
people for your companies or whatever you do does not make you a white supremacist.
What is a white supremacist?
A white supremacist is somebody who takes advantage and believes that they are higher than everybody else.
Do I believe that?
I have no idea.
Okay, exactly. And so there's no evidence whatsoever, and yet people go around sloppily saying, you're a racist, you're a white supremacist. It is so destructive to our dialogue. It's destructive to us coming together as a country, and there's nothing to support it whatsoever. So thank you for your time, and shame on your father for peddling that crap. Just because someone gets rich doesn't mean someone gets poor.
Yes, it does.
Explain that to me. When you bought your hat, who got poor?
So it's day 3 of this, right? My understanding is and I've said this since day number 0, there seems to be a lot of misinformation around the man that allows people to inspire hate. I think it's lazy. I think it's kind of sad. That's all. If I have combustion on my bar, I can scream stuff like, I'm a bust! And I get a lot of joy from that. So I'm gonna have, like, not combustion because I clicked too quickly. Now I'm gonna put it on there. So I can scream, I'm a bust! More.
The people who made the hat.
They voluntarily contributed their labor and they got paid for it.
There's workers in other countries who are enslaved to make things that I'm wearing right now.
Then
and
why
that
would you buy
everyone's
it?
wearing. Because there's no other options in our capitalist country.
That's totally and factually incorrect. Make your own clothes.
Yeah, I was about to pop off and say it, but I was slow to the pause button. Damn it. What a loser. I suck. What an illusory wall-ass bitch.
There aren't very many options for that.
So what you're trying to say is you outsource your goods and services in a capital voluntary because you don't want to spend the time to go make your own clothes. You would want to live in a communal society essentially, right? So why don't you go live like the Amish right now and go do it because they live in a communal society?
That's not the point.
My question is, what is your Starbucks order? You've been carrying a Starbucks cup around.
Do you view democracy as an American value, something that...
Did we already do this one? Yeah, we already did this one. Okay, cool.
I run a club, you know.
Did not do this.
Your little pin there says abortion pills by mail. Tell me more about that.
Oh no, I don't care to talk about that. I care to talk about the ship of Theseus, matey. Which one is the ship of Theseus? That is my real question.
So you've made your point.
Well, like what point? Like I'm asking you a question.
I'm not tracking it, but to explain to me though, like, so you go to college campuses and just do this entire thing?
No, I go here. I go here.
Oh, you go here.
I'm a student.
Oh.
So yeah, like ship of Theseus. Or what if I put it to you in a different way? So let's say a pirate captain, you know, like he gets all of his limbs blown off and they get replaced with peg legs. You know, like over time you have a whole new pirate, right? So hypothetically, like you put the original parts of the pirate back together, which is the captain of the ship?
We're not going to waste any more time on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, matey. Hold on.
Thank you. Nice flag.
Thank you.
Water bottle now? Yeah. So, I have two questions. My first one is if Jesus fed people for free, taught people for free, and healed people for free, why don't we do the same?
Churches should.
Churches should? Okay. But why can't we do that on a more systemic level through government programs? Hey, maybe private
You shouldn't force the government to do it.
private companies with all of their record profits. Why hasn't Elon put up some of his...
Also, it's not the law of the land presently. Also, to be fair, you are to follow the law of the land, given their doctrine. And lastly, since it appears that that is far from the current desire of the people, I don't believe it will be the law of the land, so you can alternatively use grant-funded programs and then push for more grant-funded programs to succeed by directly investing into them.
Own private money to help end homelessness.
Because homelessness is not a money problem.
Homelessness? Tell that to homeless people. Then.
I have. I say, you know what? Almost every single one of them has either mental problems or drug disorders. It is not a matter of lack of capital. It's that they should either be in an asylum or they're doing hard drugs and they don't want to stop. We have homelessness.
Asylums that Ronald Reagan defunded? The asylums that Ronald Reagan
Yes, if we want to talk about bringing back asylums, I'm all for that.
They used to sterilize and lobotomize ASD people up until 1983. Please don't do that.
Entire political party I would put in an asylum.
Okay, then we... All right. My second question is about Mahmoud Khalil. He was a legal immigrant with a green card, with a wife and a baby on the way, exercising his free speech rights. So my question is, if legal immigrants aren't safe, then who is?
American citizens.
But he is a green card holder here legally.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
Yes. He's not a U.S. citizen.
How does it not matter?
Read the Immigration Naturalization Act. What Mahmoud Khalil did was he went and protested, celebrating the death of Jewish babies, celebrating Hamas in Gaza, and under the Immigration Naturalization Act, it says very clear the Secretary of State can deem somebody who has a green card or a temporary visa holder as a threat to the United States of America and against our geopolitical interests, of which Mahmoud Khalil did and is, and he can go make Turkey great again and go back to his country of origin.
He's from Palestine, not Turkey.
Well, he jumped around the Middle East a lot.
So northeastern Egypt then. I mean, they did, like, bequeath Palestine unto Israel, so... What? Why can't I click? I don't want that many.
A lot. But the point being, do you believe that being here in America here is a right or a privilege?
It's a right and a privilege.
You have a right to be here?
Yes, I believe anybody has a right to movement to wherever they want.
So you would get rid of all borders?
Yes.
So when you land from an international flight at JFK Airport, no passport checks?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you for so bluntly telling us your view.
I'm a dirty commie, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you
actually,
not shower?
yeah,
Are you really dirty?
that would be my third question. What is your definition of socialism?
Well, in the theoretical, the abstract, or the practical?
Take your pick.
So socialism, as written by Marx, is when the workers own the means of production.
Exactly.
In the actual practical, it's when a small group of very powerful, pernicious people are able to control the rest of the population under the guise of helping the many, when in reality it helps the few, and you get dictatorship, murder, and slaughter, and the revolution never actually comes.
Okay.
It ends in 100 million people dead over the last 100 years.
What about American companies that function as worker cooperatives, which are effectively socialism in practice?
Social programs can exist in capitalism. Again, grant-funded healthcare programs. Like, people have money that they earn under capitalism, right? And what do they do with this money? They apply it towards the social welfare and well-being of others, whom aren't them. How come? Because we can't just expect tax law to follow our every given edict. So, instead and alternatively, what we do is we put our time, our money, and our efforts into helping, uplifting others. Social programs that are beneficial for others can and do exist under capitalism. TLDR. That was a little scary.
That is partially some of the tenets of Marx. Of course it is. Like Publix grocery stores in Florida.
Okay, so you're in favor of worker cooperatives then?
Yeah, if it's done voluntarily, that's the key.
Yeah, exactly.
Voluntarily.
I would agree.
For example, in a
Yeah, again, grant funded healthcare. It's done voluntarily. You choose to. You aren't pushed into opting in, but folks with the resources who wish for it to go there get to go there. And that's pretty dope. Also, Bob's Red Mill grows all their, uses US grown wheat products. They also are a co-op. When grain prices, and oat prices especially increased, as a thing that happened very close to the Russo-Ukrainian war, we'd seen a lot of surge in oat prices in the States. You know who didn't have an oat price displacement? Bob's Red Mill. Bob's Red Mill did not go through that. Bob's Red Mill kept stable oat prices. I need to go spend these on something really fast. I forgot.
If you go to a church and everyone says we're going to go share this meal, that's a voluntary cooperation. But socialism is not hinged on voluntarism. It's using a gun. It's by force you must be part of this. By force you must give us your money. By force you're going to be part of our cooperative. Voluntarism is something we all support. It's when you start to use the heavy hand of the state that we start to object it.
I agree. I'm not here to defend Cuba, China, the USSR, or any of that.
Or Vietnam, or
No.
Laos, or Cambodia, or Rhodesia, or Zimbabwe.
So basically, if we can agree that voluntary worker ownership of the means of production
If they so choose.
Okay.
It can work. It also can fall apart. There's plenty of instances where it does. Because the problem is this, is that the incentive structure sometimes for innovation with voluntary cooperatives is not always very strong or robust. But yes, in a market, you're allowed, for example, I have no problem with the Amish living the way they do in Pennsylvania.
Neither do I.
Yes, however, I do have a problem saying we're going to force you to live like the Amish. That's where we disagree.
No, I agree
Well,
with you.
I'm saying, but where socialism has played out over the last 100 years.
Yes, some people have interpreted socialism
Yes,
that
but
way, yes.
so for you, as a true socialist, you should go get a bunch of your buddies and friends, go out into the countryside and go live as socialists. See how long you last.
Would you be in favor of tax cuts and loopholes to people who want to start a worker cooperative and exist as a worker cooperative in a market?
I mean, I would give tax cuts for all people, but if they want to do that voluntarily in a market economy, knock yourself out.
Okay. So, we've agreed.
I think so. But here's the point. The question, will you, though, as a socialist, go out and live your value system? Will you go and, say, hey, I'm not going to own any stuff. 10 friends of I we're going to grow our own
There's
food.
a difference between personal property and private property when it comes to socialist theory.
Okay, but
personal property is things like your toothbrush, your clothes. I would even go so far as to say your house.
Can I have 2 houses?
It depends.
It depends.
That's a
So if
very
I have a second house, you might just take it away.
That's a very complicated question that I necessarily don't really have an answer for you right now.
If you earned it, you get it. Not complicated. That's our view, right? You get what you earn. And the problem with socialism is that it is against my favorite word in the English language, earn. We believe that you should be able to receive what you earn.
No, I agree with you. As a socialist, I think you should be able to keep what you earn. Marx's critique was
right
of
about
the hyper-wealthy stealing the wages of hard-working people who are trying to earn.
Let me tell you what Marx got right, and then let me tell you where I think he was wrong, because I've actually read and studied Marx. Marx is correct that market forces can alienate people from their humanity. That he was very right about that. Yep. And you walk into your average corporation, sometimes it's the most soulless place you ever walk into. What he was wrong about, though, was the state of human nature. That we believe humanity, we as conservatives and Christians, were generally not so good as human beings. Marx believed humans were really good, and that we're being polluted and contaminated by the societal forces around us. Racism, misogyny, capitalism, all these forces are so we have to strip down all of these external forces, and we'll be able to live as in wonderful harmony in the hills.
I would agree with that.
Okay, and so that's we think that's insane that human beings are naturally good. Secondly, the idea of yeah, we think
Mark's saying that he wasn't saying that people are naturally good once you remove all these things. And the fact that racism, sexism, all these other isms exist is proof of the fact that humans, yes, do have a tendency towards evil, bad behavior.
Well, that's not what Rousseau believed. So Rousseau was the foundational baseline for Marx, right? So
Jean-Jacques Rousseau.
Yeah, Rousseau. So Rousseau was the one who argued that it's human beings that are naturally good, and we don't have a proclivity towards this stuff. And what we will agree is that there is a problem with widespread alienation of human beings and market forces. It's a big problem.
Yeah, and
it's
people are alienated by capitalism.
But not definitionally. Some people find a lot of purpose in their work, though. That's where I disagree with Marx.
Sure.
Is that some companies are able to create robust environments where people are happy and they're connected. It's not a fault of the system. It's a fault of some applications that happen
Implementation.
in the system.
Okay, then we.
Implementation is where a lot of things fall apart, and where I lay a lot of my critique for a great many things. I want many a thing, but implementation oftentimes does let us down. And that's another way to obscure or assess application. So, makes sense. I think they're getting along quite generally. I just don't think I think they're both stuck on their own words. And that's just how it goes at this point. It might mutate soon.
We just disagree on our interpretations of Marx.
So I guess the final question, though, is, you as a socialist, can you point to a single time where this theory worked?
The Zapatistas in Mexico in 1991 when NAFTA went into effect.
How long did that last?
To this very day. It is still a region today.
And they don't own anything?
They collectively own their property.
Okay, I have to look at that example. I mean, I would point to the
Zapatistas. Rojava in Syria is an autonomous zone that has existed autonomously in spite of the Syrian civil war that's been going on. There, and again, I would point to American and other businesses in other countries that function as worker cooperatives. That's socialism at work. Granted, they are in a capitalist.
We would say it's capitalist.
Yeah. They are in a capitalist market.
How do you reconcile the Soviet Union, Chinese Communist Party, Pol Pot? How do you reconcile the failures of socialism the last 100 years?
I just disagree with their interpretation of socialism. I don't think that you should wield authoritarian power in order to force people into socialism.
Here's what we believe, and we'll close on this. Every time it will be tried at scale, a very bad person will assume control under the guise of socialism and become a permanent dictator.
I disagree with the at scale. I would argue that our modern library systems are also examples of socialism.
Wrong.
You literally come.
Someone's in charge.
I can literally walk into Hodge's library over here, check out a book for free, and they trust me to bring it back.
It's not free. Someone paid for that book. It's called the taxpayers, so it's not free. The building has to be built. Someone has to pay for the plumbing and pay for the electricity, pay for the heating. Someone has to pay for the workers. Number two, if there is a disagreement within the library and you steal the book, what happens? You don't check out in the right process. You have an overdue fine, so there's a cost to it. You see, the library is actually a very capitalist system because if you don't rewind the old VHS
there's some
tapes...
librarians who say that overdue fines actually don't even work and they don't even provide really good incentive.
Nevertheless,
for people
they
to bring
still
back their
exist.
books.
But the point, if you would say the library is a hallmark of socialism, the librarian is still in charge. I'm going to get to the next question. Thank you very much. Appreciate for your time. Thank you. Who's up next? Who disagrees? Yep.
We have to go context.
Charlie, how you doing this afternoon? I am proud to be conservative. I'm proud to be an American, and I think we would agree on most things.
I'm proud to be a poison,
But
too.
one thing that I'm here to dispute you on is
Israel?
Trump's
America
executive
seems to be
order to
pretty
overturn
tight.
birthright citizenship.
Oh, okay.
Which you posted on X 2 months ago that the Supreme Court has never reviewed the 14th Amendment regarding birthright citizenship.
Not correctly yet.
Have you heard of Wong versus Kimmark?
Yeah,
or
it's
Wong
a
versus
BS.
America. What about
I'm drawing from a lot of memory on this,
there.
so I'm going to have to plead a little bit of
That's fine.
memory erosion.
I have a shallow understanding. But both of those cases ruled that regardless of national origin, the children of immigrants will become U.S. citizens. It is
not just the children of immigrants. It's not just that.
The exception for diplomats.
The children of visitors become U.S. citizens.
Right, and
so for example, a pregnant woman can leave China who's 8 months pregnant, get a 90-day visitor visa, and then her baby becomes a U.S. citizen.
How is it being implemented now? If you come here illegally, your children are what? What are they?
They become U.S. citizens.
And that's the Supreme Court precedent. So the executive order to overturn it is illegal.
No, it's very much legal. It's challenging the prior Supreme Court decision. But let's go back to my example. You can fly to China and literally just come here as a visitor, show up at a hospital, and they will give you a U.S. passport, and your kid becomes U.S. citizen. You understand we are one of the only countries in the industrialized world that has birthright citizenship.
And I'm proud to be that. We are a country of immigrants. See,
no, we're not. No. We're a country of settlers, not of immigrants.
Okay.
That's a big distinction. Let me tell you the difference. Settlers are people that build a new country that was barren. Immigrants come to a country already built. The people who built this country, they went west to an unconquered, barren country and built a new society. Immigrants helped enrich it. They helped grow it upon that. But the foundation of America were settlers, not immigrants. That is a talking point that is overused.
We have no unifying religion, no unifying race, no unifying national origin. But what we do share is that if you were born on the soil, you have an inherent birthright to the benefits of American citizenship. And when you
that's a huge mistake.
And that's a huge mistake. So you disagree with 200 years of precedent.
Yes.
Have you read what was discussed during the passage of the 14th Amendment?
The founding fathers, first and foremost, never wanted all of a sudden a pregnant woman to be able to get on, they didn't have airplanes back then, go across the ocean, and all of a sudden they become a U.S. citizen.
Those who drafted the 14th Amendment did.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment was in what year?
1866.
Yeah, exactly. Way past the founding era.
So you don't agree with...
You can roll it. I just forgot the time.
No, the 14th Amendment was largely applicable to free slaves.
I understand that was a purpose, but it has also been extended to those who come illegally.
No, you're right. It has been wrongly extended. You know the 14th Amendment?
By the Supreme Court.
Exactly, and they got it wrong. Just like how they got Roe versus Wade wrong, and we got that repealed. The point being is the Supreme Court can get things wrong. The idea, it's very simple. It's that if you think you can just get on a Delta Airlines flight from Paris and all of a sudden your kid becomes a U.S. citizen, that devalues the meaning of what it is to be a citizen.
Should we hold the children who do not choose to come here accountable for their parents' actions? There are some countries that...
Well, if you're already a citizen, you're a citizen. We're not going to revoke what's
already happened. If it becomes overturned, do we want to create second-class citizens who aren't citizen of another country?
Yes, they're citizens of another country. Go back to your own country.
Except if they come from India, they come here and a child is born. That child is not a citizen of India, nor would they be a citizen of here. Then you have
No, they are a citizen of India. That's not true.
They're not.
Yes, they are. The parents are Indian citizens, and that's how it works in India. Is that the citizenship goes to the parents. So that's the point, is that they can go back to their own country and they can go live in India.
So the children...
And for people who are born abroad, children of U.S. service members as well. Gotcha.
Children should be deported as soon as they're
Fall
born.
off.
Yes, with their parents, absolutely.
Loser.
You don't think that we should give them... we shouldn't encourage them to become productive members of American society?
No.
Do you believe in the American dream?
Yes, of course, for American citizens, not for every person around the planet.
I agree. I think we all agree.
Yes, it's not our job to open up our borders to every sad story around the planet.
Exactly, the adults, but the children did not choose to cross the border. They did not choose to come here.
Okay.
They have been placed here.
Exactly, so don't punish them by separating the mom and dad. They can all go back to their country of origin. It's very simple.
But that's not the law. That's not how it's been. Do you think that would be productive for American society?
Hold on. That's the interpretation of the 14th Amendment. We're talking about two different things. We're talking about birthright citizenship, and then we're talking about kids that are crossed when they're already born. The point being is this, and President Trump's executive order is phenomenal. It goes back to this very basic question. What does it mean to be a citizen? And we're throwing around citizenship like Frisbees every day. You're a citizen, you're a citizen, you're a citizen. And it dilutes the meaning of the citizen, of what it means to be a U.S. citizen. We need to bring it back to actually say, hey, you have to earn your citizenship. You are not given your citizenship.
So the children a child doesn't choose to be born between someone who comes here illegally and someone who is already a citizen. That person did not choose that. There's no accountability.
Yes, and there's kids in Namibia that didn't choose to be born in Namibia.
Exactly.
That's not our concern to import them.
That's the great thing about America is that by being here, you offer them the extension for the opportunities.
See, I disagree. I think that I think on the surface it's a great thing about America. I think it's us having generosity being turned into compromising our values used against us. At times, generosity can turn into an overindulgence. You could become too generous, where you are borrowing money that you don't have. We're doing that. Where you're giving citizenship where it dilutes. Yes, we are a generous nation, and our virtues have become our vices.
What does it dilute? What is a child being born here having birthright?
You know what it dilutes?
What does that take away from us?
First of all,
they pay taxes.
First of all, number one, it dilutes a lot.
What does it dilute?
Can I get to it? Dilutes a lot. Number one, it dilutes legal immigrants that are full adults that had to apply to come
And
here.
I agree. So we should stop illegal immigration.
Well,
but
no,
there will
legal.
always be
I said
some.
legal
I
immigration.
agree.
Right. Number two is that I actually want the idea of being a U.S. citizen, that you are here or born here because your parents did something to allow you to be here. Not just that you got on a nonstop flight from Seoul, South Korea, and you happen to fall and your water breaks and you're suddenly a U.S. citizen. It devalues the entire meaning of what it means. Everybody here has a unique story of what your parents did for allow you to live in this country. That's called a social compact. Some of you guys, your parents came here, your ancestors came here in the 1700s. Some of them came here in the early 1900s. But if all of a sudden you can gain entry and cut in line, it dilutes the sacrifices primarily of the greatest generation from World War II that allowed us to live here, and it is an insult to them to say that we can live in a free society. I want to get to the next question. Thank you very much.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. All right, so my name's Gavin. I'm a junior at UT.
Go ahead.
On a scale from like 1 to 10, how would you rate Trump 2.0, his second term, so
10.
far?
10.
10. Absolute 10. All right. So I'm going to try to convince you he's a pretty corrupt president, and that this term has been a disaster so far.
I've probably heard every argument. So
right, sure. So like, I'll try to speed run it, be really quick. So Trump.
Speed run time. Ooh. I like speed runs. Those are
How do you
dope.
feel about that?
Nah.
Yeah. So you have no issue with him pushing a cryptocurrency rug pull that scammed a lot of his supporters, because a lot of the people who benefited from that were like people who were really into the crypto scene who took advantage.
I know a lot
of
of people that made money on it too, so I just kind of meh.
Right. So you don't have any issue with it. It's just whatever happens, right? So that's a big
The dude-
crazy to me. I mean, it's
the dude was shot. Let him sell a coin.
but it's a scam, right? I mean, that's the issue. It's like it's fraud.
I mean, I know a lot of people
Right?
made money on it.
Right. A lot of people lost money too, right?
That's kind of how crypto works. I'm not a gambling person. I don't gamble. I don't do like speculative shit very often. Right? Like, investing for retirement is a compromise that I've had to make. But that's like in isolation. And that is like, to an extent, much better secured. Like, it's not the same securities that your bank account gets. But it's still much better.
Vesting, but yeah, that's trading. So
Yeah, but should the president be promoting that? A trading game?
Well, first of all, he wasn't yet the president when he promoted it. but
He
yes.
was about to be, though, right?
He was
elected.
He was president-elect. Next question.
Right,
Next
okay.
point.
So, how do you feel about? Gosh.
About
give me a
gosh?
second. Hold on.
It's a fun word
Is that
to
all you
scream.
got is the coin? So you asked how's Trump
So like an
2.0.
ad read.
Let me tell you. Let me interject. Here's why I think the Trump administration is going so well. Everybody, during the election, we made the border a major issue, and Joe Biden said there's nothing I can do to close the southern border. 10,000 people a day were coming across the southern border. Now it's 200 people a day, and none of them are coming into the interior of the United States.
Right,
We have a
okay.
border for the first time in all-time record low. Everybody.
And also,
so, did you gather your thoughts?
Cool. So day one, we're ending the Russia-Ukraine war, right? It's over, right? Done?
Well, I mean, we're
ending
working on it.
Day one, right? Day one. It's over.
It does
right,
take time.
but he did say day one, didn't he?
He also said early in his administration, but
And
fair
so
enough.
you don't have any issue with him arguing with Zelensky in the White House in a pretty disgusting manner, right? You don't have any issue with him siding
No,
with
I
Putin,
think he was awesome
right?
in the Oval Office.
But it's a bit gross, don't you think?
Yeah.
And don't you think it's a bit gross to cut Social Security?
He's not cutting Social Security, but honestly, like if there's two,
But
by the way,
Elon Musk is advocating for
but
it, right?
if there is a
His closest
200-year-old
advisor?
person getting Social Security, I want to meet that person.
They're not. They're not. I mean,
No,
you could just do the math.
No,
you could just do the math.
They are
right?
actually, but it's not them. It's
They're in the
somebody who's-
database, but they're not getting the benefits.
It's somebody. Obviously, it's somebody else who's getting it on their behalf. It's a fraudulent
But
Social
has that
Security
been
check.
proven, though? I don't think there's any evidence
No,
of that.
it's proven. It's in the Social Security Administration books.
Well, it's in the database, but there's no proof that they're
No,
getting
the
the
money's
money.
being sent out.
I
So
don't
let me
think-
ask you a
I don't think
question.
that's been proven.
Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
What is one thing you think Trump has done well?
Okay.
Not gotten into a lot of conflict in his first term, and second term not getting poached upon by a bunch of fucking people who try to say they know the best, but then don't actually seem to have best interests at heart. He seems to give them a position, but he doesn't fucking fold to them. And, you know, that was a thing that in about the first couple years of his first administration that happened a decent bit. And it's nice to see him abate that. Then again, I also expected that he likely would get rid of that. So, you know, whatever.
I'm trying to think. I'm putting honest effort in. He did unban TikTok. That was
Okay, we agree.
No, I'm kidding. I actually don't like TikTok.
What a
Let me close with
naysayer.
this. I got a next question.
Okay.
Every person who's intellectually honest should be able to look at a president, whether they like or dislike, and say they've at least done one thing well. I encourage you to be able to do that.
I know, but
Thank you very much.
I don't have any issue with this.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't say he didn't have any issue. You just asked him for something. Never mind. Whatever. New person.
Hey, Charlie. Before I get into my question, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your rhetoric on Jesus today. I'm a practicing Catholic, and that's a really important thing to me, so I think it's awesome you're talking about that and incorporating that into your movement. And even though I'm a practicing Catholic, I'm not going to ask a question about Israel. Don't worry.
It's almost always Catholics, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, let me pull it up real quick.
What is your opinion on Catholics deferring to the poop hole loophole? Shove it in the stink and you can still go see St. Peter. That's what we say. I jest.
So Charlie, earlier this year, while doing your show with Michael Knowles, you
That's what we're
labeled Pope
talking about,
Francis as a
vulnerable.
Marxist. Many Catholics, including myself, not only found your claim to be very disrespectful, but also baseless. As you know, Marxism is a revolutionary ideology. It promotes class warfare, economic collectivism, and atheism. And in contrast, Francis advocates for social unity. He's in favor of a market economy, albeit a regulated one, but his views are like JP2's. And he also advocates for the integration of Catholic social teaching into society. And while he is left-leaning on immigration and climate change, he also opposes abortion, gender ideology, and gay marriage, putting him directly at odds with Marxist political theory. And then additionally, in 2022, he explicitly stated that Catholicism and Marxism are incompatible. Given this, will you recant your claim that Pope Francis is a Marxist? And if you will not, please explain why you still believe that Pope Francis
No, I don't want
is
to
a
spend too much
Marxist.
time on this. Again, it's not me. I mean, Taylor Marshall and many other top Catholics have talked about
Well,
his. You don't.
Well, Taylor Marshall, he's a set of a contest. I don't
even know what that means.
He doesn't
Here's the
believe-
point.
yeah.
I'm not going to go debate the Catholic thing very well. All I know is this: I know that he comes from liberation theology. You agree?
I would say he has been influenced by it, but he's not a liberation theologian. He's only been.
Yeah, so this is where I don't want to spend the whole. I don't think this is a top concern for the audience.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to recant because I don't have to. I'm not a Catholic.
Yeah, I know.
So, and I don't really care if you were offended, right? Because I'm not a Catholic. So,
Yeah,
and I
but-
love Catholics, and I actually defend Catholicism every day, and I, meet with fellow, priests in my area, and I love them. They're actually agreed with me when they, I said the Marxist thing. You will know more about it than I will. I'm just going to point you to other Catholic thinkers that have made that accusation. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I get a hat?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Hello.
Can I have a hat?
Hi, Charlie. Before I voice
I love
my
their outfit.
opinion, I just want to say that you speak so strongly from a point of ethos instead of
Hold on.
pathos.
No, look at their outfit. I fucking love their outfit. They are put together so beautifully. Oh my gosh. I love their outfit. It's fucking bomb. Y'all. Dress like this. Y'all. This is the most fancy anyone should ever dress at my wedding. And it is fucking on point. I might be asking a lot, but damn, is that a cool fit. Oh, it's so well
I
put
can't help but
together.
really admire that.
Clean
I
up
mean,
nice.
You're
Good
such a
job.
strong speaker. So I'm a freshman here at UT studying a brand new major at this school, which is artificial intelligence. And I know you believe heavily in the concept that college is a scam, but my question is, if AI is soon to be $1 trillion industry, doesn't it make sense for an American student like me to spend time in college studying it and later lead in the field?
So, you're probably right. I'm interested. What are you studying the application of AI? How
It's
to
a lot
code
to-
AI? Tell me about it.
It's mostly code, but we're also learning about the ethics of it and like how it can apply to any job. in
I
the
love
industry.
that. So explain to me at the University of Tennessee, what can I press pause? I love the AI discussion because it's going to flush out ethical arguments immediately. It is. It is going to force the greatest question of what is a human being, what is right, what is wrong. So I'm curious at the University of Tennessee, what do they consider to be ethical?
So it's a lot to do with like how that can be implemented in the law as well. So I'm learning like what, especially in the education system. I mean, everyone uses it. So I'm just curious to see like how it can be just.
I think that's a good use of your time. I will say this. I mean,
I'm just curious on your opinion.
I think it is. This is my broader thing on AI. 95% of what all of you guys are studying, AI is going to take your jobs in the next 5 years. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And so when I say college is a scam, all of you guys are going to be out of a job in 10 years. And by the way, you might find new jobs. AI is moving way faster than you realize. The applications are way deeper. They are way more serious. Would you agree? I mean, you're studying
I absolutely agree with you.
And so going to study AI actually is a good use of your time.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
And everybody, you need to press your professors this question. Why am I here if an AI is going to replace me in 5 years? If they can't answer this question, you are wasting your time being here at the University of Tennessee. Your jobs will disappear in 5 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who's up? Yes.
Hi, Charlie. How are you? Good. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna give a little bit of a backstory on myself. I'm Jaden Clark. I'm a student here. Freshman year, I was hate crime 5 times in one night. Okay, 3 of them by Trump supporters.
What happened to you?
Okay, for one of them, I was just walking, and then I see this truck full of 4 white men pass by me, MAGA apparel.
Why does it matter
everything,
what
you
they
know.
are?
And then
Did they say this is MAGA country?
Anyways, they drove past me and they were like, "Can you bend over?"
Okay, so they said the N-word on campus to you.
Did you report them?
Yes.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so what happened to them when you reported them?
I didn't report them.
Oh, really?
Why?
Okay, so maybe it didn't happen.
Okay, anyways.
I don't believe you. I'm being honest, I don't believe you. I think
Okay.
you're making it up.
Okay. Anyways.
I refuse to believe that somebody on this campus would go around and sheepishly call you the N-word. I refuse to believe that. I think you're lying.
Anyways, next instance, they threatened to rape me and then just drove off.
Hold on, so a bunch of Trump guys who are largely white heterosexual males then also threatened to rape you?
Different group of people, but yes.
All in one night?
All in one night, sir.
I think you're making this up.
Okay, that's fine.
But what evidence do you have for this? Do you have like corroborating witnesses? Do you have cameras? Do you have license plate numbers? Because now we're talking about crimes. Threatening to rape you is an intent of a crime. Did you go to the police? You file a police report? You hire an attorney? You sue the school? Did you go to the civil rights office? Do you file a civil rights complaint? Did you do any of that? Because you should.
Okay.
No, did
You really
tell me,
should.
yes or no?
I did not.
You shouldn't
but-
let that go. Like, here's the thing. If you let this kind of thing go, the next person may not have the same opportunity you do to properly take action. Like, I hate to say, trust me, I've been assaulted a lot, but like, you do need to report it appropriately when people do inappropriate shit. It is the best thing you can do for the next person. The weakest thing you can do for the next person is like, you know, sheepishly just let it happen and not hold them to account. It puts everyone at a worse place. It fucks the next person. The next person may not have the same opportunity you do to stop it. The next person may not have the same opportunity you do to abate it. They may not be able to get away alive. If you don't report inappropriate shit through proper channels, you fuck other victims. You have to do your bare minimum. Get the fuck up off of your twatly lazy asses and report inappropriate and illegal behavior through appropriate channels. Else all you do is fuck over the next person. With love and respect. Don't do that. It's pathetic. You need, absolutely need, to do your best for your others, other living, breathing things, others who might share a similar experience. If you don't, you systemically let them down. Systemic failures are present in society. They're called not reporting it when it fucking happens. You're welcome.
I'm going to argue with you.
No, but
on
you're coming in front of
experiences.
2,000 people to say it. Why did you not go to the university and say this happened?
Okay, because how would I report them?
Anyway, there's hotlines all over this campus. You guys have nothing but like, if something happens to you, I think you're making this up. I think you're doing this to try to make a point.
Okay.
I don't think there's any evidence.
I can promise you, God as my witness, I am not. Anyways.
No, but seriously, why don't you today commit? Let's do this. I'm going to show you the university official, and why don't you go file a Department of Education complaint, and let's find these terrible people that did this to you. Can we agree?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll think about
and by
that.
the way, we'll be able to look at security.
Don't think about it, do it. Don't think about it. Get off your lazy fucking ass and do it. And the reason I say it this way is if you make a threat that could jeopardize them, and they realize this, like you say you'll think about it, they might make sure you can't think again for the rest of your fucking life. You get up and you fucking do it. You don't say you'll think about it. You don't stammer on it. You get up and you fucking do it.
Camera footage, and we'll see.
Okay, I'll think about that.
But you didn't do that.
Can I try to finish?
You'll think about it. Hold on. Why wouldn't you want to do that immediately?
Can I talk?
No, but you're
No.
making a serious accusation. Please,
And I'm not gonna argue with you about my personal experiences. Anyways.
It didn't happen, man.
Okay, that's cool. Anyways, I feel like every time I step foot on this campus, I have a wall of vitriol and hate at my back. And to the
Why?
audience, I say to you, these are your fathers, these are your siblings, and these are your neighbors. So y'all need to clock them. And I hate overgeneralizing, but I'm
Do
not
you?
gonna say all
Are you
Trump
about
supporters
to?
are racist, but a good amount. Anyways, my question to you is, if you had one message to say to these people with the hate in their hearts, what would you tell them?
I would tell you to stop
Find
lying.
love.
What would you tell them? Not to me.
No, honestly, I think you're Jussie Smollett at this campus. I think you're completely making this whole thing up. I think you are a complete liar because I am now giving you an opportunity to report this at the high. I will bring this to Linda McMahon, the head of the Department of Education, the federal government. I will make sure these people are arrested by Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. And you'll say, oh, I'll think about it. Because you're making this up. You're doing this for a political purpose. So will you, no, seriously, Kash Patel will get involved. Yes? It's a hate crime. That's not acceptable. Well, hold on. No, will you do this or not?
That's really cute, Charlie, but I'm trying to give you the opportunity to alleviate hate within this group of people who have a shared ideology.
Are you
But hold on a second.
generalizing
There's
the
no
group
hate. There's
after
just love of
saying you
America
won't?
here in this audience. That's all that's here today, okay?
That's sweet.
That's all that's here. But back to you. I heard your accusation. I'm now going to go to the University of Tennessee and tweet this and say, hey, this is a serious accusation. I want the governor to get involved, by the way. Okay. The governor's get involved. I'm going to call Marsha Blackburn. I'm now going to call Big Haggerty. I know all these people, and we're going to find out really quickly if you're telling the truth or not, because you just came in front of 2,000 people, and we're going to go bring in the police. We'll bring in the FBI, because what you just said is unacceptable. You said Trump supporters called you the N-word. That is no place in America, and they threatened to rape you. That is no place in America. But you know what else is no place in America? Lying and saying it happened to you. So we'll find out really quick if you're telling the truth or not.
That's cool, but like, can you answer my question though? If you...
My message to everyone in the audience, keep loving America.
Okay.
But
what about loving your neighbor?
Just so you know, this is going to become a very big issue. We're going to put this on social media.
Loving your neighbor is loving America. That's very, like, blasé. Hold on. Sorry, I had to do a streamer thing. I didn't notice it till now.
Because nowhere in America should you be allowed to go in front of a microphone with no evidence, no willingness to report, no likelihood to talk to police and say, oh, this happened to be at night, and ruin the reputation of half the country and say that they wanted to go rape me and call me the N-word. That is gross.
Okay.
I
Thank you
brought
for your
my
time.
own hat
Thank
today.
you. You'll be hearing from a lot of institutions, and if you did indeed lie, you will be civilly liable for smearing this university publicly for a very big number. We'll find out if you're telling the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. That's really cute. Make sure you add me, Jaden Clark.
I will. Thank you. Hope you have a good lawyer. Thank you. And I want you to understand the implications of this. No one has had the stones to stand up to this stuff for years past. And so many innocent people have been drugged into this crap saying that all the white people are coming after me. I don't believe it. It's wrong, and we're putting an end to it. Yes.
Why am I dragging it like ass in my game? Because I suck? Why do I drag ass? Because I'm bad. Oh, I'm going through his content. People say a lot of stuff about him, and I want context for it. So instead of just letting clips eclipse my view of something, I'm getting the totality of the context. I don't want to be incorrect, especially when I think I'm assessing something. That would be very improper and quite rude. Unhelpful. And at this point, outright malicious. Right? So I'm not dragging it. Oh, I'm not dragging him, you silly goose. I'm not being rude to him. So far, I've sided with him. I think people are genuinely misrepresenting him. I find it to be inappropriate and dangerous. I think he seems like a nice dude. What? I am a small bean. But no, for real, like, I genuinely don't see why people are able to stoke hate for him. I think he seems just like a dude. Just a regular dude that seems to want the best for people around him. I can hold no hate or animosity for that. And to be honest, I find hate to be reprehensible. So, since people are being like, I need them, and my contact lenses are like a little bit uncomfy some days. What made you think I was dragging him? I was like dragging the person who he's speaking to because they seem first off unwilling to report what they alleged was a crime against them. And that's remarkably unsafe. Like, if they aren't willing to report an assault, they put the next victims at risk. He seems like the appropriate man who's willing to take it up the chain. I wish people would have done that for me. I think that's beautiful.
Hi, Mr. Kirk, how are you?
I've also liked a lot of people's outfits. I'm not a hateful goober. I'm not, like, keen to, like, stoke the fires of hate against this man at all. To be honest, I feel horrible for his family at this point still. I wish the best for them. I'm a crying kind of person. I cry a lot, right? I cry like a little wuss. I cry thinking about how horribly he's treated in society today. I cry because it's inappropriate that people smear him. But I cry over, like, literally everything also, so for what it's worth, I'm a cryy person. I don't think I have the right to cry. I think I just am a cryy person. I think his family has the right to cry. I'm just a cryy person, so, you know, whatever. Can't really stop it. I just try to, like, hold my tears on stream best I can. Every so often they seep out. Sometimes. I do my best.
Sorry, how are you? We have to wrap soon. Yeah. Okay, so I'm a practicing Christian and I'm a...
Besides, if I weren't a small bean, or I were one of those audience captured people, then I wouldn't be able to do this. But instead, I give not a fuck about what people think about me. I just want to do my best. And, you know, I already got called a Nazi for saying it's not okay to wish death on people, so I don't think anybody can, like, really fucking upset my spaghettis too fucking much right now.
conservative, and just for context, I come from a suburb of Chicago where Downers Grove and then before that Lake Forest.
My mom grew up there.
Really?
Do you go to
I
Downers
went
Grove?
One of my best friends is a nice conservative gal that grew up around there. Nice Christian gal, too. Works hard as fuck. Uh-huh. I'm the kind of person that if you tell me anybody got hurt anywhere, I'm going to bawl my eyes out. Like, every time. Can't really help it. Gets me. What am I? I am an asshole. I know, right? Crying person saying they're an asshole may not make sense, but I swear I am. Just when people deserve it. So, get context, learn about people, learn what people said. And I'll be an asshole to certain people. Sometimes. But those people tend to wish death on people. I don't know. A person? Usually I just shoot back with person. When people ask anything. I don't know. In game? No. No one has to go. And I'm sorry for the loss that his family endured. Nobody has to go. Death's never the answer.
North or
Yeah,
south?
I went to high school there.
That's amazing. So did my mom. That's great.
Well, so it actually kind of took a turn. So a lot of people in my grade, they're like gender fluid, and people are renaming themselves to Bumblebee and Galaxy, and the neighboring school has litter boxes in the bathrooms. So I found that in classes, I've had to kind of fake having liberal beliefs in order to obtain good grades. And even here, I'm in that philosophy class that the other girl was talking about, and our professor is telling us that Elon Musk is a neo-Nazi. And in my sociology class, we're
Fuck
learning
that
that gender
professor.
is a choice and it's a spectrum.
Folks really need to stop, like, using the word Nazi to just, like, aggrieve people that they don't like. Welcome back. How was studying? How was learning? Did you do a good job? I want to believe in you, but I'm asking you so I can revel with you. Pause play button.
Here at
There you
University of
go.
Tennessee?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Got him.
How many of you guys think this place is too liberal? Raise your hand. I think that this school should start to get defunded unless they start kicking out CRT and gender. Who agrees that we should defund a lot of this? You guys agree? Oh, they're going to love me after this. By the way, we have this great crowd.
Building up speed would be a great thing. Checking visually that I built up speed would be pretty bright.
All these professors that are pushing this stuff, fire them all and defund this place and teach the basics. We're running out of time. Thank you.
So can I ask
Really
a quick
quick.
question? So I just was wondering what...
Like, I wish people just listened to him before they, like, misconstrued what he said. Genuinely. Like, I find it really reprehensible when folks don't just give people time and they instead get stuck up and swept up in a fervor. He just seems like a dude. Just a dude. Doing dude stuff. Like giving a fuck about people around him. Just seems like a dude.
What's your advice for people who are Republicans but are having to kind of cover it in order to get a good grade and pass their classes?
So I'll answer that, then I really have to wrap. We're running late. Number one, you have a choice. You guys can lie and get a good grade. Fine. Number two, though, I think that hurts your soul. Number two, though, you guys can tell
don't
the
like
truth
lying
and then your
either.
grade will be put in jeopardy. But guess what? You'll become a stronger person of higher character and you'll live a better life if you guys decided to. I think that's the better path. Thank you. Yes. Anyone have a disagreement? No? All right. Last question. And then we'll do all the hats. Okay? Yes.
I brought my own hat because I'm jealous that he keeps giving out hats and I don't get those hats. So I brought my own fucking hat. Because I go hard sometimes. Do you like my hat? Okay, cool beans. Bring your own hat. There are no hats here. Well, none from me. This is my hat. You can't have my hat. I like my hat.
Yes.
So,
Final question.
If you take
my
my
question
hat,
is, I've seen
I'll
a
fight
lot
you.
of things that Donald Trump has said on X and just everywhere. He keeps saying that people are illegally boycotting Tesla, and I've been looking for answers, but I haven't really.
Well, they're
been able to see anything,
firebombing.
So, okay.
So they're like smashing windows, putting in Molotov cocktails, things like that.
Okay, so he's not talking about like.
No, not boycotting.
Okay.
Actually smashing the windows and
Okay,
stuff.
cool. I also have a card to,
All right.
to
You can give it to one of them.
Okay, can I also have a signed hat
Yes,
by you if that's okay?
absolutely.
Thank you.
I probably would have just asked to hug him.
Everybody, keep fighting.
Especially in the context of today, where I've seen a lot of people weaponize a lack of understanding against him. I'd probably just ask to hug him. I'm a very huggy, teary-eyed loser bitch. And that's okay. That's fine.
Fighting for freedom,
I'll
and
keep doing
together we're
this.
going to make America great again. Thank you, guys.
I kind of wish that being a helpful blue was more respectful of my time, but that's fine. Whatever. I don't know why I did that. That was a very ignorant door pull. I spawn in front or behind, I kind of forgot. I haven't used the other path here. I'm pretty sure they're where I think they are, Yeah, I'm like 2% sure they're where I think they are. Not that it matters. Hold on. Give me a sec. Oops, I was reaching. GG's. I deserved that. It happens. Good fight. Thank you for letting me burn back into the game. Sorry I'm the worst helpful blue. Then again, I'm also just wearing cloth armor in a game that I haven't played in a while. And that's kind of my own fault. Oh well. The impact of what you have on is a little bit more heavy here anywho's. Not that I really give much of a fuck anyway, but genuinely it is. I didn't expect to need to focus on that, so that's my own fault. Personal failure. Oh well. What's my weight at? 4'2"? Nothing I can do is gonna bop it down unless I just take my armor off again. Okay, good enough. GG's. Oh, yeah, thing. We're slowly piercing through the rest of this. I wanted to make sure that I became aware of the things people most often represent or misrepresent about him. So I was better equipped to actually talk about it and not out of my ass. I'm glad I did. Genuinely glad I did. No regrets.
We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future.
That said, a lot of the folks that do seem to malign him genuinely do look at all faithful people as abusers to them, instead of being able to direct that criticism at the explicit people who did inappropriate actions, which I think is not very helpful. So, that's wild. Stop Abrahamic hate should definitely, I just know that as much bullshit as I took for thinking I was clever and putting Stop Roma hate in our shit, I would probably get all the hate for that. That's fine, I really don't give a flying fuck. But I just I feel like that's what's gonna happen. And it's kinda sad. I'm not very hateable. Kind of adorable. And generally, I just want the best for people. So, it's a good way to assess people. If somebody tries to qualify hating me based upon me not hating who they hate, you've probably found an irrational and unreasonable person. It's a very quick thing you can do to assess this, and find people who are doing inappropriate shit and trying to justify it. It works really well. It's my favorite way to find things that aren't really cool or couthful. Good call to this person. Free souls, brother. Oh, they just walk off the side once you get them, depending on whom you get and where in the line they are. Well, that's nice. Sides. I bet no one who wants to see this game get done with wants to see me just run at the door like this. But I'm gonna do it anyway.
Is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness. There is no river that runs wide as your goodness.
This is sweet.
Man, Charlie, I remember when
we were starting these out, and it was that like that. You know, it was like this. It was like your average first 3 rows. It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots-on-the-ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there. And we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
I have to wait for them to pass. Will this be good enough? No shit. Nice.
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about.
Supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation.
I'm gonna skip to where it's starting. Sorry.
His support and his friendship.
It is beautiful, but I'm just skipping till the start.
In saying that Charlie was the smartest political operative I ever met. Everyone knew him as this fearless debater, this guy who would take the conservative message into hot.
And like, by the way, this is coming from a person that usually says, there's 2 forms of pageantry I don't give a fuck about, that's debate and drag. But, to be fair, outside of a few times, he's generally been showcased trying to want to actually speak with people. The times that come to mind when he didn't are people being outright obnoxious and inappropriate. And that's the thing I like about conversation that I don't like about debate, is debate's a pageantry exercise done to engage the masses around you and give them some sense of understanding towards your belief. And a conversation, on the other hand, is genuinely just a thing you do to engage with another person. So that's why I find debate to be remarkably fucking dull, unfucking fun, really lame, and kind of fucking screwball-y. That said, I think he seems to be someone, and I could be a little bit wrong on this because I still have more context to dig for, that says debate but holds conversation. And what I find annoying is debate. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I'll let this one slide. Okay, everything else is depopulated. It's just Horseman and I. Not being all fucking blasé with it. We're gonna just do the thing. There's a way to, like, really fuck their pathing up. But I forgot how. So, we're just gonna do this. We're gonna yip them out of fucking space and time. I'm standing still too long. I don't like this. Is this safe?
To places and inspire younger generations to have courage.
Turns out it is.
One thing that's hit a lot of those young Americans over the last week was how Charlie was there for them when others were not. When they were afraid to speak their minds, when they were afraid of what a professor would say, when they were afraid that they would be shouted down by their peers, Charlie was there, showing them that they could be courageous and that they could be bold. Charlie was a visionary. He was a luminary. He brought together people. He didn't just teach people how to speak.
My least favorite luminary was Luminary Mog from good old Belden Bling.
He didn't just teach
Mog, Lord of Mogging. Lord of Mogging. Holy shit. My brain reversed it. Sorry. Moog, Lord of Mogging. There we go. Early rolls are bad rolls. The only good rolls are dinner rolls.
People what to say. He didn't just teach people they could actually speak their mind on campus. He created a whole social network for an entire generation of young people. I know people who met their husband, who met their wife, who met the best man at their wedding at a TPUSA event. Because as you guys all know, it's not just about speaking our mind, it's about making friends along the way and creating that support network that 1 in 11.
I've met some of the most amazing people in my life by just holding out for kindness and mindfulness and not taking anything else. Because I'm a badass. I might be obnoxious, and I might be a bit of a chore, but I am consistent with my nonsense and bullshit. So, yeah.
Election and
Gotta
that
win.
staff the current federal government. I owe so much to Charlie. I've had friends reach out in just the last couple of days who sent me messages, screenshots that they exchanged with Charlie in the run-up to me getting selected by the president as his vice presidential running mate. And it's such an honor to have people show me that Charlie said, we want JD to be the VP nominee. And I just had a conversation with the president, and I think things are actually going well. I think he's actually going to choose
Easy
JD
boss.
Vance.
Tedious
Do you
arena.
know what it means to me that such a good guy, such a good friend, such a lion and visionary of our movement was advocating for me? So I wanted to use this show today to advocate for Charlie, to talk about him, to talk about what kind of a guy he was,
more
to talk about
context
what
from
kind
someone
of a
else.
man he was, what kind of a
Dope.
husband and father he was, and to take people.
Like, I've heard all the vitriol it takes already, so I'd rather hear something from someone who's, like, not him, but also able to assess him. Like, yeah, let's fucking go.
Most of them from inside the administration, but some of them from without, who knew Charlie best, and to talk about what he meant to them, what he meant to this administration, and what he meant to the conservative movement. Now, I was very honored a couple of days ago, on September the 11th, 2025, to fly out to Utah, where Charlie was shot and killed, to meet his wife, to meet his mom, and his...
My heart goes out to his family members. His children, his wife, his mother, his father. No parent wants to see the perishing of their child. And as a kid who's lost parents, and to be honest, my whole family, no kid wants to see the loss of their parent either, honestly. Doesn't matter when it comes. It always sucks. It's never pleasant. It's always fucking hard. No matter who it happens to, it's fucking hard. Sucks sometimes. You got born into life, and then you got, like, hit with all this shit that's occasionally rough, and sometimes outright difficult. And that's fine, right? Like, you can live through it, you can survive, you can continue to carry on. But, joke's on you. You now get marred by the cumulative experience of all of it as you progress through it. So, that's fine. You'll make it. You'll manage. I believe in us all. But, all in all, still hard. Still a bit scary some days. Still a bit of a lot.
Do you?
Oops. I'm not reallocating at the moment. Oh wait, can I get the... Oops, hold on. Can I get the spoon? I think I earned the spoon from... It's not Millibeth. Who is it again? I forgot her name. I'm bad at this. Is a limbo, a link between Drin Lake and the outer world. And traveler knows that...
Why else would you visit such a place? This lost, decayed kingdom. My name is Millibeth. The old women were once fire keepers. I am here to look after them.
Good on you.
It is what
Good
my
gal.
mother did, and her mother before her, and so on. the old women were keepers of the fire. But now, the fire shows signs of fading,
As it will many a time.
and the kingdom is beset by hollows.
As it does. As it does, bro. As it absolutely does. Well, I thought I got a free spoon from her, but alas, woe is me. Wait a minute, do I get it if I talk to this one gal? I think she just... What? I'm gonna look up how to get the spoon.
You must go, well, I suppose, if you find yourself at an aunt, but if your will is yet unbroken, to start again. No, of course not.
I will respec later when I know what I care about.
His dad, his sister, all just incredible people who didn't deserve to have this happen to them. And I was also honored to be able
Agreed.
to take Charlie's remains from Utah.
I don't know them, but I will stand that no one deserves to have this happen to a loved one. It happens, but it should be of old age, when we're raggedy, tired, broken from exhaustion that we inflict upon ourselves, not at the hands of another. That's just weak.
To Arizona. It was an amazing, amazing thing. It was heartbreaking, and it was sad, and it was terrible.
I don't
but what
have
an
one of
honor it
these.
was for me and my family to be welcomed in to the Kirk inner circle at their moment of grief. There are a few things that I want to talk about just from that moment. First of all, when I first met
We're all
Erica,
ears, bud.
his lovely wife,
All
and
fucking ears,
such an
brother.
incredibly brave soul. I'm not sure if you saw her remarks after Charlie died. If you haven't, I would encourage you to go and see them, because you see this raw grief and incredible courage all in the same moment. And that's what we need right now. We need to grieve, but we also need this courage in this moment more than we've ever needed it. She gave me a hug, and she was heartbroken, as of course she would be, and she said that she loved him so much. And I said, Erica, he loved
You still love people, even when they're gone. Because it's fine to. And because it's understandable to. You'll love the departed. It never gets to fade from your heart. You'll love them forever. They meant forever. You'll always love the departed.
you so much. He died way too young, but he died a happy man because of you, because of the family that you gave him, because of the home and the life that you guys had built together.
That's
And
pretty.
we sat for about an hour and we talked about Charlie. And, you know, in these moments, you don't know what to say. I'm a person who literally speaks for a living, and I had no idea what to say.
You just
and I didn't
listen.
try to console her, because how can you console a person who just lost a loving husband and father? But we just talked about Charlie. We talked about who he was. We talked about some of our favorite stories. We talked about some of his idiosyncrasies and all the things that made Charlie Kirk who he was. And she said something to me that I will never forget. My wife was there. It was just me and my wife on my side, and then a lot of people from the Turning Point's family, a lot of people from Charlie's family. And she said to me that Charlie never raised his voice, that he never cussed at her, that he was never cross or mean.
I hope to be that way as someone's partner one day. Aw. That's beautiful.
Spirited to her. And look, I'm a husband. I'm proud of being a husband. I think that on the great balance of things, that I'm a pretty good husband. But I can never say that I was never unpleasant with my wife. I can never say that I've never raised my voice to my wife. Like most husbands, even the good ones, we're sometimes imperfect. And I took from that moment
It's okay
that
to be
I needed to be a
imperfect.
better husband, and I needed to be a better father. Because
Well,
of all
that's
these moments.
No, that is the act of being good. As a partner, as a person who loves someone, as a lover, as a friend. You can accept what you can work on. And you ought to. You ought to find things to do. To consistently renew that sense of love that lists in your heart. It's important to. No one is entirely without fault. In some capacity. However, it's looking for those faults, it's working past them, it's identifying them and working through them that are meaningful. Those are the beautiful things in life that we should aspire to. Perfection is an oftentimes unattainable goal. What is obtainable, on the other hand, is finding it in yourself to introspect, which is oftentimes undervalued, and to grow with love in your heart, because you care about the others in your life, no matter who they are.
That I share just in the last few days, the books that I've read to my kids, going up to their bedroom and kissing them and hugging them before bed. I just realized that all of these moments that I get to have, Charlie is not able to have them anymore. And Charlie's kids and his beautiful wife are not able to have them anymore. And maybe the best way that I can contribute and the best way that I can honor my dear friend is to be the best husband that I can be, to be the kind of husband to my wife that he was to his. You know, we talk all the time about the most important thing you could do is not vote for a particular candidate. It was to become, if you were a young man, a husband and a father. He talked about the joy that came from fatherhood, the joy that came from raising a family and being part of their growth and their development and all the incredible things that happen when you get to be a husband and father. And that is the way that I'm going to honor my friend, is to be the very best at that most important job that I can be. But that's not the only way that I'm going to honor Charlie. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next 2 hours of this radio program about what exactly that looks like. It's important, and Erica asked me this, to make sure that his movement, the movement that Charlie started, has to keep going. We have to build upon it. We have to add to it. We have to make sure that the next generation of young people feels confident and courageous to speak their mind and to speak the truth. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about why do we do this? Of course, we do this so that we can enact good public policy and take back our country. We're going to talk with senior officials in the administration about what we're trying to do to honor Charlie's legacy in that way. Of course, we have to make sure that the killer is brought to justice, and importantly, we have to talk about this incredibly destructive movement of left-wing extremism that has grown up over the last few years, and I believe is part of the reason why Charlie...
Is it appropriate to say it might be wrought with misunderstanding? Like, it doesn't excuse people, but it is a way to understand, possibly. I don't think it encapsulates everyone, but there is a lot of misunderstanding involved in it, rather through conflation and misinterpretation, even just perversion of people's words. I don't know. I don't think misunderstanding's the most all-encompassing way to capture it. I also don't know what the fuck. I don't know nothing. Ooh, I love their shields. They're the lightest shields. Right? Oh, they're not the lightest, but they're getting there. Ooh, it's mine now. I love their crossbows. Those, or is it their bow? One of the two. They're very light, very efficacious, quite handy to carry, quite lovely to carry. We're gonna do invasions in a bit. Just as closed as we are. There's one over here, right? Yes. Okay, we're gonna bait them because it's a little bit easier. I tried to make our hair red. A nice ruddy red. Like a dark red.
Lee was killed by an assassin's bullet. We're going to talk about how to dismantle that and how to bring real unity that can only come when we tell the truth and everybody knows that they can speak their mind about the issues of the day without being cut down by a murderer's gun. We're going to talk about all of those things with friends of Charlie, with people in the administration, with people that he knew. You know, on a podcast a couple of months back, Charlie was asked about how he'd want to be remembered if he died. His answer, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith, and that was Charlie. And in this dark moment for our country, I think that's the greatest lesson any of us can take from Charlie. To have faith in the Lord, and to be bold in how we glorify him. To be bold in our pursuits as Charlie was in his. So that's what we're going to spend a little bit of time doing this afternoon. Keeping this incredible show he created going and hearing from some of the people who were so fortunate to call Charlie a friend. We're going to pay tribute to his courageous legacy, and we're going to commit to keep it forever alive. I'm looking forward to this. Join us.
GG. Well fought. Thank you for being you. I really should change armor. Like, I'll say it a billion times. This is one of the games where armor really does seem to show more in terms of like your choice. The mitigation and the damage you feel, or the way it represents into, does feel like more hefty and pretty than we get in other editions. So I'm really down with that. I think it's super cool. I have to reabreast myself of how to play approps, and I'm down to. That's very fun. Okay, so let's start. Let's go pick up As They Were Wearing Is This Wise. Falconers. It's quite cheap, quite work. Quite work. Yes, quite work. Yes. Is this gonna get me DMCA'd? Are they gonna DMCA me? Well, I don't know. Maybe. I'll take it. Fuck it. I get away with a lot of nonsense. I'll take a DMCA for that song. Don't pause me. Don't hit me with a pause. Radio break? Okay. Next segment, then we'll pick our own.
Of Charlie Kirk's, and before I get into the nitty-gritty of what
the echo's on their side, I could try to fix it, but I need some time to take those steps. Let me think. Hold on. Yeah, I can do that. Hold on. Okay, let me grab Reaper. I'll show you what I'm doing. Ba-doop-ba-doo. Ba-doop boop 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 ba-doop ba-doop boo ba-doop boo ba-doop boo. Ba-doop boop boop ba-doop boo.
I wanted to talk with Stephen about. There's a lot of questions about the investigation, where we are in the investigation. I want to be respectful to the FBI's process, but just know that we are on top of this, and the entire administration is trying to do as much as possible.
See, your streamer cares a lot about audio quality of the stream. Even though your streamer's a little shithead, and a fucking asshole, and a complete and utter loser, a trifling little fucking shithead, and a complete and utter whelp. Your streamer does care. About people, about audio quality, and about clearing out background noise. So, if ever you need to yell at somebody about their background noise for their video, just hit me the fuck up and have me react to it. I'll fix it up right quick. Not a fuck given.
Possible to find everything that we can about what led to this, about how we got here, and of course, ultimately, how.
I'm also curious. Oh, Chief of Staff for Policy? Okay, sorry. Okay, so my thing is, I like seeing how the Federal Bureau of Investigation has been working with Toyota engineering principals to better deal with remediation and improvement when they see a need for it. I'm actually a very big fan of it. I like it. I want to see it implemented well, because implementation can falter, but the abstract they've chosen is strong. So I want to see them flourish with it. So long as it's used well, I believe it will serve them well. Good engineering principles. They're using a very iteration and failure, which doesn't excuse failure, but means when you make mistakes, you have a path forward. And I think that's brilliant, helpful, and efficacious, because we're going to fail as people in our endeavors. These things will happen, they are unavoidable, and we will have to come to terms with them. That said, we don't have to be complacent with them. I do need to upgrade a broadsword soon. Not right now, but soon. We're gonna grab some stuff.
An assassin took Charlie's life. I wanted to zoom out with Stephen a little bit and talk about all of the ways that we're trying to figure out how to prevent this festering violence that you see on the far left from becoming even more and more mainstream. And before I do that, Stephen, I want to do this with every guest because you're a friend of Charlie's, and one of the things I'm hoping that people get out of this is an understanding for the kind of guy that Charlie was, who he was. And so before I talk to you about what we're doing to try to prevent something like this from happening again, maybe you could just talk about why you love Charlie, what memories you have of him, something that would give our audience a sense of what he was behind the microphone.
Yeah. I've known Charlie for 10 years. He was a treasured friend. And, it's going to sound, he made you believe more in yourself, is the best way I could put that.
Right.
He was your biggest cheerleader. He would, if I was working on a hard project, an important executive order, a major new initiative, he would give me the strength and the focus to get it done.
That's right.
He was everybody's supporter, enthusiast, cheerleader, promoter he made all of us better every single day. You know, the memory that I keep turning to.
All I'm saying is the White House needs to bring me in for audio. I'll take care of it something good. I'm a hard worker and I'm really adorable. Mostly I'm just adorable. No, mostly I'm a hard worker. I think I call myself horrible things. Like, I consistently call myself an ugly fucking bitch. And, like, so, nah. They should definitely drag me in for the audio acumen, though. That would get them good. Oh my gosh.
Is not a single memory. It's a period of a couple months after we won the election.
Not literally.
And Charlie was in the campaign or the transition office every single day. And from dawn till dusk, volunteering his time to get into the weeds, the nitty-gritty of government.
What are unused
and he was so damn excited. I mean, it really hurts to think about it right now. He was so excited about all of us being here. And we would be talking about every executive order, every new regulation, every new policy plan. It was such a thrill for me to get to spend a few months of my life, because, you know, he came from the nonprofit, the activist world. I came from the government world. And in this transition, to be able to work hand in hand, take all of his ideas from being the leader of TPUSA, spending time with college students, spending time with activists, and then be able to be with us at the transition to plan out the next step of our government. That was an experience for which I will always be grateful. And the last thing I'll say is that, to my earlier point, Charlie would send me messages all the time, just saying, you know, great work, or here's a new idea, or here's what I think will take this to the next level. And I took them all to heart. And I just love the man so much.
He was our biggest supporter, Stephen, but he was also, if he disagreed, he would figure out how to get us to get where he wanted us to go.
Yes.
Always such a big cheerleader. Absolutely right. The
I know what it
darkest
is.
moments of my life.
It's the ordality of them. 1 second. Alright, I need to do this first. There we go. Got him.
It was Charlie who was on the phone saying, don't let him get to you. Keep on fighting. Keep on going. You're absolutely right. So I want to be mindful of time here. A lot of people are very worried about how we got here in the first place. And you have the crazies on the far left who are saying, oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, they're going to go after constitutionally protected speech. No, we're going to go after the NGO network that foments, facilitates, and engages in violence.
Got him.
That's not okay. Violence is
It's
not
not
okay
perfect.
in
I'm
our
picking up the
system,
shadow,
and we want
but-
to make it less likely that that happens. Walk me through
me
at
a
a high
sec.
level, like what you and I have been working on, what the whole administration has been working on to try to make sure that we don't reward and promote this craziness.
Yes. So it's an excellent question. I said this before, and but it bears repeating. The last message that Charlie sent me was, I think it was just the day before we lost him, which is that we need to have an organized strategy to go after the left-wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. And
he's not
I
wrong.
will write those words onto my heart, and I will carry them out. If people ask me, you know, what emotions I'm feeling right now, it's just something people say. I mean, you kind of know the answer. There's incredible sadness, but there's incredible anger.
This is reasonable.
And the thing about anger...
Don't let anger take up in your heart. But I get it. Like, when you lose somebody you care about, it's a thing that you might feel. Like, you want to blame something. You want to be able to pin it on something that you can impact. But I hate to say it like this. I hate to say a Jedi-ass line, but you must act without emotion. You must see what's going on around you, but don't let emotion rule you, I think is a more appropriate way to see it. Because we can't act without emotion. We can see it taking us over and address it in appropriate ways. And sometimes, you just have to eat it.
Is that unfocused anger
You're only
or
human.
blind rage is not a productive emotion.
Right.
But focused anger, righteous anger, directed for a just cause is one of the most important agents of change in human history.
Probably showed that. Amen.
And we are going to channel all of the anger that we have over the organized campaign that led to this assassination to uproot and dismantle these terrorist networks. So let me explain a little bit what that means. So,
You've got 30 seconds, so be quick, Stephen.
the organized doxing campaigns, the organized riots,
That's
the
fair.
organized street violence, the organized campaigns of dehumanization, vilification,
That's
posting
fair.
people's addresses, combining that with messaging that's designed to trigger and incite violence, and the actual organized cells that carry out and facilitate the violence, it is a vast domestic terror movement. And with God as my...
That is oftentimes the job of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, is to deal with terrorism in the United States. When a lot of my vegan homies decided it was a good idea to go and commit eco-terrorism because they felt like there was nothing else they could do, thank fuck the FBI clamped down on their asses. And when folks feel desperate, they do desperate ass shit. That doesn't absolve them of the weight of what they commit to, though. And I'm grateful that it doesn't absolve them of it, because there is something you need to have addressed. Oftentimes systemic. Ignore. It's gonna break anyway. What the fuck am I, a Sega beating up? No, a PlayStation booting up? Bro, I need to stop being a PlayStation. Fucking A.
We are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government.
Y'all want to play some Elden if it breaks again for a little bit and give it a while to, like, simmer its tits? Maybe release some resources or something? Sounds fun, right?
To identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks and make America safe again for the American people. It will happen, and we will do it in Charlie's name.
Thank you, Stephen. Don't go away. I'll be joined by a guest of friends just in a few seconds. See you soon.
Okay. I mean, I have fast forward. I have, like, time. I'm but a streamer. I'm here to listen to people talk about their fucking feels. So, that's easy. That's easy, bud. I intentionally came here specifically for
Why
this.
wouldn't he see him? Why wouldn't he see the person who's in the chat before talking about war policy?
So, time out. Just so we're clear, I'm sure you've been added to group chats with 30 or 40 people sometimes, and you enter in with trust that every acronym is actually a government official. Obviously, that will not happen again. Just so we're clear, Signal was an approved chat by the Biden administration. It's an approved secure channel by
I'm not talking shit on Signal.
However, time out. Let me ask a question about Pete Hegseth. Would you rather have a warfighter or a bureaucrat run the United States military?
I would rather have somebody that doesn't have a history of alcoholism. I'd rather have somebody that, I mean, realistically.
Wow. So do you think Lloyd, how about Mark Milley and Lloyd Austin, were they better?
It's okay if you have a history of alcoholism. It's what you're doing now with your life. I know a lot of folks that drank a fuckload, and to be fair, I drank a fuckload when I was younger. I don't drink anymore at all, and I have no aspiration to.
Run in the U.S. military than Pete Hegseth.
I mean, I think you're going to probably start talking about how there's higher enlistment numbers.
Yeah,
under
not only
Pete
that.
Hegseth.
So recruitment in the military is up majorly. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. He's doing a pretty good job. Number 2, procurement. We're saving money. Estimates are that we'll save hundreds of...
I'm still bodging the audio, so if it's a little bit odd, it's probably me carrying it out through this part. I can see if I can dip it out again. Give me a sec. I'll just turn off all the FX for that
billions of dollars in efficiency. War games are up. The amount of war
That's
games
better.
we're doing in the Southeast Pacific has increased
I
by
just bypassed them
30%.
all.
This is a military town here in San Diego. They have a massive increase in people wanting to join the Navy, want to join the military. That wasn't happening under Biden. Morale is actually 30 points higher now that Pete Hegseth, a warfighter's warfighter, is running the U.S. military.
We have a complete difference. We're never going to agree on this.
No, but no, not agree, but show me, then prove the evidence. What
I'm
is
turning it
one
back
number
on.
that is worse
Just
the U.S.
changing it.
military now that Pete Hegseth's in control?
The numbers that you're talking about are numbers that I actually actively do not care about, because I think that we have an overly powerful military.
One
I
last
think
try.
Too much of our money
Making
goes to
sure this
military.
doesn't run, right?
Tell me one thing he's done, numerically, like empirically, judge his performance, right? What is one thing that you could say, wow, the Pentagon is in a worst place because of Pete Hegseth?
I would say his inconsistent foreign policy, where he backs on statements depending on whether or not Donald Trump has heard them or not. Like in the beginning, we were talking about what happened with Ukraine and Russia. Like they've had disagreements already within the first couple months of the administration.
What? But first of all, the president is the commander in chief, so he executes the running of the military.
I'm just saying that
he's the operationals manager.
I
right?
understand that.
And so when you want a military, you have recruitment going up, you have war games going up, you have morale going up. You have, by the way, how about this? Do you agree that physical fitness standards for men and women should be the same in the U.S. military?
Yes.
Pete Hegseth is to thank for that. He has brought physical fitness standards to be the same for men and women. Lloyd Austin didn't do that. Mark Milley didn't do that. Do you also agree that we should not have
like transgender pronoun type policing of our military members on the front lines of combat.
See, the thing is
Pete
that
Hegseth has gotten rid of all that, but I'm saying you're trying to
a-
make a contention that he's not qualified. The military is in a much better place thanks to him only after 100 days, man. And that's that is the weakest example of all the ones that you have in the cabinet. You didn't address Rubio, you didn't address Noem, you didn't address Bessent, you didn't address Lutnick, you didn't address Bobby Kennedy, you didn't address all these people. So I have to ask you the question.
I can continue addressing people.
But every one of these departments is in a substantially and an empirically better place than it was.
Okay, including the Department of Education that's been completely defunded, and somebody who literally
I'm so glad it's being defunded.
Okay, I bet you are, but guess what?
He
Most
ran on
Americans
that.
aren't, and that's
Well,
the
that's
reality.
Wrong. Donald
Okay,
Trump.
yeah, just because you have a bunch of people here saying that doesn't
hold
mean
on.
that's the
Let
reality.
me prove it to you. Donald Trump ran on a pledge to get rid of the Department of Education. We can agree with that? No, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. He won a popular vote. The vast majority of people voted knowing that the Department of Education was going to get eliminated.
If you truly believe that the vast majority of people were educated enough about the fact of Donald Trump's opinion on the
voters aren't very
Department
smart. Now that's what we're going after.
No, I'm simply just responding to what you said. What you said is that
Insult
you,
the voters. They don't know.
No, I know a lot of people that voted for Trump who had absolutely no idea that he was going to defund the. And of course, this is just an anecdote, but I know that this is the truth. Not everybody, when they vote, looks at every single little thing and every little aspect, like you and I might, of why
These
we would
aren't
vote for.
working, so I'm thinking. So I want to move them because I don't think it's supposed to happen in a different directory. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to spawn in here. So here's what I'm going to do really fast. I'm going to quickly go look at the Blue Acolyte docs and just read. Not the docs on it. I'm going to read this part.
Right. So fine,
it is
and
open source.
As a political commentator, then
I
I
can
will,
also read
I
Blue
will
Sentinel.
argue more forcefully against you because now you're not just like a college kid searching for this. Has education in America improved or gotten worse since the Department of Education was formed?
It has literally been 3 months. I have absolutely no idea.
Since the Department of Education was formed in the 70s. We now have 50 years of evidence. Has American education gotten better since we've had a Department of Education, or has it gotten worse?
I personally don't think that has to do with the Department of Education.
Well, when you've spent over $4.5 trillion with one federal department, and we have 30 schools in Chicago where a fifth grader cannot read at grade level. We have 35 schools in Baltimore where kids cannot do math or reading at grade level. We cannot find a single school, not a single school in downtown Detroit where by the time they graduate high school in the heavily black areas that they're proficient in reading or math. We are now like 30.
Nope, that was a hard cut.
Young women's event that he hosted in Dallas. I said, how about we go to Dallas? And one of the reasons why Charlie's events, I think, have been so successful and why this organization has been so successful is he makes these events approachable to the person that hasn't done politics before, hasn't been engaged, but is curious and thinks maybe something is going wrong with the country, maybe that there's a way to get involved that's not the big rallies, that's not, standing in lines for a long time, but just, and for my sister, it was for a conference room of girls listening to Taylor Swift music during breaks and kind of having approachable, but then also talking about life, talking about family, talking about, at this event, just relationships. And starting to build a path for young people that is both approachable but informed and thoughtful. And so for me, it was an ability and an opportunity for me to share with my sister something that I get to experience all the time. And I think it was something that she really appreciated, and I know millions of young people are appreciating. And by the looks of the signups pretty good, and they're going to appreciate it a lot more.
We'll talk about that, Andrew. So it sounds like there's been this blowout of interest in Turning Points USA and the mission. One of the things I really hope is that this assassin didn't silence Charlie's movement, and I think that's the best way for us to honor him is to keep it going. You're one of the critical people at TPUSA. Tell us a little bit about Charlie, but also about what you've seen in the wake of Charlie's assassination.
To put things in perspective, there are, I guess, currently 900 official chapters of Turning Point on college campuses. And that's, when you get at about 900, 920, give or take, kids graduate, you got to kind of rebuild a few chapters. That's about what you're going to get to. And we have 1,200.
Some of the documentation extends in the Blue Sentinel one. Blue Acolytes for Dark Souls 2, Blue Sentinels for Dark Souls 3. So I need to read it quickly.
High school chapters, which was our big new initiative. And we were really proud when the high school chapters eclipsed the college chapters. Yeah. We were known as the college. And so there's about 23,000 high schools in America. 24,000.
Oh, a wave file. I have to make a wave file.
A really funny moment a couple weeks ago in Aspen. And Charlie was like, we are going to have a Club America, which is the high school brand, on all 23,000. He didn't know the number. This is.
Look at a dumb bitch for a second. Thank you. Hold, please. Thank you. One teeny sec. There we go. Appreciate.
It's actually part of the story. We're going to have it on every high school campus in America. And the team is going, oh my gosh. And Charlie goes, we're going to have 35,000 high school chapters. And, he just threw out this big, stretch goal, and we're like, oh, Charlie, and the whole team's freaking out because that's a huge lift.
Can't have MP3s.
And he goes, they have to be on every single high school campus. And then I'm sitting next to him, I look at it and I Google it, and it was like, there's 23,000 high schools in America, Charlie. He goes, oh, okay, 23,000. We're going to be on every single one. And then the team got him eventually to say, well, okay, the big stretch goal is 10,000. And it was amazing because now I tweeted out and it's I don't know, like 10 million views or something. I think it made people feel good because we now have 37,000 applications to start chapters around the country. And, it almost brings a tear to your eye because that moment is like, we all remember, the whole team, we were all in a ballroom going through a presentation together, and he was adamant, we are going to be on every high school in America. And he's going to be proven right.
That's right. Well, he was, in a lot of ways, as you guys know, the ultimate cheerleader. And he saw in you things that you didn't necessarily see in yourself. He was a true friend in that way. And I remember, one particularly difficult moment, probably the hardest moment on the campaign trail for me. We had an event in Arizona, I believe with a bunch of faith leaders. And it was the one time on the entire national campaign where I gave my chief of staff a hug and apologized to him because I was just I hadn't seen the kids in 7 days. I was particularly cranky. And I get to this event, I'm just kind of like, man, come on, we got to do this again. And Charlie comes back and he gives me a hug. And he's like, your kids, they love you. And they're going to realize eventually why this was so important to do this. And that kind of gave me this sense of, all right, my head's back in the game. And that was what Charlie was always good at, setting ridiculous objectives, but finding some way to motivate people to go after it, even though it was, it seemed unattainable until you got a little Charlie Kirk pep talk. Kaylin, what was your, what's the thing you miss the most about Charlie? What do you think is the most difficult part of replacing the great Charlie?
We're seeing if I got it. Default sound still. Fuck. Lame. Hold on.
Well, I think you mentioned him being everyone's best cheerleader, and the last time I saw him, I have a lot of peace in my heart because I had a very good interaction with him, as we always do. I was wandering the hallways of the EOB, and I must have had a horrible look on my face. And he literally, he jumped down the stairs, he put his hand on my shoulder, and he said, "What's going on?" I just mentioned, "Man, my baby's 6 months old. We are going through it. We are really I'm struggling, man." And he sat there and he prayed for me in the halls of the EOB for quite a bit of time. And he didn't need to do that, right? It could have been a quick check-in. And I asked him, I said, "Dude, how do you do it? How are you doing it? You're killing it. You're a great dad. You guys are doing an amazing job at Turning Point. I think you're doing everything you can." And he looks at me and says, "I have a great team." And I laughed and I said, "Cool. So are you going to donate to the Kaylin Dorr Nanny Fund after this?" And he said, "No, that's not what I'm talking about. I have a great team." I said, "You and JD and everyone here in this building are part of the team." And I know that he would be very excited to see all the work that we have going on here in the administration, but also all the testimonials. I mean, I don't know how the guy had the bandwidth. The sheer volume of people whose lives he touched that we're just now discovering is out of control. And I think, growing up, we didn't have a Turning Point. We didn't have a Charlie. We didn't have these kind of people in our lives who dedicated and put in the blood, sweat, and tears to go make sure that this was a thing that existed for people like us. And, the lasting message is that And I think I've said this at Turning Point events before, is that the left wins, the enemy, they win when...
It should be that I'm wrong, right? Okay, so my first thing might have been right. It should be fine just to be in the resources path. Because I remember seeing how you can define, in one of the mods from this lovely person, it's how to define, like, the assets that are referenced, right? Ugh.
When you feel alone, and when you feel like you're the only one who thinks, eats, prays, breathes, lives the way that you do. And Charlie was so great at connecting those dots and connecting human beings. I mean, our friendships are all stronger because of him with one another, but people, I mean, like, I've never met Andrew, but I know I've talked to him through Charlie for years.
Yep.
And he was so great at doing that. And so I think it's our mission to go out there and embolden young conservatives, young Christians, most importantly, to go out there and continue to do his work, because it's exactly what he would want. He would want you to go find 5 people who don't believe in Jesus that day and give them, a good lecturing and walk them through everything in a way that is respectful and is, grounded in fact. And I don't know how we replace that, but I think the energy that I'm seeing amongst people it is just palpable. It's insane.
Yeah, Caitlin,
It's going to choke itself up a little bit, but give it a second.
There's this incredible...
I want a soda pop. Use my good looks, wealth, charm to win her over. I just wanted to be a husband and a father, work hard, make money, have sex with my wife, raise my child, enjoy my life. I didn't want to be a hero. I didn't want to be famous. I just wanted a family. They kept accusing me of using people, being greedy, only caring about myself, being motivated by lust, being arrogant. I wanted to make money so I could afford to buy a home and provide for my family, and to make sure that they were safe. One of the things that I hated about Selena was her lack of passion. When she was so calm. She was so calm and cold and clever and calculating and selfish and ruthless and fake. There was absolutely no passion whatsoever. I used to be a passionate person. I used to be driven and aggressive and dominant and resourceful and fearless. People trusted me and they respected me. They were honest with me. I was always...
Content.
Nope, that's later. You get that later.
Hope at the core of Charles' character. That you could solve so many problems just by communicating with people.
Later.
Like if he wanted to introduce somebody to God, he would just go and talk to them. If he wanted to introduce them to a new idea, he would just go and talk to them. And it's what
I'm floating it for a second.
Particularly tragic is that he was doing the very thing that he loved, the very thing that led him to inspire so many people, and that's when they tried to cut him down. At his strongest, doing the most important thing that he was doing for our country. I mean, Taylor, you mentioned his...
One more time. Hey, guess what? It's Dark Souls time. The wave file thing got me choked up for a minute. That's what got me. This is my new startup sound. Hi, how are you? It does stop pretty abruptly, but I'm fine with that. I'm still getting context on the man's. I'm still learning about his experiences and his words. Now I'm like at a point where I can listen to someone else talk about him. We're 2 tabs to done. It's been 3 days of context digging. I wanted to not get like caught up in the flurry of only referencing clips about somebody, so I'm a bad bitch like that. I made the font on Blue Acolyte a little bigger. I'm going to restart once more to make it bigger still, and that's about it, and we're good.
His sister, or your sister.
I'm totally going to pause it again the second we get inside game. Like, not even kidding. We're so doing that. I need to quickly copy the wave files to my, like, base thingy, and then we're good. Blue Sentinel. That's empty. That's really sad. 1 up. DS2 mods. Blue Acolytes. Resources. Drop those in here. Then I'm going to get my MP3 files and just evacuate them from the area. They don't deserve to be here. They don't help. Got it. How are you? How is your day? How's life? What you been up to? What cool stuff you doing? You having fun out there? Are you winning there, goober?
Going to a Turning Points event. And the thing about Charlie, and this is, again, something I don't know that people fully appreciate unless you know him particularly well, is he was such a bright guy, right? He read theology, and he read political philosophy, and he knew all these, like,
reading the works of the Abrahamic folks is really important, even for non-faithful people. Based. Because it gives you context of a snapshot of the beautiful tapestry of humanity and allows you to contextualize what other people say and think in a way that is in line with, like, representing what they think appropriately. I've read a decent chunk of all of the Abrahamic literature. I like that I get to. Because what are you if you don't read it? And talking about it? A goober. Well, and it's okay to be a goober, but it's really important to always learn and to find more to grow on, so.
crazy citations, and he knew like every Bible verse for every particular case, or he knew something that was written by some 15th century political philosopher. You're like, Charlie, where the hell did you get that from? He's like, I just read a lot of books. But he could also deal with people at the level who didn't know anything about politics, who were curious, who loved their country, they wanted to make it better. Taylor, talk a little bit about that, because
so new meds are oftentimes a chore. I'm hoping it works out for you as a whole, and I'm genuinely hoping that it's kind to you. I know that the worst symptom I've ever had along with changing medication is, honestly, I was going to say something about my bladder, but now that I think about it, the one that really got me, the one that absolutely, like, just rolled me, would definitely be when I'd first started Adderall, and for the first bit of it, when I first started Adderall, I would pass the fuck out and go to sleep. That's not the part that gets me. It's that I get an attitude when when I can for the first time in my life, I can, like, focus on a thing and not 10 things for comfort. And, like, then something gets in the way of it, and I get, like, vehemently ready to, like, bash skulls in, figuratively, the moment something distracts me, which is so fucking weak. So fucking weak. I need to quickly wire my controller. I have to drop us to AFK tent for a second. I have my wireless headphones in so I can hear. I have my phone with me so I can see chat. I can scream back at the computer if it helps. Welcome. Everywhere I went, I'm with you all. Selena, but a flash. I have 3 common law relations. I have had 3 common law relationships. I wanted to leave Canada after that. I wanted to move to a country where no woman would be able to do to me what Selena had done to me, and have a fresh start. And once I was stable, let my daughter know that I still loved her and that she was always welcome. I hate Canada. I think it's an evil country. Everything about this country is structured to undermine and destroy the nuclear family. Canadians celebrate LGBTQ perverts and feminists and hookup culture. It's not a safe place for a man to start a family. Selena dragged me into court until I was bankrupt and couldn't afford a lawyer. Then she took my kid away. I was broken. I was a broken man after that. Sharon cheated on me and I lost my shit. But I wasn't ready to break up with her anyway. I was just angry at the disrespect and humiliation. You know who I really hate? Baby boomers. I fucking hate them. I was really hoping that COVID would wipe them all out. We don't support this. This is these man words. We're reading his words. God damn it. I listen to men. You can tell how nervous I got because I'm like, that's these man's words. This is his words. I couldn't even speak. I will pull you. I was like about not silencing the 3% of Asmongold's audience who are women. Okay? True. Can I express the fact that I hate homosexuals on this platform and not have it taken down, because I do. I truly fucking hate them. I think that they are absolutely fucking disgusting, and I hate the fact that they have no choice but to be consistently reminded that they exist. Feminists hate me. The way that I see women as objects to be acquired and possessed, the fact that yeah, if you want a real, like, dude full of hate, I can bring you Mr. Foot at any moment. There's a difference between somebody who may not agree or align with someone and someone who's absolutely full of hate. See Mr. Ian Foot, a man who wished for the sexual assault and death of his own daughter because at the age of 2, her mother took her away from him. That's a man of hate. Y'all, I have more context than I have smiles on my face, and I'm a smiley bitch. Yo, connect. What? My controller hates me right now, and I might cry. Yeah, I might cry. I have to stand up and do this again. I can still hear, so I'm going to unpause it, and I can scream at you if I need something.
Taylor, those of you who don't know, is the lead in our communication shop here in the White House. He knows more about talking to people than pretty much anybody in the White House, or at least that's what you're supposed to know more than anybody else about. But like, talk about Charlie the communicator, because that's one of the things that made him who he was.
That I'm going to tie two things that they said together, because Kaylin's right. We didn't have a Charlie Kirk. Growing up, we had Barry Goldwater and Reagan, two guys that we barely were alive to know or overlap with. The future has Charlie Kirk. And, you know, before Wednesday, Charlie Kirk was a young man inspiring young people. After he was killed, he has become a titan whose inspiration will move through eternity, inspiring millions of people for decades to come. And he does it through both the understanding of biblical terms. I mean, I spent, I'm sure like a lot of people this weekend, spent my weekend scrolling through old videos of Charlie, and one really hit me with the story of Jesus meeting the prostitute, where he says, you know, those without sin cast the first stone. And Charlie points out, everyone forgets what he says next, and he says to the prostitute, go on, sin no more. And Charlie understood both the compassion of the Bible, but the honesty and truth-telling of the Bible. That is what I think has been missing in our political discourse, that you don't have to be nasty, you can be compassionate, but you should tell the truth. And so the future of the political movement is going to be informed by young people, brave and courageous enough to tell the truth, but compassionate enough to understand the suffering of those around them. And that's Charlie Kirk.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for sharing all those stories, for sharing your time, for talking about Charlie. After the break, I'll be joined by Caroline Leavitt, our incredible White House press secretary. This is The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, I'm all pulled into my chair. It says it works,
Let's come to the front of the line,
but
yes.
it doesn't. My controller hates me, and I'm now going to name it Bilbo. Bilbo bagging on my heart baggins. I need to run the cable a different direction once. Is there another short thing? I think we're all through our short tent. I think we have absolutely obliterated the short tent. And I can check to make sure we didn't do any other like reruns with the other two. I might have, so I'm gonna check in a bit. One sec. Jump on cable.
So I have a couple points that I want to talk about in illegal immigration. Is it okay if I say all of them with no interruptions? Okay, cool. So first, illegal immigrants power our economy. They're 50% of U.S. farm workers, harvesting the food on our tables, and fill 70% of construction jobs in states like Texas. They pay $13 billion annually in taxes, including $2 billion to Social Security that they can't claim. Deporting them would slash agriculture output by $60 billion and raise food prices by 6%. Why gut our farms and wallets when these workers fuel our prosperity? That's my first point. Second point, they strengthen our communities with lower crime rates. So in Texas, undocumented immigrants have a 26% lower homicide conviction rates, so which is 2.2 per 100,000 versus 3 for native-born citizens. Nationally, immigrants are incarcerated at half the rate of native-born, where it's 0.85% versus 1.71%. That's according to Bureau of Justice Statistics from 2019. So if safety is your goal, why deport people who make our streets safer?
Hold on.
This is my third point. Mass deportation tears apart American families. Over 4.4 million U.S. citizens, children have an undocumented parent. And in Texas, 1 in 7 kids lives in a mixed status household. Okay, this is my fourth point. Deportation is a fiscal nightmare. Removing 11 million people would cost $315 to $400 billion. More than the entire Homeland Security budget, and shrink our GDP by $1.7 trillion over 10 years. And this is my last point. Our immigration system is broken, pushing people to cross illegally. Visa waits Mexicans can exceed 20 years, and the asylum blockage is 1.3 million cases, with hearings 4 to 6 years out.
Controller's fine. Input is a whole fucked.
Yeah.
All right, so without
Zach.
looking at the phone, look at me. What should the penalty be for breaking into America?
I think there should be a system where it's more merit-based. So if this
No,
person...
penalty. So what is the penalty? So what
Yeah, well,
should happen
it's
to
a
you?
felony. It's not a felony, it's a
No,
misdemeanor.
it is. That's not true. It's 8 U.S.C.
It's a
1312. You
misdemeanor.
can look it up right now.
It's a felony if it's done twice. If you try to
it's
cross
not
the border, that is correct.
That is not
correct.
correct.
I Googled it, dude.
To illegally go across the southern border with the well intent to come into harbor yourself into the interior of the United States, the violation of 8 U.S.C. 1312, which is a felony in the federal criminal code. Now, it can be enforced as a misdemeanor, or it can be upwards to 5 years in prison. Now, I want to know, since it's a felony, law in the books, 8 U.S.C. 1312, what should the penalty be?
Well, in my opinion, these kinds of like laws are usually they're what do you call it?
Punitive.
They're
what are we going for?
Sorry. Usually the like
You got this. See, he will give time to people who are stammering. That is quite nice. Not to say that I wouldn't, because it's important to give people to those who do something, especially something that I do. Stammer around like a goober. Hold on, I'm making sure it's not trying to Bluetooth itself to me. It is, so let me quickly fix this. I can't just turn off Bluetooth universally, unfortunately, because I'm using it for my headphones right now, which would suck, bro. Okay, hold on. Can I just like disconnect it without removing it? Bruh, I'ma fight you. I just removed it, fuck it. Whatever.
Wait, sorry, can I check my phone real quick?
Take
I apologize.
What? Can I speak? Am I
Can you
good at
repeat
this?
the question? Sorry.
There's it working
What
as a
should the
mouse
penalty
input.
be for someone that breaks or comes into America illegally? What should the penalty be?
I think there should be a merit system where the people... Okay, the penalty... All right, let's...
That's not the answer. It's a very simple moral and legal question.
Okay,
what
sure.
should the penalty be if you come into America illegally?
Okay, so since it's a misdemeanor, not a...
Okay. This is what you say.
And I have a federal Fifth Amendment right to fucking remain silent. Bitch, I don't answer questions. Leave me the fuck alone. What the fuck do you want?
To which he'd probably tell you that you voluntarily went up there to talk. But, I mean, I still think it's one of my favorite little meme-tastics, little memity-schemity. What the fuck are you doing? You're not launched. You're a liar. You're a deceiver and a liar. I don't trust you. You're not launched. Fuck you. Now you're launched. Now you can speak.
A felony. Misdemeanors
I just told you it's not 8. You can look up on your chat GPT what is 8 U.S.
I think it's the best startup sound for this game ever. I'm gonna fade it at the end so it doesn't hit this abrupt fall off. There we go. Input seems to be working, right?
Look up
Am I
what
wrong?
is 8 U.S.C. 1312.
Let's see.
No, I know. I've already looked it up.
Yes,
when it's your second time crossing the border illegally, then it becomes a felony.
It can be.
They're gonna keep cutting him short throughout this because they're using him as like a subset of filler, and that's a little bit. How do I put this? My spaghettis are upsets. There's only one way to put this. Bro, why you gotta use the man as a filler? Just let him be the big shaboing. Why you gotta use him as filler tent? Use him as the real tent. I don't know. Like, bro gets misrepresented like a motherfucker. I didn't mean to click that. What am I doing differently here? Do I need to just turn off input in Steam so it loves me? Okay. Clearly not. Ah, it's fine, that works. I'll hammer down how I want to do input later, because it's a bit wishy-washy, wibbly-wobbly. Oh, that's them. Okay. Locked in.
Hello, everyone. Vice President J.D. Vance here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So I am moonlighting as a radio host today, of course, in honor of my dear friend Charlie. And, I wanted to be like Marco Rubio. I wanted to add an extra job here as the radio host and vice president here in the West Wing, here in the White House complex. But I have another person here who wears many hats and is one of the most gifted communicators I've ever seen, right up there with the great Charlie Kirk. I'm glad to be joined by Carolyn Levitt, our press secretary. Carolyn, so good to see you.
I had hopes.
Mr. Vice President, very kind. I appreciate.
I had hopes that Mrs. Kirk was just going to speak there, but she probably does need her time away from the world. I was just guessing. I glanced at an outfit from the corner of my eye in the thingamadoodler, and I just like had an expectation. That's what you get for expecting stuff. You shouldn't expect things. Expect us. Don't expect me. I'm not doing anything.
That you're saying that.
So why don't you kick it off and tell us a little bit? So those who don't know, who are listening or watching, you actually were involved with TPUSA very early on when you were in college. Tell me about that experience and about getting to know Charlie Kirk through that forum.
Well, I'm a Gen Z conservative, so I was really raised within the MAGA movement, and within the MAGA movement as a Gen Z conservative means you're very much a part of the Turning Point USA movement. And so my political education was not just through the rise of President Trump, but also the rise of Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
And watching him and listening to him, and I inquired about starting a Turning Point USA chapter on my college, St. Anselm College in Manchester, New Hampshire, where I went and where my political ambition and love of media and politics really began. And so just by watching Charlie from a distance was so inspiring to me as a young conservative woman. And then I got to know him personally when I decided to run for Congress, and he was a tremendous supporter and friend.
Right. So you literally communicate for a living. You're the person that speaks to the American people and the world on behalf of the White House every single day. Did you learn anything particular about the way that Charlie Kirk communicated with people? And what I always appreciated is that though he was very smart, and though you see all these clips of him owning people or of him getting the better of somebody in a debate, if you watched a full Charlie Kirk rally and all of the Q&A, and I was just talking with Andrew about this off camera, 90% of it is Charlie being kind and being compassionate and offering moral support to people. What do you take from Charlie Kirk, the communicator?
So many things, just by watching him and by being around him. But I think most of all, standing firm in your convictions and picking a fight, especially when you know you have the facts and the truth on your side, but doing it with a smile. And that's something Charlie did so brilliantly and well. He would go to these campus reform events and he would say to the crowd, if you disagree with me, come to the front of the line. And I find myself doing that in the briefing room, you know, picking on the reporters whom I know very much disagree with me and with the president. But as long as you believe in what you're saying and you have conviction in it and you have truth in the facts.
That is true. Like, generally I will just pop off and say, if you're gonna say something, at least have the fucking weight to get behind it. And I stand by that. It holds true for me. I run my mouth sometimes. I'm an aggro bitch half the time. And if I can't stand by the things that I say, then that's kind of weak. I made the font bigger for y'all because I love y'all oodles and I think you deserve to see stuff. Okay, we're gonna do invasions for a bit. I don't have what I want armor-wise, but we don't care. We're just gonna do stuff. We're gonna be red. I'm not human yet, am I? Lol, what? No, I'm not hollow. What? That was a misclick. I'm not hollow right now. Lol, what? Did I not online?
On your side, it makes it a lot easier to say it. And that's what Charlie did for a living. And I know he inspired me as a young voice for President Trump now, like you said, behind the White House podium. And, you know, before every briefing, I always pray to Jesus Christ. And Charlie was so outspoken with his faith, and I will continue to be in honor of him. But I also think of Charlie and just how brilliantly he was able to combat the lies with facts and to do it with a smile.
Absolutely. So, you know, I always think of Charlie Kirk debating sometimes these kids on college campuses, and how the one part of your job that maybe would be harder if you went on college campuses is I think some of these college kids ask way better questions than the radicals do in the White House press briefing room. So that'd be like good preparation for you in a lot of ways. Yeah, exactly. TPUSA was actually the varsity. Now you're kind of the JV level with your opponents here, but you do such an incredible job. And you were, of course, not just the White House press secretary. You were also the main spokesperson during the Trump campaign. And you know, what made, I want to ask how important Charlie was to the victory, because there were so many events that we did with TPUSA where I would show up and they were incredible and the energy was off the charts. And Charlie would always tell me, whenever I went to Arizona, he'd say, don't worry about Arizona, worry about Michigan, worry about Wisconsin, we've got Arizona. Talk with a minute and 10 seconds remaining just about how important Charlie was to our effort to win and make Donald Trump into President of the United States.
The president has said it himself.
I'm still doing it.
The president's massive gains with young Americans across the country was in no small part because of the efforts of Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. And our team on the campaign was constantly checking in with him and keeping him apprised of what the president was doing and saying, because we needed his voice to relay that to his audience, which is made up of young people across the country. And the president spoke at many Turning Point events. He went into that lion's den at the invitation of Charlie to get his message across. And Charlie was incredibly supportive of the non-traditional new media strategy that the president took. And, you know, the president loved Charlie deeply. You know that, Mr. Vice President, and I know that. And I know he deeply is hurt by this loss because Charlie played an instrumental role in returning the president to the Oval Office. And I just love that clip from election night when Charlie realized President Trump had won. And he was speechless for one of the few times in his life. There were no words, just tears.
Thank you, Caroline. Up next, the great Tucker Carlson joins me. We'll be right back.
Are unnecessary administrators and paper pushers. And why is that important? Because we've not been funding teachers or education the last 30 years. We've been funding unnecessarily bureaucracy in our education the last 30 or 40 years. And President Trump goes to abolish it. Thank you for your time. I got to get to the next question. Thank you. Hello.
Hi. My name's Ellie. Overall, just to go into my question, I am conservative. So going into this, I was like, what should I ask you about? I think overall, I was going through different policies, and in general, I agree. Ultimately, I think the topic of my question is how to approach politics in school and in general with this function. I've found that a lot of times, when I talk to people who are on the other side of me, they are surprised to find out what I think, and my ideas are not that crazy. It's like, when you actually get into the meat of it, it's like, oh, actually, maybe it does make sense. And so I think it's really valuable to...
I think it's valuable to, like, just know people regardless of their persuasion and learn with them and just listen to them, because then you grow further.
Start giving these ideas to the world. So this is one of these options, but I guess my question is this the best way? Because when I hear, like, for example, on Reddit, they're like, don't approach him, don't do this, he's just doing that, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's using all these tactics. And so I wonder if you've considered, not to say that this is the bad way to go about it, but if there's maybe a slightly better way, because I think what you're saying has a lot of value in this world, but it's like in this school specifically, it is thought of as evil and is like not like a valid way to think.
That's a UC San Diego problem, not a Charlie Kirk problem, right?
No, and it's not, and it's not to say it's a problem of you. No.
And I mean, like, and I read there was some op-ed journalist where they said, ignore Charlie, ignore him. But what they're saying is that they are not either smart enough or they're not.
They're not willing to listen to someone. So as a result, they're never going to actually learn what someone thinks. They're just going to take a narrative and continue to perpetuate it and propagate it. That's lazy. That is lazy and nothing else. That is lazy and weak. Even if you don't like someone, you should be able to listen to someone. That is not a hard ask. It's not a lot to do. It's not a lot to take time for. It's very simple, and it is very easy. Those who can't do it, to be a bit crass, what I would tell myself is to shut my whore-ass mouth if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So, not that they should have to do the exact same. I'm a lot more cruel to myself than I will be to anyone else. Don't bother these people. I'm just kind of seeing if the UI font renders okay. I could close the event log at this point. That would be fine, but give me a sec. I'm a little busy.
Intellectually mature enough to have a discussion with a conservative on any issue. I have literally almost no notes. I have like a couple charts to show you if the topics come up. You guys can use AI, you guys can use Grok, you can do whatever you want. You could bring a professor, you could bring 5 of your top libs together, debate me, right?
Yeah.
Right. Other stuff? Okay, thank you. And you guys can debate me at any time. I fail to understand why, well, actually I know the reason. Speech is not a left-wing value. And they do not believe in freedom of speech, they believe in totalitarian control. There are exceptions to that. So if they have a problem, I think this is one of the best ways, not the best way. I literally could not be more open to disagreement. I say if you disagree, you go to the front of the line.
Yeah.
And I mean, how often do you as conservatives get a chance to challenge liberals on campus, right? And being welcomed, ever?
Oh, absolutely, almost never. Definitely
because
not in
speech
class.
is not a left-wing value.
No, but to say that, I mean, with all of that being said, it is very true. But ultimately, what happens here is I see a lot of, like, the ideas just being like bubbled against. And so like when I talk to my friends, their ideas aren't changed from these conversations. And so I wonder if there's just like a...
You would be surprised. I sorry to interrupt. Mm-hmm. What happens here gets seen hundreds of millions of times on social media.
Absolutely, yes.
The crowds are growing. And so look, some people are going to remain closed-minded. They're not going to, have their horizons open. But
that's on them, right? They have to actually want to pursue the truth and not just have their own worldview confirmed.
And then I guess that's where I disagree, because I think fundamentally there is truth within anything, and I believe that maybe I would ask you, like, to see that, like, you have a big role in this. You have a big fan base and a big media base that you are making incredible change, and to take it just one step further would be really trying to push the narrative against this being like a place where people are just like debating, and it's more than that.
What would you like to see?
I guess maybe it's more of a question. I guess, I don't know, moving forward, like trying to maybe to see that, like, instead of using these really fast tactics and to really like try to bring it down, not to say someone is, not to say that they're, no.
I disagree with all that. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, you're thinking way too much about libs on Reddit. I care about normal people, so.
No,
yeah.
But
I mean, you did bring up Reddit. I'm sorry. You're like.
So I guess that's true. No, and I guess
so
maybe
these people are not well socially adjusted, right? I talk to the 90% of the American people that actually want to make something in their life and, have kids and.
No, and I couldn't agree more with that, like, stance. I guess maybe stepping away from Reddit, it's, to me, the people on this campus, this is a school I go to, and almost everyone I'm surrounded with has a completely different view from me, and I
Not everybody.
No, and this is like, but this, like, the people here, to find them, it feels like you're like sifting through a needle in a haystack.
You want a hat?
Sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Disagreements, come to the front of the line. Yes.
When people are polite, we kind of just let things slide, I guess. I don't know. I might just be the one loser. But, shit is this way. "49 milliseconds. Nice."
So I have a couple points that I want to talk about in
That's really nice.
immigration. Is it okay if I
Ooh,
say
good
all
on
of them
them.
with no interruption? Okay, cool. So first, illegal immigrants power our economy.
They're in DLC at this point. So this part we did see already. They're looping it, and I need to probably skip to a point a little further. We're going to go to the next talk that they're having. A little bit past
Misdemeanor.
this. I'll take it.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Joining me now is my friend and a close friend of Charlie, the great Tucker
Checking
Carlson.
levels.
Tucker,
This will do.
thank you so much for being here. And we have 10 minutes, Tucker. And just to give you guys at home a little behind the scenes, the producer just showed Tucker a sign that said rap. And Tucker looked at it and said, this is expand on your point, right? So if we end up going 35 minutes, you'll know it's not the host's fault. It's Tucker Carlson's fault.
We read what we want to read.
But I had it, Tucker, I think you know this, and some of you know this because I wrote about it on X.com. But when X.com was Twitter, I did an interview with the Tucker Carlson Tonight Show on Fox News, and I got
selective retention, selective reading, and selective listening are valid skills to employ at times. Maybe not when, like, the producer is, like, telling you something, but fuck it. Fuck it. I'd do it too. That part I would hella do too. If not have done too. You try shutting me up. It's very difficult. I'm quite mouthy. I yap a lot. You may as well call me Lady Yaps a Lot of the Yappington of the Yappington fortune. What am I fortunate of? My ability to yap so fucking much. How about you? I forgot which way to go and I really fucked it up. I'm going in reverse. I am checking a little bit in the wrong direction. I'm seeing if there's another way I can traverse. But effectively, what I've done, I should have walked against the grain of the mobs and started looking for things that have died. And I think that I kind of locked myself when I rolled off the way I did. We'll see. We'll fucking see. Hey, Chain Man.
Message from a guy named
Jingle
Charlie
that chain,
Kirk
bro.
that said, you did a great job. I really liked what you said. And let's keep in touch. And that began the start of my friendship with Charlie Kirk. That was the first time I had ever communicated with Charlie Kirk. So
Can I just hit
you've
it, or
known
do I
him
have to
for a
shoot
long
it?
time. You talked to him about a lot of issues. And I want to talk in part about how to honor Charlie's legacy, because I think that he modeled civil discourse within the right. He accepted there were big disagreements on all these issues, but he thought we were all on the same team and we could debate this stuff, but actually have a drink at the end of the day and recognize that we were all trying to accomplish fundamentally the good of the country. So I want to talk a little bit about that. Before I get there, just tell me about your buddy, Charlie Kirk. What was he like? What did people who only know him from radio or TV not appreciate about what a good guy was?
That his Christianity was sincere and his commitment to Jesus was totally sincere. And it, sometimes isn't, especially in public figures who throw out Bible verses they don't understand and stuff like that. In his case, not speaking to anyone in particular. But in his case, it informed every single part of his life, from his marriage to the way he treated his children, to the way he treated his staff, to the way he approached disagreement, to the way he thought of other people, which was always primarily as people first. And that was, he was much younger than I am, and I met him when he was a teenager, so he's literally the age of one of my children. So it was kind of hard to take him seriously at first. And over the years that I knew him, more than 10 years, I ended up learning from him. I'm not just saying this because he's passed. I mean that sincerely. And the main thing that I learned from him was how to disagree with people on topics that you take very seriously and that they take very seriously without hating them, or without feeling bitterness. I mean, it wasn't, people knew what was going on behind the scenes. There was a lot going on behind the scenes, and it was intense. And it was bitter. And, because the divide, particularly in foreign policy questions, is very real in the Republican Party. The neocons versus the realists, or however you want to describe it, he was on the realist side for sure. But he was mad at the people who disagreed with him. He liked them as people. He agreed with them on some things. And he would always say that. I agree. In private, he would say that. And, I was involved in it because people were mad at him for having me at his conferences or for talking to me. And
I needed that token to talk to an NPC to get a thing. So that person was just a casualty of convenience.
So we had cause to talk about it a lot up until he was assassinated. And I was so struck the whole time. I would say,
they were a
ugly
shopping
language I'm
list.
famous for in private. And
that person was a shopping list item, and what happens to them was my shopping list. Oopsies. Okay, now I'm no longer a helpful blue. I'm a bloodlustful red because I need to procure an item from this man. I forgot what I need. Abandon my covenant and join. Yes, pleasers, my duders.
He would never talk like that. He would say, well, I agree with him on this, but obviously I'm on your side on that. And he just never forgot there was a person behind the views. And that inspired me. And God commands that of us. That's a real commandment, in my opinion. And he lived it.
That's exactly right, Tucker. He treated everybody with respect, and because he genuinely loved people, and he genuinely wanted their salvation. He wanted them to have a relationship with God. He wanted them to know the truth. He always treated them with respect, maybe especially when he disagreed with them. And I think about this. So you talked about foreign policy. That is one of the big divides on the American right now. And the thing that Charlie seemed to understand intuitively is that the coalition that made Donald Trump the President of the United States and J.D. Vance the Vice President of the United States, it included Tucker Carlson, but also Ben Shapiro. It included people who did disagree vociferously, but agreed on 70 or 80% of issues. And fundamentally, the question Charlie would ask is, if you're a good faith person and you're trying to do right, then you are part of the Big Ten. And I think that's something that we have to try to model together, because Charlie's no longer around to do it for us. And one way in particular, I was very touched by this. I actually texted Mark about this because you very generously have put out some donation link to help support Charlie's family. And think about it. Eric and the kids, most importantly, they're grieving the loss of a dear husband and father, but somebody, we're going to have to step in and fill the gap to provide for them in a way that Charlie no longer can't, because he was taken down by an assassin's bullet. Who I saw share that link was Mark Levin. And I thought it was a really good example of how Charlie was able to bring people together from across our movement, so long as we were operating in good faith. That was the question. If you were good faith, you're on his team.
That is exactly right. And good faith is the measure. And I have to say, I think now is exactly the wrong time to appropriate the memory of someone and the emotion that comes with that, the really intense emotion that all of us feel at his murder, and use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, and I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel, which he expressed to me in private many, many times. Like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. And I think that made complete sense to me. I sort of agree with that, actually. And so it allowed both sides to talk to him, because they felt like, this person doesn't hate me. It doesn't need to get existential. It's not about disliking me or some weird bigotry. But I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say, this is what, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that. That turns everybody off. You don't help your own cause by doing that. And it's also literally untrue. So I just hope that we can continue in, I'm not exaggerating, the spirit that he operated in, which is one of love for other people, including people we disagree with, and don't make it, as small bore as that. That doesn't help.
Yeah, so one of the issues, Tucker, and I agree with you, that he would express disagreements with the administration on, there are two that jump out, is one, Charlie was a hardliner on immigration. He wanted us to control our borders as much as possible. He wanted us to ramp up the deportations. I remember having conversations with Charlie where he would say, why aren't the deportations higher? Why aren't you doing more? And I would talk to him. But it wasn't, hey, I don't understand this, or I disagree with you, and therefore I'm going to blast you and assume that you're in bad faith. It's, I'm a free citizen. I love you guys, I supported you guys, and I'm going to use my platform to try to accomplish as much good as I possibly can. And I think that made him such an effective operator. And I would talk to Charlie and say, Charlie, well, look, here are the reasons why. And as you've seen, Tucker, we've ramped up deportation numbers. We have actually, there are a lot of people who are self-deporting because they don't want to be in the country knowing that eventually immigration enforcement will happen. But I think part of that success comes from people like Charlie applying pressure. Pressure as a friend, pressure as somebody who cares deeply about the issue. And that's true also, I know we have about 90 seconds left, but that's true about foreign policy. Like, I remember Charlie calling me and saying, I'm really worried. And this was back in the summer when the Iran strikes were sort of first being contemplated. Because I'm really worried this is going to become another regime change war in the Middle East that we get trapped in. And I said, Charlie, first of all, like have some faith here. The President of the United States is not a believer in perpetual war. He knows the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan. He doesn't want to repeat them. But Charlie was very clear that he could support Israel. And by the way, he did eventually support the strikes on the nuclear facility while simultaneously saying, no more. This can't become a bigger thing. This can't become a broader thing. And again, I think he modeled a really good way of applying pressure, of disagreeing when you do disagree, but also recognizing that so long as you're operating in good faith, we're all part of the team. And that's something I'm going to try to take from Charlie's legacy is not that we're always right, not that we can't take criticism, but that we all should try to work together.
It did worry me because I think your description is perfect. He was one of the very few who took that message and stood by it. I mean, right to the very end. This cannot get bigger. We don't want another regime change war. But man, some of the people who send money to Turning Point, his donors, were very tough on him. So tough on him that I could feel it. You know, I talked to him a lot in the last few months, and he was under enormous pressure. He never bent. He never became bitter.
He kept his integrity to the very end.
To the very end. And I just think it's important to say that because it's true.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tucker. It's good to be with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back with our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy Jr. You are listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
This is most of us as invaders. They're very sweet.
When they come, it's the largest slavery operation in American history that many illegal aliens helped make possible on the southern border. And I guess the final question I'll have is, should a government serve its citizens first and foremost?
Yeah, of course. Well, okay, there's been many people who are like very political leaders who have said that this place is built off of immigrants.
Oh, is it? Wait, hold on. Let's think about that.
Sure.
First of all, it's legal, not illegal. But was America founded by immigrants or settlers?
Settlers.
That's not an immigrant.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not my point. My point is that
just
people
brought up the nation built by immigrants.
Yeah,
we're actually not.
Because the political leaders have said that this place is built.
Yeah, and they're wrong.
They're wrong. Political leaders are wrong. George W. Bush is wrong. All these political leaders who have built America.
By the way, the first person to say that was.
How is that wrong? When illegal immigrants they grow the economy.
Okay,
statistically,
allow me to build it out for you.
Sure.
Immigrants have helped at times in American history, but we are first and foremost a nation founded by settlers. Immigrants come to a country already built. Settlers come to a barren place and build something new.
Right.
This land was barren when people came. Mm-hmm. In the 1840s gold rush, this was not an easy place to live.
Yeah.
California was not exactly industrialized. Mm-hmm. There was not immigrants coming west to California. Those were settlers building a new place around, Western values. Finally, I would just ask the question, do you see a moral distinction between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
Well, the argument is that they're cutting in line. Like, the argument is that they're cutting in line of the 20-year process that it would take for someone to cross illegally.
It's not 20, but yeah.
At most, it's 20. Right now, there's around, 1.2 million people who are currently waiting that would take 6 to 7 years for a hearing.
And by the way, no one has a right to come to this country.
I respect them. I want to be like them when I remember how to play better again. I want to be kind to people, mindful of people, and sweet to people. I like them. They seem quite cool. I want to do for others as others did unto me, in a helpful way.
Wait, let me stay on track of what I was going to say. Okay, so people who come here, usually, almost all the time when they come here, they benefit society. There's studies that have done this.
Not necessarily.
Okay, not necessarily, but overall in general.
But no, I fundamentally disagree with that.
You can't disagree with a fact.
Hold on, do you think Ilhan Omar has enriched the United States of America?
You can disagree with someone's attestation of what is fact. That is a reasonable thing to do. I need to scroll. Bastille, things betwixt. Usage, too high up. Regular, okay, cool. Merchant Hag, No Man's Wharf. In a chest outside of the poison jars found to the right of the stairs on the bridge with the flexile sentry. Oh, hold on. Let's do that one. Hold on, wait, what? There's two, right? In a chest with the poison jars found to the right up the stairs from the bridge with the flexile. That would be here. Okay.
I don't know who
Do you think Rashida Tlaib?
Uh-huh.
I mean, I could go through person by person by person.
So I don't know these people. Are these people who have are illegal immigrants that have caused harm?
Yeah, again, if you don't know, I don't need to pick on you. It's fine.
Okay.
But I guess the final question is, do you have any concern
Bust.
that there are too many people coming into this country and we're a nation of
bust.
strangers, not a nation of neighbors?
If the people who are coming are creating America, making it more growing, like the economy is growing, then what
More
harm is that
growing
doing?
is the
Especially
funniest
Because
way to
we're more
phrase
than an
that.
economy, though, aren't we? We're a culture, we're a language,
Yeah,
we're
of course.
people.
Okay, so let's talk about that front. When they come here, they don't have any kind of. They're not committing as more
Man's
crimes
gone.
than people who are already here. That is a statistic.
We've already
done.
dispelled that. But
That is not. You
Where'd
can't
he go?
tell a
California.
statistic.
Let's
What are
take
you talking
California.
about?
I don't think I've ever paid mind to where he moves because I didn't have a use for him playing a knight half the time. I played I went for pyro this time, bro.
Do you think there's anything wrong that a majority of young people in California speak Spanish, not English?
Wait, sorry, can you say that
Do you
again?
think there's anything wrong or troubling to the fact that a majority of people under the age of 30 here in the States speak Spanish, not English?
I also find it quite lazy that okay, so personally, me, I really do not like not being out of practice with multiple. I don't like being out of practice with multiple languages. It kind of personal thing irritates me when I do that. So I don't know. It really does. Even though in Mandarin you could say I'm illiterate, full fucking bore. Oops, I had to take one of them. So I chose. Let's go get fire, bro, before I get stuck in this. Let's go get him.
Is there a problem with that?
Well, yeah, everyone should be able to have an ability to communicate with the rest of the crowd. So I don't know what the big issue of that
See, I think it's a huge problem when we have a nation where you can't communicate with your fellow
Okay,
neighbors.
simple solution. Teach them how to speak English. What is your point?
Our schools don't do that, actually. And also, have a better solution.
Yeah.
Don't import a bunch of people that don't speak English.
There are nations where you will be put through integration as a school affect of schooling now. Personally, big fan. Because we should integrate. That is very important. It is beneficial for all. Integration, not disintegration. I'm about to disintegrate this person from their soul from their body. Yeet. I didn't want the other one to change up from passive to active on me. Or I guess fleeing to active.
Importing people who actually grow the economy.
Again, I reject your premise.
That's not a premise. That's a study that's been done.
Do you know what a premise is? I don't actually care as much about economic growth because we're one nation under GDP. We're not one nation under GDP. We're a nation under God. Yeah. And when we lose social cohesion, and you import a bunch of people that don't share our values, that don't necessarily always assimilate, that's a major and serious problem. And we are a people first and foremost with a creed, and that creed is falling apart. Mass migration has not helped that creed. Yes, they might buy more trinkets. They might help depress wages. Mass migration, of course, can help.
All good things, all great things for America.
They help major corporations, but you know what they also do? They keep down the wages of working people. If you are a plumber, yes, of course. If you think about it, if you're a plumber, electrician, or a welder, and you have to compete against someone from Nicaragua who's willing to do it for $5 less an hour, that depresses the wages of the American citizen.
Right. Yeah, so there's been studies that done that also counteract that.
Illegal
immigrants.
Well, let's use our reason.
Let's use our reason. Studies.
Let's use our
reason.
reason.
Statistics.
How about our reason? So we've had mass migration for 20 years. Have wages gone up?
I don't know.
No, they haven't actually. Okay. So forget your studies. For 10 years.
Okay, we're skipping this one because it is rehashy. We're going to skip ahead in time to the next part of Mr. Vance speaking.
Given your name, you were a scion of one of the
great
political families on the Democratic side in American history. But now you're one of the most important members of the administration in a Republican administration. Maybe talk, if you would, just a little bit about Charlie's approach to politics and how it ultimately made you one of the most important people in the federal government.
Well, Charlie was probably the primary architect of my unification with President Trump. I actually announced my endorsement of President Trump at a Turning Point rally in Arizona, which was his idea. And he was, for people who were there, remember it, there was all these kind of fireworks and sparklers on the stage when we shook hands, and that was all Charlie's orchestration. That was his idea, and he insisted on that. But I first met Charlie in July of 2021. I had just written a book about Anthony Fauci, and he had me on his show for this very, very wide-ranging interview.
Didn't have to do
really
that.
Let me talk a
Chose
lot,
to do that,
which was unusual at that time because I was not allowed to talk on most outlets.
Sure.
And
I think it's past this in the invisible,
with some trepidation
right?
Because we came from such different places. But by the end of that interview, I felt like I'd met a spiritual soulmate, and our friendship blossomed after that. And even during the campaign, when he was strongly supporting President Trump, we always had a communication and outreach. And then after I made the endorsement, I saw him all the time, and he helped me a lot during the transition.
Yep.
As did you, as did Tucker. and helped a lot. Amaryllis is my dog.
There's one invisible wall that you actually have to destroy. This would be they. Boopers.
Daughter-in-law, he really kind of pushed her a lot to get the job that she has today. So, the thing that united us was his total commitment to free speech. And that had been a theme of my campaign. I had been subject to censorship like so many other people during COVID and saw the threat that it was to our country, so that once they understood, they could censor us. And Charlie and I talked about this, that the founders put the freedom of speech in the First Amendment because they knew all the other rights depended on it. If a government can silence its opponents, it has a license for any kind of atrocity. And, as soon as they realized that we were going to put up with that, they went after freedom of assembly, which is the First Amendment, with social distancing regulations. They went after freedom of religion, closing all the churches in this country. It was an extraordinary thing. I mean, it's extraordinary that we let get away with that. And by the way, they kept the liquor stores open.
I'm sorry, I gotta do this.
They went after the Fifth Amendment. They shut all of our businesses, 3.5 million businesses, with no due process, no just compensation. They went after the Seventh Amendment right to jury trial. The Seventh Amendment says no American shall be denied the right of a trial before a jury of his peers. In case there are controversies exceeding $25, there's no pandemic exception. And yet they were able to give these broad categories of industry, these exemptions from any litigation, no matter how much they hurt you. They went after the Fourth Amendment prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures by making us disclose our medical information. So the entire Constitution came under attack as soon as they realized that they could go after free speech.
So we have 80 seconds left on radio, then we'll continue streaming for the folks who are watching live on the internet and other platforms. But to talk to me just a little bit about Charlie's influence and actually politically getting you to be the HHS secretary, because I remember he was such a strong advocate for you. He was so proud of the president and of you when the president nominated you. Obviously, like all of our big nominees, there was a tough confirmation fight. Just give us 50 seconds on how important he was to making you have the position and the title you have right now.
My mouse went back to my game. I was seeing how far in we were before the next thingy hits to filler. Okay, cool. That's far enough. That's long enough.
Transitions, you never kind of know what's going to happen. And he was a critical ally for me in calling President Trump. And at first, when President Trump asked me whether I wanted this job, I was tentative. I didn't know whether I wanted to handle the Medicaid and Medicare portion, which is the biggest, economic behemoth.
Sure.
And he really persuaded me that I should do it. And then he helped me not only making calls to the president himself, but telling
next time we're going back to Eldon.
Me people that I should
Eldon Bling.
Operating strategically. I just say one other thing before we sign.
So let me pause there, Bobby. This will continue on streaming, but for those listening on radio, I want to thank the secretary. And again, we'll keep on going for another few minutes off the radio, but appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now that we're, I guess, off radio, keep talking about this piece of it, because
I think
he was strategically brilliant, and he was a good political operator in a way that I think so many people don't realize.
Yeah, he was. He was an impresario strategist. And
my camera should unfreeze in a sec.
He told her, make this
it's been doing it in this
phone call, make this one first.
Bugs with inputs.
Yep.
And he knew exactly.
As an effective spatial
he knew he understood the use of power, and he understood what buttons needed to be pushed to move the ball across the goal line. So he was very good on that. But so he was a pragmatist, but he was also one of the most idealistic people that I've ever met.
He was.
And his principal preoccupation was with conversation. He thought conversation was the only thing that could heal our country. We have all these forces, particularly the algorithms now in social media, that are driving us apart. And it's inexorable. There seems to be nothing that could stop it. And he understood that the only thing that could bridge that gap was debate, was open debate, and that censorship was the enemy of that. And that in order to have real conversations, we had to end the vitriol. We had to stop being poisonous toward each other. We need to say what we mean without saying it mean.
Yes.
And he was just amazing. He was so respectful of the people who disagreed with him. He gave them the most respect and the greatest hearing. He wanted their voice to be heard. I saw on one of the networks just now that there's this big revolt against social media because of their contribution to the polarization that ultimately led to his death, this brewing up of hatred. ironically, I think Charlie would revolt against that.
Yes.
Because he hated censorship.
Yes.
What he said is the answer is conversation and dialogue. And we need to learn to do that if our democracy is going to survive. If we're going to survive, we need to talk to each other, even though all these things are telling us not to.
Yeah, so I talked to Charlie. It was either the night of or the day after our debate with Tim Walz, and he was excited. He told me how great I did, and obviously it's awesome to hear from a friend who tells you that you did a great job. But he asked what I thought of Tim, and I said honestly, because you get in this sort of bunker mentality in the campaign, it's us versus them, and I was like honestly, even though I'm glad that I think I did well, and I certainly don't want this guy to become vice president, I actually kind of liked him afterwards after 90 minutes of talking with him. And Charlie said that's why I do all these debates. Is like you can disagree vehemently with somebody, but if you're actually communicating with them, it's really hard not to appreciate at least a little bit as a human being. Even if you think they're 100% wrong on the issues, you can appreciate them a little bit as a human being, and that's what Charlie was so good at. So with all respect to you and all gratitude for being such a big part of his life the last couple of years, Bobby, good to see you.
You too, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you.
And look actually at self-evident truths, like, does that make sense? Can you name
statistics are self-evident?
Well, not always. Statistics are very
always?
misleading. Yes, like for example, I could say, did you know that 600 people a year die because of seatbelts? Well, that's a misleading statistic because over 100,000 lives are saved by seatbelts. That's an incomplete statistic.
Wait, okay, so so that's a gray area. So where's the gray area where people are talking about where 26% of illegal immigrants who come here commit less crimes than native born?
Okay, how many times have I been over this? That's just not correct.
Well, that is true.
That's their filler again.
President of the United States calls the most powerful woman in the world. It always embarrasses her, which is why I have to say it every time I introduce her. Susie Wiles, who is such a vital role of what we do in the White House every single day, such a vital role of the success of the 2024 campaign. Susie, I just want to say thanks so much for joining us here to honor Charlie here. I want to tell you a little story. You may not be aware of this story, and maybe you didn't pay attention to the social media chatter, but if I go back to probably 6 weeks after I had been selected by the president, I was the vice presidential nominee. We were campaigning hard. And there was a weird little social media campaign to try to get Susie Wiles fired from her job, and she was running the Trump campaign.
I remember the weird little social media campaign to try to malign Mr. Vance for doing a thing that was like possibly satirical. I have no fucking clue, but I don't think it was that strange because I remember the forum posts back in my day, and he's about the same age I am. And a lot of people were doing that thing they wanted to say that he did all the time. Y'all, if y'all weren't around for the era of like the normalization of people going at it with furniture on as a forum post of the day, y'all have missed the fuck out on society, bro. I'm sorry. That shit was everywhere. That was just the thing people did back then. Oopsies. Maybe you should have been awaresies. See, it's a really efficacious like choice for armor especially when you're a little itty bitty, right? It's not bad at all. It's quite light. It's quite efficacious. It's quite nice. Good old falconers. Very available. Starts off for the night. Good thing to buy from Majula at the start. You want to spend 15k at that man so he upgrades his things. Works out. Works out nicely. I'm gonna take it. What's my weight at total?
What a social media campaign.
It was a full-on campaign, and I remember talking. Charlie Kirk called me, and he said, this thing to take down Susie is an op, meaning it's an operation meant to discredit us, meant to make us less effective. And the reason he thought it was so important to protect you is because he had such great respect for you. He thought you were such an incredible part of the team. You were sort of the person that held all the chaos together operationally in the midst of that very intense campaign. And so Charlie was thinking, as he always did, a little ahead of the curve. He was asking himself, what are the problems that are out there so I can be 2 or 3 steps ahead? And he was fighting for you, maybe even before you realized that there was this thing against you. And it was never a situation where anybody ever doubted Susie Wiles, but I wonder sometimes if the reason why you had such good and strong support from the very beginning is because you had such a powerful voice in the Republican Party standing with you every step of the way. So I just wanted to tell you that because it's one of the reasons why I admire and respect you. I know Charlie loved, admired, and respected you, but I've told my Charlie story. Maybe talk in those days of the campaign, what an important part Charlie was of our efforts and our ultimately successful efforts to install the boss in the Oval Office.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for doing this.
Of course.
I have a Charlie story that maybe hasn't been told, at least not enough. In the
I have to give the
2024
other person
campaign,
armor.
the law
Do I have
changed,
enough?
election law changed, and campaigns were finally allowed to coordinate with outside organizations. One of the biggest expenses in a
Bucket.
campaign is canvassing.
We're good.
The
We
door-to-door
got this.
activity that, particularly in a Donald Trump campaign, is critically important. And so we were liberated. We had license to coordinate with everybody, and everybody came to the table, and everybody was going to canvass at this level with this sort of fidelity to our plan, and it included Charlie. And at the end of this whole odyssey, the person that really did everything they said they were going to do and more was Turning Point. He had an army of good people who were motivated and passionate, and they delivered 110%. And I don't know that Charlie gets enough credit for that. That was a tactical assist to the campaign. We didn't have to pay for it. We didn't have to think about it. We didn't have to follow up after him. It was an immeasurable help. And most of those canvassers were some of the same young people that voted for the president and convinced their families.
Yeah.
So in many ways, it was really a pivotal effort.
That's awesome to hear. And it's consistent, Susie, with this theme that I've been coming back to today, which is that Charlie was a brilliant orator and communicator.
It's such good armor for early game. Like, honestly, I can probably hold up with this till I get to the Aurora Arbor. And I wish that I came through here first and faster so I could grab a gate ring.
Communicator and debater. He would go to these college campuses and give them the courage to speak, to build friendships with fellow conservatives and Republicans.
Fairly well done.
But everybody knows that because everybody saw it. What they didn't see necessarily is that Charlie was this very effective strategic operator at all levels of politics. And, you know, one of the things that the president always talks about is that compared to really not just his campaign in 2016, but any Republican campaign for the past 40 years, we saw young voters shift in every county, in every demographic, white, black, rich or poor. Young voters shifted right in 2024 in this very profound way. Can you talk a little bit about what Charlie did to make that happen and why this youth movement that he really built, I mean, he was a kid when he started Turning Point USA, how this youth movement, without any of us probably being able to prophesize or predict it, ended up helping us deliver the White House in 2024?
Well, I explained the tactical benefit. We never thought again about Arizona or Pennsylvania. Charlie had it. And as for the youth vote, I mean, he evangelized. He was on every college campus in every part of the country, and he was broader.
Yes, I gave her the prisoner's garb. She can be the nudie patootie. It's not going to be me. I found armor I like, finally.
Than that, a Turning Point event was something you had to be at, had to pay attention to. I know President Trump felt that way. I think you did too. And I'm struck by, you had Secretary Kennedy on just a minute ago, and Charlie was instrumental, very, in Secretary Kennedy coming to the ticket, and you too.
Yep, that's right. I know that. And that's one of the things that, you know, I'm sitting in this office here in the West Wing or White House complex, and if it weren't for Charlie Kirk, I would not be the Vice President of the United States. And I think about that a lot. I thought about that a lot over the last few days. I mean, other than the president himself, Charlie was maybe the most important person in both getting us across the finish line, but actually getting me the nomination to begin with. It was his grassroots army. It was his advocacy that I think made me a credible selection for VP in the first place. And obviously the president makes the final determination, but it takes a team. And Charlie was such an incredibly important part of that team. It's one of the reasons why I feel so indebted to him. And one of the reasons, I mean, I worry, Susie.
Oh, turns out the reason I was like smiling a bit is my friends and I were talking briefly. They just messaged me back. And I was like, oh, I told them what I was up to. And they were like, yeah, they did this a few weeks ago. And I'm like, oh shit, that's cool. And so they told me that, you know, they still had stuff they disagreed with, but they now, like, they also see the misconstruing of his words as well. And like how people have like used specific clips to try to like villainize this man. So like, that was a nice moment. Just talking to my friend about some stuff that we've seen. We've been friends for like, oh gosh, golly gee willikers, my dude. We've been friends since we were 15. No, 14 or 13-ish maybe. We've been friends since we were little, because I think like high school was what? When the fuck did I go there even? It was pretty little. Yeah. So we've been friends for like, our friendship is an adult now. Our friendship is an adult, and we're gonna celebrate when our friendship is old enough to drink.
That he is fundamentally just an irreplaceable figure. And he is.
They still drink.
There's no way that we can replace Charlie. I mean, certainly not for Erica and the beautiful kids. They're never going to get back what the assassin's gun took away from them. But the movement has to figure out a way of continuing. and continuing to build on what he built and continuing to go to college campuses and talk to young people. And not just that, but when we won power, Charlie was a critical part of...
Like, I just haven't seen the hate in him that people try to ascribe to him yet. So if it's there, I mean, I'll go looking. I've heard objections to things that he said, and I've gone and tried to find context, because I think that's important. But I just haven't found the vitriol that people say is there. And folks try to justify a lot, saying that he's full of just vitriol and hate for folks, but... like, when it's really torn down and people say that, like, he was the negotiator, yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Dude seems like a dude. And I've always been willing to work with people towards better ends, because I believe in people. So, if somebody's willing to sit and talk with you, that alone garners me a lot of, like, understanding of the amount of verticality you can exercise in just being able to communicate. And, yeah, I guess not verticality, but I guess a lot of the leverage you can utilize in communication. Because if you disagree with someone and you can come at them with some not bullshit shit, it tends to go well for you. I need to get them to ball up so I don't have to spend all my FP. I'm a bust! I'm a combust! I busted. I combusted. I combustulated all over those motherfuckers, dude.
Getting us
nice.
the right people of staff.
Nice.
So talk a little bit about that, because other than the President of the United States, the Chief of Staff is probably the most important
If I
person
hit
in
my
transition,
desk,
picking cabinet secretaries,
does it
picking
fix
all
it?
these important staffers.
Damn right.
Talk about why Charlie
There we
mattered
go.
so much, and not just helping us get there, but helping us succeed now that we're here.
I think he worked in transition every day. He did. In one place or another, doing one thing or another. And so very much the Trump administration has his imprint. My worry about Turning Point, and I couldn't agree with you more, it has to be bigger and better and growing all the time, is one of Charlie's gifts was not talking at you, but engaging you where you were. Right. And it's hard.
You gotta meet people where they are. Good skill to have. I think here's the Chlorinathi. I should probably, like, go make sure that I'm not royally fucking up with my game in a second. So let's get through here, let's get this ring. Live or die, let's try. And we'll go from there. We want these trees to moan, so they attack the trees, not me's. Woohoo, brother.
Sometimes you know tough things are coming at you. He never shrunk from that. So whoever, I can't say takes Charlie's place because that will be nobody, but whoever comes in to be sort of a voice of Turning Point, they need to be somebody that's willing to engage at a level where you're not talking to the followers, you're talking to the people that are not, and engaging them where they are. That's going to be the hardest thing, I think, to replace.
I really agree with that, Susie, and I've talked to a lot of the Turning Point staff, and what they tell me is, operationally, organizationally...
I mean, effectively, that is really just healthy conflict resolution skills put to an application, right? That is literally just being an appropriate adult and not fucking up.
Charlie had built a machine. I mean, some of these people have been working with Charlie since he was literally a teenager, and he trusted them. Where I think he is genuinely irreplaceable is, for lack of a better word, on the talent side of it, right? How do you find a person who goes into these places, who takes very difficult questions, sometimes very hostile questions, and to your point, is actually engaging with them, is not talking at them. Now, there are all these social media clips, and I was talking about this earlier, so forgive the...
And even I know I can be a heated petiteed sometimes. So, like, you know, there's always more to work on for everyone. TLDR. Get broke. Scrub.
The audience, forgive me for repeating myself, but he was not just the super viral clips of him getting the better of a person in a debate. If you sit down and watch a Charlie Kirk event at one of these universities, it is 90% him almost acting like a big brother to these kids, right? If it's a young conservative who's very nervous about the crowd and nervous about asking a question, Charlie steps up and says, don't be nervous. I was nervous. I
tried to fix my camera.
Just speak slowly, get your question out. He would coach them through it. If there was a young progressive who is getting jeered by some of the people in the audience, he'd say, no, guys, let her speak. Let him speak. This is part of open debate, is they get...
Yeah, saying don't be mean, be polite. Yeah. Like, he'd call out some shit sometimes, in ways that aren't the most conducive to getting people to be more forthcoming. But like, that is the thing that I heard him do that to, was someone saying that someone had committed a sex crime and a hate crime and then not reporting it. And also my thoughts are, don't be fucking weak. Don't be a fucking weakling. You need to report it so it doesn't happen to the next person. You have to fucking grow a pair. Get the fuck up and report inappropriate behavior like that. If you're gonna say that you've been hate crimed, you need to fucking report it. Because if you don't, the next person may not be so fucking lucky. If you say you're gonna think about it, what if you now have just put someone on the tip that you're gonna fucking snitch on them and they're gonna do something aggressive? You've lost your advantage. You've now fucked yourself. Good fucking job. You should act on it when someone does inappropriate shit. And that was what he was saying too. And so like, I don't know. It's an aggro way to say it, but I was much more aggro. He just said the totality of it was that the school might like press charges for a student defaming them. And I was just like, don't be a fucking bitch. Don't be a fucking weakling. Get the fuck up and actually protect the next person, you fucking dejected piece of shit. Holy fuck, get off your fucking ass. That's me as a person, though. Dejected. I don't like people.
Lives in Brightstone Cove down the way. I'm gonna find him and settle the score. Nobody insults me like that.
This is my kind of person.
For the good of the world and for my own honour. I won't let that bastard live another day.
That's how I be when people are inappropriate sometimes. Damn, brother.
For the good of the world, I won't let that bastard live another day.
On my honor too, bro. I got your back, I guess, man. Say what's up if you need something. You sound like my kind of people, and we're pretty rare, so... If you need something, I got you. Nice to meet you, nice to know you. Peace. We will strike an accord, my dudes. As we do. As we do. One sec. I do like a crossbow offhand in this game especially. It's very nice. Very nice. Alright. Got it. Getting it, got it, good.
And we get to hear from them. And I thought that was just such an incredible thing that he did. I mean, I've talked to a number of friends. I've talked to, Tucker. I've talked to Laura Ingram. I've talked to a number of people about how we can try to replace that. Not in the way that Charlie did it. Charlie is irreplaceable. But we can at least have a team of people try to step into the gap and make sure that we're carrying this message to college campus. Because if we don't do that, I think that's the way in which I worry about the assassin winning. Is we've got to carry on the mantle, we've got to carry on the torch, and we've got to do it by continuing the message, that's why I'm doing this show today, is I just wanted to send a signal that we're not going to let Charlie's mantle be discarded, we're going to keep on carrying it. And one final thing that I wanted to talk about is, you mentioned Bobby Kennedy earlier, and obviously he was on the segment before you. What Charlie was so good at was marshaling political action into a policy outcome. Or a person outcome. And this is where I want to talk about Bobby. And because so many of the really good nominees that we had, they weren't easy to get across the finish line. And that's no insult to our great nominees. Great people are actually always going to be a little bit harder. If it's a person who doesn't make any controversy, who doesn't say anything especially controversial, that person's going to be easy. But the president didn't want that. He wanted to staff the administration with people who had interesting things to say, who brought unique perspectives. And that meant that we were going to have some tough confirmation fights. Maybe, we've got about 2 minutes left. Talk a little bit about the role that Charlie played on the inside, on the outside, and making sure that all of these great nominations that we had actually got across the finish line in a town where we've got 53 GOP senators and we could only lose 3 for any particular nomination.
Well, I would say you and Charlie were a good tag team.
We were.
Let's take Bobby or Pete, for example.
Yep.
The president really didn't want a homogenized cabinet. He wanted different people that were, for whatever reason, a part of a movement that we need to keep. There were interest groups, there were coalitions and people that came to be Trump voters. We don't have an exact number, but it was certainly more than a few.
It's hurting my hand, but I'll do it a time or two more.
And now we have 3.5 years to convert Trump voters to being Republicans.
Sure.
So that in 2028, we can keep the White House, the House, and the Senate. That's what Charlie helped us think through. I'll speak for myself. That's what Charlie helped me think through. Yes, his expertise was with young people, but he knew so much about everything. And he knew that there was this group of people we now call MAHA that were out there looking for a home. He found Bobby and introduced Bobby into our world. And now he's the Secretary of HHS. So that's the kind of thinking that we saw Charlie all the time do. And I think that the movement cannot be, or he cannot be replaced by any one person. He's got to be replaced by you, by Don Trump, by so many others that are good communicators and can be taking as well as giving.
You heard it from the White House Chief of Staff. It's up to all of us, including those in the audience, to keep on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Next up, I have some closing thoughts to share about my dear friend. We will be right back. Thanks.
Do I need to skip
Have a great
around?
time. Thank you.
I will donate.
Yeah, I do.
The writer shows that she lied about a dead man, and yet she wrote it. An esteemed magazine published it. It made it through the editors, and of course, liberal billionaires rewarded that attack. Now, of course, even if Charlie had uttered those words, it wouldn't mean that he deserved his fate. But consider the level of propaganda at work. Charlie was gunned down in broad daylight, and well-funded institutions of the left lied about what he said so as to justify his murder. This is soulless and evil. But
I mean, I would go with disgusting. I'm much more keen to call things disgusting more than evil. That's a me thing. Because I can evil's a hard thing for me to press. But I can call something disgusting, reprehensible, pathetic, lazy, lame, gross, inappropriate. It might just be a way of viewing shit. Evil's a very, that's a thing that is reserved from me. I will say those other things about the efforts to absolutely inflame the populace about this man, given misinformation. I do find that lazy, reprehensible, disgusting, pathetic, quite uncouthful, very fucking weak, and very fucking inappropriate. Those things I can stand on entirely. Those are fine. Be critical of the things that you don't like. Be critical appropriately. But when we venture into inappropriate, that's when you lose me. And that's when I become your biggest fucking problem. And I should be your biggest problem if you do that. You deserve no less.
I was struck not just by the dishonesty of the smear, but by the glee over a young husband's and young father's death. Quote, she says, he was an unrepentant racist,
there we go.
transphobe, homophobe, and misogynist.
Yeah, those are the things people parrot. So, yeah. Stand on shit, or don't stand at all.
Misogynist. The Nation wrote, who often wrapped his bigotry in Bible verses because there was no other way to pretend that it was morally correct. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said. He had children, as do many vile people. Now, hours before this smear was published, my wife and I had the honor of escorting Charlie's body back to his home in Arizona. We took his wife, Erica, we love you.
I've been gracing through it the best I can. Those things don't seem to what I can say would be a thing I can stand on. Those seem to be wildly large conflations, though that's not an entirely unheard of thing today. I do find it still inappropriate, disgusting, lazy, pathetic, not very fucking cool, and ought to be reserved to intentioned, unkind motherfuckers. So, may the people who did it learn. And the worst thing I will wish on someone is a path towards growth. Because that might be uncomfortable. And sometimes you need to just take the uncomfy, grow, and just deal with it. And so yeah, from me to them, I wish them growth. By any and all means, may they grow. May they struggle and strive through growth. Development may not be easy, but it damn sure is a beautiful thing. So.
His parents, his sister, and a few of his best friends with us. And as they offloaded Charlie's casket from Air Force Two, I worried that Erica would collapse with grief. Now, I'm a very lucky husband to a very wonderful wife, but I have never been prouder of my wife at that moment as she held Erica in Erica's very darkest hour. And I thought of Erica as I read that disgusting attack on Charlie. He had children, as do many vile people. That's what they said about him.
I mean, I can also go to say that, like, sounds like a vile person would write such a thing about someone. Camera work. There you go. That does sound like the kind of thing that a vile person themselves writes about another. What we most often say of others is oftentimes true of ourselves. It's a choice you can make. You can choose to do better, so I wish that they genuinely do find better in their heart. I love wishing people a long life in which they may contend with the circumstances they have brought and find growth. It's my favorite thing to wish on people. Sometimes you have to be uncomfortable to grow and learn. It happens. You'll live.
I said the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I asked Usha what Erica had said to her earlier in the day in a private moment, and I asked Erica's permission to share this. My wife told me, she asked me for advice. Erica asked me for advice on how she should tell her children that their father had been murdered. She asked my wife how to tell her beautiful kids that their father and my dear, very dear friend is no longer with us. And as she was doing it, there were people dancing on that father's grave. Now, I have heard many calls in the last few days for unity and for healing in the wake of Charlie's assassination. You have no idea how desperately I want that, how gratified I was when Democratic friends and even former Senate colleagues reached out to offer their condolences to me. I'm so thankful. And I know there are so many like them all across our great country. I am desperate to wrap my arms around them as we all unite to condemn political violence and the ideas that...
Tartarus? I'm spacing. Why am I spacing? Oh. We're gonna be kind to the deceased. And I'm still a bit annoyed that people have misrepresented him so severely. As a way to, like, entirely malign him. I'm upsetty spaghetti, because I don't like being lied to. And it has only taken me 22 hours of getting context to find that out. 22 beautiful fucking hours of my life that I will never get back. Because I like to be accurate when I run my whore-ass mouth. That's fine. Well spent. Would do again.
That cause it. Psalm 133 tells us, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren.
Sorry, I'm a bit miffed because I died right about here trying to harvest this chest to this cocksucker. I guess they're not there. Fuck it. I see you. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
To dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head. Oh, how badly have I craved that precious ointment in recent days, and I believe we can have it. But first, we must tell the truth. It's the only way to honor Charlie, for what was he, if not a man who told the truth?
He gets called a lot of vile things by what I can only describe as people who have listened to vile people, misrepresented a man, and carried forth a message that is less than genuine. Like, 22 hours. I know I'm not done digging, but this is the preparedness that we get from me when I stream. The most I've prepared for a stream so far is the one time I prepared for a stream so far. I mean, you could say that me taking like 10 hours or so, not even 10, like I guess a couple hours to prepare like input working correctly for FromSoft games counts is research too, so maybe I've done it twice. But like, that's about all. I do not prepare for streams usually. I prepared this time because I wanted to like understand, be able to address things appropriately, not be misinformed, and speak from a place of at least understanding. It's been fun. It has been a lot though. It has definitely been a lot. Am I gonna be glad in the next 4 hours when this 22-hour, like, stint is over? Oh, fuck yeah. I see you, motherfucker. Dick. Stop it. I'm adorable. How dare you hit me? I'm adorable, how dare you? I'm adorable, how dare you? How dare you? I'm adorable, how dare you? You shouldn't hit adorable people. Fuck you. Nope. Piss me. Piss me. Fuck me. Fucking A. Cock. Oh my gosh, you turn so slowly. It's so hard to pull off some obnoxious shit that I'm used to from Belden Bling. Holy cannoli. Well, this is a mess and I put myself here. Fuck! Whatever. It's not like I get lost all the time and that was hard to get to. Fuck. Piss. Ass. Cock. Motherfuck. Titty fuck. Piss. Damn it. Confound it. What a fucking mess. I'm never gonna find my way back. Oh, no, I can. I got this. The muscle memory, it comes to me. The little gray cells, they are activating. They are schmactivating. My beautiful little gray cells, please guide me. My dear, beautiful, sweet, amazing, sweet, and tender gray cells. If you don't fucking work right the fuck now, I'm gonna fucking... I will... I didn't go far enough. Gray cells, I commanded work, my dudes. Come on, gray cells, just work, brother. Come on, please. I don't ask for much, bro. Please, little gray cells, please, 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 little gray cells. Come on, bro. Come the fuck on, my dude. Thank you. Is this man following me again? Okay, good. Fuck him. Yo, brother. How you doing? I need to pick up my shit. Hold on. Wait. Oh, there we go. And this. All right, bro. What's up?
Truth in every place, in every environment. Now, the most important truth Charlie told is this, that long ago a man, begotten, not made, came down from heaven, and by the Holy Spirit was incarnate of the Virgin Mary and became man.
Yeah, the good Hebrew boy, that lovely Hebrew lad, Jesus. He seems to be on some very importantly kind shit. I as a kindness first or GTFO bitch can I can get down with the kindness first innings. I think that's very important. Kindness first, or I'm allowed to fuck with people and do unhinged things. I'm literally allowed to unhinge my jaw and do things to them if they don't want kindness first. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I think I should be allowed to unhinge my jaws. First off, I should be able to unhinge my jaw. The very fact that I can't is fucking obnoxious, and I feel like I have been systemically fucked over by existence. Anyone who loves me would allow me to unhinge my jaw. Literally everything else is a fucking asshole. I demand the right to unhinge my jaw. I'm told I have the right to pursue happiness. What about the right to unhinge my jaw? Like a fucking asshole. Okay, exactly. I want to unhinge my fucking jaw. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If not allowed to unhinge my jaw, I will do fucked up shit. I give not a fuck. Like, this world, disposable. I want to unhinge my jaw. Anyone in the way can get fucked. I want to do it. I want it now. I want to now. Or everything is forfeit. I demand the ability to unhinge my jaw right the fuck now, or I'm going to take time out of my day to summarily track down every Tom, Dick, Harry, Larry, Susan, Prince, and Dimitri on this fucking, not literally only them, including but not limited to, and do fucking inappropriate shit like scream how I wish I could unhinge my jaw at them. And unless I get it by the end of tonight, I swear to fuck on a Tuesday, you are all gonna have to rue the day that I was allowed to wish to unhinge my jaw and denied this. I wanna do it. I wanna do it now. I refuse to accept no in this matter. I wanna be able to do it. Why do I wanna do it? Sometimes I want to eat things bigger than my head. And I can't. without risking choking. And I sometimes do choke trying to eat things bigger than my head. And you know what? I deserve an accolade for how hard that is, how hard I work at it, and how much I put into it. And that's fine. I work hard for it, okay? I'm a hard worker. There's one thing you can say about me. 2 things. 3 things. I'm an ugly bitch, I'm a hard worker, and I wish I could unhinge my jaw. Those are about the only things you could say about me. But darn it, do they hold true. And fuck on a Tuesday, am I adorable. All I wanna do is boop, boop, boop. No, quite honestly, I want to unhinge my jaw so fucking bad right now. You have no idea how much I look at food that's bigger than my face, and I just wish I could shove it all in there in one big run. I probably shouldn't over-aggro. I probably don't remember if they, like... Ah, we're gonna find out. I'm still hollow. Fuck it, let's go.
For our sake, he was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and suffered death, and was buried, and rose again on the 3rd day. Charlie believed.
I'm gonna be honest, the Roman government back then did some shit, bro. I don't know why. I don't know why they had to be that way, but that was some shit. Like, old school Roman government 2,000 years ago? Y'all could have done better, bro. I'm sorry. That was weak. Why do you have to, like, go after a nice Hebrew lad? What'd he ever do to you? Exactly. Fuckball's nothing, my dude. The fuck are you people? Bro, people 2,000 years ago are fucking weird. Bro, we are like 12,000 years deep into humanity being able to like say that we have had civilizations, commerce across the seas, long transportation, and a reason to smile. Alright. Fuck. I'm bad at this. Fuck. Ah, piss. Double cursed. Fuck you.
As I do, that all the truth he told flowed from that fundamental principle. I really do believe that we can come together in this country. I believe we must.
Fuck you.
But unity,
Camera
real
work.
unity, can be found only after climbing the mountain of truth. And there are difficult truths we must confront in our country. One truth is that 24% of self-described, quote, very liberals believe it is acceptable to be happy about the death of a political opponent, while only 3% of self-described...
Yeah, well, people who are happy about death are choosing to do disgusting shit, so that's something that they should work on. May they find growth. Even if it is uncomfortable, may they find fucking growth. Because holy shit. If motherfuckers think it's okay to, like, not share a world with someone to that extent, if only they knew how little I like sharing the world with people who wish harm on others. I don't get to do anything about it. I'm stuck with it. I just have to reason with them and be not a fucking twat all the time. I will be a twat sometimes. I'm a little bit heated because of that forest. I really, 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 really do not like that fucking forest. I love the forest. Not that forest, though. Like, holy shit, bro. That place is so upsetting. And it's fine. It's fine as fuck. It's fine. Who the fuck gives a fuck? But, honestly, it is a chore there. I get a little bit salty there. I can't really help it. That place makes me want to go and disembowel people. Which is fine, because I literally, that's like the one thing I can do there, is disembowel people. Claimer. I need to be able to carry this. 13, 20, I'm pretty sure 15 means I can carry it. Whew. We're gonna put it there for now. That's good. Broadsword. 1s, 2s, 3s. Perfect. Dagger? Maybe. Probably not this dagger. That's fine. Fuck upgrading armor. Fuck that shit.
Very conservatives agree. 3% is too many, of course. Another truth is that 26% of young liberals believe political violence is sometimes justified. And only 7...
Yeah, well, they're fucking wrong. They're wrong and they're inappropriate, and that's disgusting, and that's a choice they can choose to do otherwise then. Was it 13? Because apparently if not, I'm not prepared. 13 decks? I think it was 13 decks.
1% of young conservatives say the same. Again, too high a number. In a country of 330 million people, you can of course find one person of a given political persuasion justifying this or that or almost anything. But the data is clear. People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem. If both sides have a problem, one side has a much bigger and malignant problem, and that is the truth we must be told.
Oh, I can already hold it.
That problem has terrible consequences. The leader of our party, Donald J. Trump, escaped an assassin's bullet by less than an inch. Our House Majority Leader, Stephen Scalise, came within seconds.
Bro, you can't say leaver, you gotta say leader. I know that he probably notices this after the fact, and he's been like off the cuff doing radio for hours, so I'm not trying to clown on the man. It's just a thing that I notice that is making me have a teensy. How did I not get the fucking key? Did I not talk to that man? Fuck! I'm being mad at myself. Brace yourselves. Brace yourselves. I'm afraid I might blow a gasket. Please brace yourselves. I might say something foul. Motherfucking titty fuck asshole. Fucking rude. 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 I'm moving this up here. Rude. Rude. Absolutely rude. Rude as what the absolute why. There, that's fine.
Seconds of death by an assassin himself. And now, the most influential conservative activist in generations, our friend Charlie, has been murdered. This violence, it doesn't come from nowhere. Now, any political movement, violent or not violent, is a collection of forces. It's like a pyramid that stacks on top, one support on top of the other. That pyramid's got a foundation of donors, of activists, of journalists, now of social media influencers, and of course of politicians. Not every member of that pyramid would commit a murder. In fact, over 99% I'm sure would not. But by celebrating that murder, apologizing for it, and emphasizing not Charlie's innocence, but the fact that he said things some didn't like, even to the point of lying about what he...
Yeah, I'm just gonna go out of my way to, like, drag and roast anybody that, like, celebrates death, period, no matter whose death it is. Good job. Like, I'm a very cryy bitch. My eyes get wet for people easy. But I have very little to levy to, like, take care of my little heart outside of being funny. So, you know, those who set themselves up for it, I will just clown on their asses till I get fucking broken, bro. Don't have much else I can do, but I can flap my fucking gums till I get fucking tired and woozy.
He actually said many of these people are creating an environment where things like this are inevitably going to happen. A couple of months ago, I headlined a fundraiser in Southern California, and since, you know, we'd be out there anyways, my wife and I decided to take our kids to Disneyland one weekend.
That sounds
We had
cozy.
fun, and to be clear, most of the guests said very nice things.
No one ever took me to Disney. I'm not trying to be mad at my, like, late mother. Not. But I am saying that she could have taken me to Disney. Oh well. Bug it.
Or they just left us alone. But there was a loud and very cool minority that would shout at my children, who were 8, 5, and 3, whenever they got the opportunity. "You should disown your dad, you little shit," one middle-aged woman yelled at my 5-year-old. "Tell the Secret Service to protect the Constitution, not your father," screamed another. Are these women violent? Probably.
I mean, they're vile. They are vile, I'll give them that. Maybe being a vile fucking... Like, I, as but a humble hag of the forest and woods, would request it if my fellow hags, but those of the swamp, would please refrain from whatever the fuck that is. As it is, if nothing else, not appropriate. You are not to yell at children. You are not to be inappropriate and unkind to children. You are to shove your shit. They are children. You are to shut your fucking mouth, mind your fucking place, and not be rude to children. Unless you want a fucking problem. I'm a very horrifying and good problem to have at the same time. But presumably someone will get to them before me. I've had sheriffs tell me that I have permission to, like, go out and, like, browbeat a person for being inappropriate to children before. So maybe I'm not the worst problem. Maybe I am the worst problem to have, rather. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still under the auspice, depending on your location. Not for everyone, everywhere. If someone's doing some inappropriate and aggressive shit to kids, you're allowed to lay them fallow to the earth. Skip this cutscene.
Not. Are they deranged? Certainly. And while our side of the aisle certainly has its crazies, it is a statistical fact that most of the lunatics in American politics today are proud members of the far left. After Charlie died,
like, every group does find itself with a degree of extremism and inappropriate behavior, right? I try to always harken back to veganism, because as a vegan bitch, what the fuck else should I clown on? Besides, most people just hate us anyway, so I mean, it's probably easier to break through to the partisan people if I just shit on my fellow vegan homies for a minute. And boy, oh boy, is there a decent amount of fucking grounds to do that from. From the folks that try to justify cruelty and harm on other people because they feel hopeless. And hopeless is a thing. Desperation exists, and it makes us do egregious things. But, you know, as an excuse to do it, it's just a pathetic thing. You shouldn't need an excuse to do something. You should be able to stand on some shit. But that kind of shit is fucked up.
One of his friends and one of our senior White House staffers had left-leaning operatives in his neighborhood passing out leaflets telling people what he looked like and where he lived, encouraging neighbors to harass him or, God forbid, to do worse. While he was mourning his dead friend, he and his wife had to worry about the political terrorists drawing a big target on the home he shares with his young children. Are these people violent? I hope not. But are they guilty of encouraging violence? You damn well better believe it. We can thank God that most Democrats don't share these attitudes, and I do, while acknowledging that something has gone very wrong with a lunatic fringe, a minority, but a growing and powerful minority on the far left. There is no unity with people who scream at children over their parents' politics. There is no unity with someone who lies about what Charlie...
I mean, I can agree with that part. And the lying about somebody, regardless of who they are. If you need to lie to justify, like, calling for harm, first off, you're a fucking bitch and a fucking lazy fucking loser. But also, it really does take but a moment to go and look into it ourselves.
Kirk said in order to excuse his murder.
20 hours.
There is no unity with someone who harasses an innocent family the day after the father of that family lost a dear friend. There is no unity with the people who celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination. And there is no unity with the people who fund these articles, who pay the salaries of these terrorist sympathizers, who argue that Charlie Kirk, a loving husband and father, deserved a shot to the neck because he spoke words with which they disagree. Did you know that the George Soros Open Society Foundation and the Ford Foundation, the groups who funded that disgusting article justifying Charlie's death, do you know they benefit from generous tax treatment? They are literally subsidized by you and me, the American taxpayer. And how do they reward us?
I gotta replug it.
By setting fire to the house built by the American family over 250 years. I'm desperate for our country to be united in condemnation of the actions and the ideas that killed my friend. I want it so badly that I will tell you a difficult truth.
OBS
we can only
froze.
have it with people who acknowledge that political violence is unacceptable, and when we work to dismantle the institutions that...
Capturing my timestamp. OBS froze on me, so it's possibly gonna crash on me. It's still capturing, but I can't use the UI. I can check and see if the stream says it's functional in other places. That's a thing I can do. If I move, can I see it on Kick? Yep. Welp. I need to deactivate and reactivate my camera. I could quickly restart OBS, but then my timestamps get fucked up. I can restart the stream in a bit. That's an option. I can wait for it. That's an option. I can check CPU priority and affinity. That's an option. Okay, I got options. Let's go. Give me this. Doing this myself. OBS 64. Brother. Well, it has a good CPU affinity set. It's quite wisely put together, so it doesn't overutilize nonsense. It allows boost. You're stuck like this till I'm done with this. It's not long.
Promote
I'll restart the
violence
stream
and
after.
terrorism in our own country. Now, our government, you heard me talk to Stephen Miller about this,
No
will
one's
be
speaking
working
English.
very hard to do exactly that in the months to come. We're not always going to get it right. We will sometimes move more slowly than you would like. We will sometimes move more slowly than I want us to. But I promise you that we will explore every option to bring real unity to our country and stop those who would kill their fellow Americans because they don't like what they say. But you have a role too. So
Yeah, I mean, like, just fuck people who want to do that. That's, like, so fucking inappropriate. And I get that just saying fuck them isn't good enough. But, genuinely, fuck people who think that's an appropriate option. That's fucking disgusting. I hope that they know I think it's disgusting. Because I will chase them through the streets pointing at them and screaming about it until I grow old and fatigued. Not that I'm not old and fatigued. Older and more fatigued. Fuck me.
civil society, Charlie understood this well, is not just some...
But I will follow them, I will point at them, I will scream about their antics, I will always fucking hold ire towards that kind of decision making. I'll never respect it, and those who evoke it will always lose a part of me that I don't know if they will ever get back. Not that people who do that would likely give a fuck, but fuck 'em. Inappropriate troglodyte motherfuckers.
Something that flows from the government. It flows from each and every one of us. It flows from all of us.
Okay.
So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer. We don't believe in political violence, but we do believe in civility. And there is no civility in the celebration of political assassination. Get involved. Get involved. Get involved. It's the best way to honor Charlie's legacy. Start a chapter of TPUSA or get involved in the one that already exists. If you're older, volunteer for your local party, write an op-ed in your local paper, run for office. I can't promise you this is going to be easy.
I mean, I do want to run for House one day. And thankfully for me and my reasonability, and just thankfully because I care about these kinds of things, I have not misused the word fascist in this endeavor. Again, I had to remember, some of my friends and I did, like, say that about one of our teachers in high school, but that's neither here nor there, and was genuinely done just to fucking piss them off. They were being a bitch, and we thought we were in the right. You're too far for that to work. Loser. I've really fucked this up. That's my ghast sound. I'm LARPing like a Minecraft. All right.
Can't promise you that all of us will avoid Charlie's fate. Can't promise you that I will avoid Charlie's fate. But the way to honor him is to shine the light of truth like a torch in the very darkest places. Go do it. We owe it to our friend to ensure that his killer is not just prosecuted but punished. And the worst punishment is not the death penalty, but the knowledge that Charlie's mission continues after he's gone. St. Paul tells us in the book of Ephesians to put on the full armor of God. Let all of us put on that armor and commit ourselves to that cause for which Charlie gave his life, to rebuild a united States of America, and to do it by telling the truth.
I do like the bagpipes. My first violinist of many years, or I need to say it both ways, right? The gal that let me be first violinist, there were two of them, right? Love them dearly, outstanding folks. So, one of them, nice Scottish gal, always took time to bring people in, especially to the music of many of people. Love that about her. Lovely person. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Anyone she plays for is fortunate. Genuinely fortunate. Do I have to curl up first, or does it just do it for me? It does it for me. Thank you. Okay, I gotta restart the stream apparently, because OBS broke. So, we get away from my binge, mostly, and we're gonna restart, and we'll just be playing this game some more. We'll be playing other games, but you've gotten away from most of my 22 hours. I'll probably wrap up the rest of it tomorrow. Maybe I'll get into some of it tonight. But, BRB. Stream restarting. YouTube people, I'm gonna put in my timestamps. Let me pause. I need to restart OBS because my camera's all fucky. Okay, cool beans. What am I doing? Why am I in here? Timestamps. I need to go back one. P10. There we go. That's very lazy timestamping if you ask me. But I do want to do attribution. I find it to be the very minimum I have to do. Right? Right. Okay, dope. I need to new line it once for my personal preference, and then we're good. Alright, save my doodles. BRB, 1 sec, my dudes. Oh, for all of you who want the timestamps, here's the link to our YouTube VOD. I hope you find yourself back around in like 10 seconds. Twitch and kick people. You're gonna want to restart the stream in like a minute. 1 sec. Just like reload the